Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 24:14. The Fan family was taken away, and Lu Yin looked at Yang Yi and Bukong. Do you regret betraying the humans? Yang Yi sighed. I dare not disobey Master's orders. Bukong looked at Lu Yin. I hate the fact that the gap between us is growing wider and wider. Lu Yin looked at him for a while, but he did not kill him. Instead, he locked him up in Mount Supreme. This person would be used to deal with the mutants. As for Yang Yi, he said, Senior, when the people from the Sea King's Dome arrive, we'll let them deal with you. He then left the area and rode the Hellworm towards the 3 upper gates. The 7 sky gods would definitely hear about the mutants' defeat, so it was up to them to decide what to do. The starry sky tree dominated the world. Not long after the mutants were defeated and fled, the ancient god and the others received the news. Didn't the witch spirit god give him the rotten god? How did he lose so quickly? Is such a person worthy of being a human king? The god of Forgotten Ruins disdainfully responded to Xiaoshenji's attacks at the same time. Xiaoshenji had heard the Forgotten Ruins deity's words and knew that Lu Yin had profited from the Starfall Sea. He recalled the various methods that Lu Yin had used to deal with him, and he could only hope that those methods would be even fiercer. That brat's methods are very strange. He has the ability to enhance external objects, instantly heal others, and even control others. It's normal for the Inhumans to be no match for him. Which one of you can go and deal with him? I'm powerless. He Wuxian stared at Wang Fan in front of him, wanting to trap him. However, this wasn't the first time Wang Fan had faced him, so it was impossible for him to be trapped so easily. The corpse god and the dragon ancestor faced off against each other. The dragon ancestor used the white dragon transformation and the ancestral Mang blood medallion to take on the corpse god head-on. The godly law of the ruins of oblivion dealt with Xiaoshenji. The ancient god's opponent was not only Bai Wangyuan, but also Shining. The old ancestor of the 4 cardinal heavens joined hands with the divine eagle and borrowed its unlimited power to barely block the 4-7 heavenly gods. Looking at the godly eagle descending once again, he said, Don't use a technique that is useless against the worship fish against me. As he spoke, he closed his 5 fingers and imprisoned the starry sky, freezing the space around the godly eagle and flinging it away. Then, he threw a punch at Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan's expression changed, and the stars in the outer realms shook. 7 stars descended, and 7 beams of light coincidentally blocked the ancient god's attack. The ancient god retracted his hand, glanced at Bai Wangyuan, and turned to leave. Bai Wangyuan recalled his agreement with Lu Yin and wanted to stop him, but against an ancient god, he couldn't stop him at all. The same applied to Shining as well. Ancient god, if you dare to leave, I'll destroy the undying god. Bai Wangyuan shouted. The ancient god left without looking back. Bai Wangyuan immediately left the sovereign realm. The Forgotten Ruins deity's eyes flickered. How bold of you to take the initiative to open the Starfall Sea for a decisive battle with us Eternals. In the 5th mainland Starfall Sea, Lu Yin's wireless goo vibrated, and he accepted the call. After taking a look, he hurriedly ordered the prison dragon to head towards the entrance. At the same time, he ordered all of the 5th mainland's cultivators to return. Not long after, the ancient god arrived at the Starfall Sea. He looked at the entrance of the Starfall Sea and stepped out, only to be greeted by 7 enormous source boxes. Just as he was about to attack, his scarlet eyes flickered, and he looked up at the Starfall Sea. There was another reason that he hadn't told anyone, and no one knew about it. He was testing the Eternals' foundations and their strategic plans for this part of the universe, including all the other parallel universes. If the Eternals could easily defeat him and rescue the undying god, then that would mean that they were very strong in all the parallel universes. They were strong enough to deal with any accidents in a parallel universe. If the Eternals couldn't do so, then that meant that their strength was limited. These two results would lead to two different plans for dealing with the Eternals in the future. Lu Yin hoped that the Eternals weren't that strong, so that humanity would have a chance of defeating them. Download forever free book. The ancient gods returned to the astral tree domain and continued to fight to the death in the ruler's realm. Lu Yin continued to pass through the fate path array towards the Starfall Sea. He wanted to attack the new mainland, but that was all he wanted to do to carve his name into everyone's hearts. As for the cultivators from the fifth mainland, they also entered the Starfall Sea to battle the Corpse Kings. Just like before, they stayed near the Starfall Sea's entrance. The astral tree domain's attention was focused on the battlefield behind it, while the fifth mainland's attention was focused on the Starfall Sea. At this time, in the astral beast domain, beside the extinction path, Ling Qing was ambushed. Her white inner world could melt anything, and before her inner world could envelop her, the eight-front formation had trapped her. This was by Wushan's method. The seven sky gods were absolute powerhouses in the progenitor realm. Even though they had the body of a demi-ancestor, they were still extremely powerful. Even Ling Qing, the leader of one of the 12 Elysium gates from the era of the Anzac sect, would find it difficult to deal with them. Even if she hadn't been killed, it would have been impossible for her to resist. It would have been easy. Bai Wuxian's goal was simple, the extinction path. She wanted to open the extinction path and allow the sixth mainland's countless corpse kings to enter. That way, the troops stationed at the Starfall Sea would have to retreat, or the fifth mainland would be massacred. Lu Yin wanted to use the Starfall Sea to divert the Eternal's attention, and Bai Wuxian wanted to use the sixth mainland to divert his attention. But just as Bai Wuxian was about to open the extinction path, a thread appeared from the void and connected to Bai Shan and Bai Shui's inner world. Life Girl walked out. I want to see who you are. Ling Qing took the opportunity to break through the eight-front formation and slashed at her inner world. The blade was sharp and unparalleled, and together with Life Girl, they broke through Bai Wuxian's inner world in an instant, leaving behind bloodstains in space. Bai Wuxian disappeared from this region of space, but she never appeared again. Lu Yin quickly learned of this and put down the wireless goo. Bai Wuxian's ambush on Ling Qing was within his expectations. Right now, the fifth mainland only had the seven heavenly gods' body left, and that was Bai Wuxian's. This nail had been nailed into Lu Yin's heart, and it made him feel uncomfortable. The target of this war was the Eternals, so how could Lu Yin not consider all possible scenarios? Life Girl had confirmed that Bai Wuxian's half-progenitor body could no longer be used. In other words, even if the half-progenitor's body was not dead, it could not be used. This nail had been removed, but Lu Yin still did not know who Bai Wuxian was. Bai Wuxian was definitely someone that Lu Yin knew, and it was very likely that Bai Wuxian was someone close to him. But who could it be? Lu Yin ordered an investigation of everyone around him to see if anyone had mysteriously disappeared. This was the only method he could use. At this moment, he had passed by the Sea King's dome and was getting closer and closer to the giant waterfall at the three gates. It was right in front of him, and soon, the prison WIRM moved, tearing through the void as he arrived in front of the three gates waterfall. He looked at the waterfall that connected the heavens and the earth. This was it. Lu Yin looked up and saw the three gates. When he had traveled through spacetime, he had seen the Sea King use progenitor Chen's blood-stained cloak to smash the three gates. He had also seen Bai Xianer destroy the sixth mainland's cultivator with a single finger. At that moment, he had helped the fifth mainland break through the sixth mainland's sky and caused the sixth mainland to launch a war. The Sea King's right and wrong could only be left to history to judge, but for Lu Yin, that incident had made him who he was today. As long as he passed through the three gates, he would reach the new continent of the astral tree realm. He would step into a region that had been difficult for the cultivators of the astral tree realm to enter ever since the Lu family had been exiled. It was a region that belonged solely to the Eternals. No, there was someone who could enter, and that person was Bai Xianer. Otherwise, how could she have attacked the cultivators of the sixth mainland and helped the fifth mainland break through the sky? But then again, how did she enter the new continent? The number of corpse kings in the new continent had increased after the Starfall Sea had been occupied by the Eternals. This meant that the Eternals had not known that the new continent had the three gates before that. They had only discovered the existence of the three gates after occupying the Starfall Sea. They had then sent countless corpse kings through the three gates to increase the pressure on the battlefield on the other side. The prison Wyrm's enormous body descended upon the waterfall. Luin looked at the three gates, and just as he was about to enter, he caught a glimpse of a red light from the corner of his eye. He turned around and looked in the direction of the red light. What was that? He had the prison Wyrm head in the direction of the red light, which was behind the three gates waterfall. If one considered the horizontal black hole, then that direction was deep into the Eternals' territory, just like the new continent's 5 major array bases. Along the way, countless corpse kings charged towards Luin, but they were all torn apart by the prison Wyrm and could not get close. All Luin saw were scarlet vertical eyes, and he felt numb. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 24:15. However, not long after, he saw a gigantic scarlet vertical eye that was not much smaller than the prison dragon. Corpse kings came out from the scarlet vertical eye, and behind the scarlet vertical eye was the normal starry sky. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed when he saw this. So that's how it was. These corpse kings had come from this scarlet vertical eye, and it was the largest of them all. It was like a set of coordinates that had transported countless corpse kings over. Luin had thought that the everlasting race shared a border with the fifth mainland and the astral tree realm. The Lu family had separated from the astral tree realm and stood at the front lines of the everlasting race. Luin had not expected this. These corpse kings had all come from that gigantic scarlet eye, which meant that the everlasting race was not from this region. They were outsiders. Luin stared at the giant scarlet eye in the distance and summoned Yi Qi to charge over. He wanted to shatter that eye, and as long as he could, there would be no more corpse kings in this region. Yi Qi wielded a serrated blade and slashed out, tearing apart countless corpse kings. Luin used his progenitor rune lines to spread out, as this place should be guarded by powerhouses. Perhaps there were even mutants. However, Yi Qi was already close to the eye, and he raised his serrated blade, but Luin still did not see any everlasting powerhouses. This should not be the case, as the everlasting race would definitely take this place seriously. Bang! The sawtooth blade slashed on the scarlet vertical eye. The scarlet vertical eye trembled, and the undead kings that were rushing out of the eye were cut in half. However, the scarlet vertical eye wasn't damaged at all. Keep smashing. Luin barked, and the hellworm attacked as well. Its claws swiped at the eye, and Luin used his progenitor rune lines to reduce the eye's hardness. As long as any object existed, it would have an effect on this region of space. The rune lines of the progenitor realm had replaced this region of space, and any object's influence would directly affect the rune lines of the progenitor realm, causing the rune lines to change. As long as Luin reduced this change, he would be able to reduce the object's ability. The Withering Ancestor's words were miraculous, and the symbol ancestor scripture of Ian Flow was just as miraculous. In the astral tree realm, the moment Yi Qi's first strike landed on the scarlet eye, the ancient god's expression changed. Not good. Something's happened to the astral gate. When the Forgotten Ruins god heard this, his expression changed as well. Luin discovered a stargate. The ancient god's face was solemn. He raised his hand and waved. The entire void stopped for a moment before it shattered into pieces. Wang Fan, Bai Wang Yuan, and the others were separated and pushed out. In front of Xiaoshenji's eyes, the gray light was isolated by the fragments of the void. The ancient god had broken through his power of time. "Corpse god, protect the star gate," the ancient god said. Just as he finished speaking, light beams appeared from the 7 planets outside the upper realm and shot toward him. Bai Wang Yuan and the others hurriedly attacked, not giving the ancient god and the others a moment to rest. However, the ancient god's attack just now allowed the zombie god to escape. At the same time, the ancient god used the domain empty god realm to continuously shatter the void, preventing Bai Wang Yuan and the rest from using the wireless goo to contact Lu Yin. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were being held back by the ancient god and were unable to contact Lu Yin. However, Mu Xia was able to, and that included the mist ancestor. How could Lu Yin place his life in the hands of the 4 cardinal scales? How could he completely trust their promises? The ones he truly trusted were Senior Mu Xia and the Mist Ancestor. On the 5th mainland, next to the giant scarlet vertical eye, Lu Yin took out a slipper and tossed it at Yi Qi, smash. He had no choice, as nothing else could destroy this thing. At that moment, the wireless goo vibrated. Senior Mu Xia had sent news that the zombie god had left the ruler realm. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he immediately controlled the prison drake to escape while looking at Yi Qi. Yi Qi used the slipper to slap the giant scarlet vertical eye, and with a crack, the eye cracked open. Lu Yin was delighted, and he quickly controlled the prison drake to escape. Quick, quick, quick! He had been so focused on the giant scarlet vertical eye that he had forgotten that he was still some distance away from the waterfall at the top 3 gates. The zombie god had appeared directly from the top 3 gates, and once she appeared, she would only block Lu Yin's path. Lu Yin did not even dare to think about having the zombie god block his path. Fortunately, the prison drake managed to rush past the waterfall and towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. The next moment, the zombie god walked out with a monstrous aura. Without needing Lu Yin's orders, many of the 5th mainland's cultivators returned to the entrance of the Starfall Sea without hesitation. Shui Chuanxiao was practically screaming for them to return. The zombie god's aura was more terrifying and domineering than anything they had ever experienced before, and it also made them despair. Even Gu Yan was shocked. He had been on the reverse battlefield for countless years and had experienced the power of a progenitor, so he would not tremble when facing a progenitor. However, the 7 sky gods were different. They rarely appeared on the reverse battlefield, and even if they did, they would descend upon the ruler realm. Gu Yan had not experienced the terror of the 7 sky gods for countless years. During this time, he had only encountered the ancient gods and the zombie god, which was more than he had experienced in his entire life. "Kid, hurry up and come back." Gu Yan was anxious as he looked at the Starfall Sea, but there was no sign of the prison drake. Lu Yin wanted to return as well, but the corpse god had descended upon the Starfall Sea and unleashed a punch. The wind from the punch cut off their path to the entrance of the Starfall Sea, splitting the entire Starfall Sea into 2. The caged Wyrm looked at the corpse god as if it had seen a ghost, and it wanted to flee. However, the wind from the punch blocked its path, and the caged Wyrm was forced back by the force of the punch. This was the zombie god's terrifying strength, and Lu Yin suspected that only progenitor Chen's avatar could rival it. The prison drake bared its fangs and brandished its claws as the zombie god's hand reached out, its eyes filled with terror. Yi Qi charged over from behind and slapped the zombie god's arm with his slipper. The only item on Lu Yin's body that could contend against the 7 sky gods was the slipper. Fortunately, Lu Yin had upgraded it, or else the slipper that he had just obtained from the Dai would not have been so powerful. The zombie god retracted her arm and looked down at Yi Qi before casually slapping the slipper. Lu Yin waved his hand and used the Yu's secret art to retrieve the slipper while Yi Qi was crushed. Pfft! Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood as the death aura in his body was almost completely exhausted. He raised his hand and spun his die. He had to get a 4 because he needed to go to the time-stop space to recover. The zombie god raised her hand and flicked her finger as if she was dealing with an ant. A gust of wind pierced through the void, creating a blackness that devoured everything in its path. The void was sliced apart and truly torn apart. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he immediately took out the corpse that had helped him so many times to block the attack. The prison drake cried out in alarm and turned around to block the attack with its back. This was equivalent to exposing Lu Yin to the zombie god. Lu Yin hurriedly used the plan's secret art to change his position. The gust of wind whipped the corpse and pressed it against the prison drake's back. The prison drake howled in agony as it tried to flee towards the Starfall Sea on all fours. Although it was stupid, its instincts told it where to run. Meanwhile, a crack appeared on the corpse that had always helped him. Lu Yin saw it, as this corpse had helped him block multiple calamities and tribulations. It had even helped him survive the final path of the emissary's origin tribulation and Xiaoshenji's attack. This corpse had never disappointed him, but it still could not withstand the zombie god's attacks. If not for this corpse, Lu Yin could already imagine himself and the prison drake being pierced through. Lu Yin rolled his die to 1, but it was useless, so he continued rolling it. He looked up, but the zombie god did not attack. Instead, she just stared at him. Lu Yin did not know if she was staring at him or the prison drake, as he had nothing left that could withstand the next attack. The only things left were the death god's left arm and the death god's hook. Even the progenitor's sword had been shattered by the only true god. Everything he had was so fragile against the Eternals. "By Rong," the zombie god said. When Lu Yin heard this, he suddenly looked at the corpse that he had stored away in his cosmic ring. "By Rong." Was that the corpse's name? Lu Yin had used this corpse many times before, and he had seen it with Lu Bujing, Fate's daughter, and the others from the above sky sex era, as well as the Fog ancestor and Xiaoshenji from the Daosaur sex era. However, no one had ever mentioned its name. At the entrance to the Starfall Sea, Gu Yan and the others saw the prison drake's enormous figure. The prison flood dragon also saw the entrance to the Starfall Sea and rushed over. The zombie god took a step forward and appeared behind the prison drake. She raised her hand and grabbed at him. Everyone outside the Starfall Sea was stunned. Was that the zombie god? The blood ancestor gritted his teeth and threw out the eyeball. Countless tendrils extended from the eyeball and viciously rushed out to block Lu Yin's back, blocking the zombie god's view of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's die stopped rolling. Roll, enhance, innate gift borrowing. He could not hold his breath and half squatted down. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he supported himself with his hands. He had not rolled enhance, so he could not recover to his peak state. He would have to rely on the death god's power to return him to the fifth mainland. Just as he was about to take out the death god's left arm, he suddenly noticed that there was an imprint of lightning on the die's side. Lightning. Right, if this is an innate gift borrowing, then what about me? He did not realize that because the prison drake had turned around and exposed him, he had used the plan's secret art to move to the spot on the prison drake's head that had been struck by lightning. That spot was right in front of the prison drake's head, and since the prison drake was facing the enemy, Lu Yin would not have stood there. However, since the prison drake had turned around, he had naturally run to that spot. The reason why the prison drake had been so foolish was because it had been struck by lightning, and this bolt of lightning was either a battle technique or an innate gift. If it could be used by the die, then was it an innate gift? The die's enhance was an innate gift, and its power was based on the innate gift. For example, when Lu Yin had been chased by a hunter, he had used the lightning rabbit's innate gift to kill the enemy with lightning. At that time, he had not been able to withstand the might of that lightning. Then, would he be able to perfectly borrow the power of the lightning that had struck the prison drake dumb? There was no time to think about it. The tendrils behind him were torn to shreds by the zombie god's palm. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He did not care anymore, he would test it out first. He directly used the innate gift of enhance and unleashed it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 24:16. Crack. The sky changed color, and the starfall sea trembled. Endless lightning was born from the void and blasted towards the corpse god. The lightning illuminated the entire starfall sea, the black hole, and the fifth mainland. It also illuminated the corpse god's shocked face. Lightning Master. There was a boom, and the powerful lightning turned into a counterforce that pushed the caged WIRM towards the fifth mainland. Lu Bujing instinctively used his ancestral qi to activate the Realm Mountains array and push it to block the entrance to the Starfall Sea. The process was not fast, but the corpse god could not stop it. He was struck by lightning, and the lightning's dazzling light blinded everyone's eyes, preventing them from seeing what was happening. When the Realm Mountain completely blocked the entrance to the Starfall Sea and blocked the lightning's light, everyone reacted and stared blankly at the caged WIRM. It was still charging towards the fifth mainland, and it was truly afraid. The lightning had roasted its butt, and this lightning was so familiar that it was terrified. Lu Yin lay on the caged WIRM's back and panted heavily. His body had long since become numb, and he could not move. The lightning had severely injured him, and he needed to recuperate. As he thought about it, his body slowly withered away, and he allowed the caged WIRM to carry him around the fifth mainland. The ruler's realm, the god of forgotten ruins, and Blackless god all looked in the direction of the new continent and exchanged glances. The ancient god also sensed it. Not long after, the corpse god returned. Not only were the ancient god and the others shocked, but even Bai Wang Yuan and the rest were shocked. They had fought for so long, and the corpse god had tried to destroy the infinite kinetic energy more than once. He had been the one who had fought with them the most, but he had never been injured. Now, however, his body was covered with multiple scars that looked as if he had been burned by lightning. What's going on? The god of forgotten ruins was shocked. The corpse god took out the giant scarlet eye. It was about the same height as the corpse god, but it was much larger than the god of forgotten ruins and the rest. However, its exterior had already been damaged. The ancient god frowned. Was this done by a descendant of the Lu family? The corpse god looked up. It's bad. Let's make the best use of it. Blackless god was helpless. This was supposed to be our last step, but we were forced to use it. It was too close, which is why we were discovered. We'll have to keep it further in the future. It's not very sturdy. It doesn't matter. There's one in this space. It's enough, the ancient god said. Use it. The zombie goddess gripped the scarlet vertical eye with both hands and raised it high into the air. Then, under the vigilant and confused gazes of Bai Wang Yuan and the others, he threw it directly into the starry sky tree. Regardless of whether it was Bai Wang Yuan's group, the great ancestor of the outer world, or Mu Xia's group, they had never seen something like this before. They watched as the enormous scarlet vertical eye made contact with the world of trees and then turned into red light, forcibly melting the world of trees, causing a gap to appear in the world of trees. Not good. Bai Wang Yuan shouted. The ancient god, the god of forgotten ruins, the zombie god, and the black void god all attacked at the same time. Dark red divine power entered the starry sky tree through the gap in the world of trees. It pierced through the upper world, the middle world, and finally the lower world, hitting the undying god. Undying god's shattered body quickly reconnected, and Xia Ziheng and the other half-martial ancestors were aghast. Run! That's a huge price to pay. The undying god raised his head and looked at the crack between the top realm and the middle realm. He saw the red light melting the world of trees. Once the world of trees was melted to a certain extent, it would begin to repair itself. Although the red light could melt some of it, it wouldn't last for long. The dragon ancestor wanted to stop the divine power from descending, but he was torn apart by the divine power. He raised his arm. Soon, the undying god's body recovered and was full of divine power. He lowered his head to look at the ancestor Mang, who also raised his head to look at him. Your master can't come back, so I'll let you go this time. It won't be long before this space is finished. With that, the undying god raised his hand and pushed away the ancestor Mang's body that was wrapped around him. The surface of the ancestor Mang's body was constantly being burned and melted by the divine power. He let out a howl, but he didn't want to retreat. Above his head, the divine eagle descended and grabbed at the undying god. The undying god looked up and said, "Scram." With that, his body disappeared. The divine eagle's claw missed, and the undying god appeared in the middle realm. He suddenly looked in a direction. The thing was there, and suddenly, the evil Sarira descended. Ancient characters revolved around the evil Sarira and collided with the undying god. Mu Xia's figure appeared. He stepped on the evil Sarira and slapped at the undying god. His palm was entwined with strands of gray, tracing back to the past. The undying god raised his eyebrows. I wanted to deny what just happened. So it was this battle technique. He still has the leisure to accept disciples in this space. Hurry up and leave, there's no time to waste. The ancient god's voice sounded. The undying god looked unwillingly at the fallen sword steel in the distance, and his body disappeared. Mu Xia had not been hit. When he looked back, the undying god had already passed through the tree realm and reached the sovereign realm. Once he was there, no one could stop him from leaving. I want to take Wu Bei away, the undying god said helplessly after returning to the sovereign realm. The Forgotten Ruins god sneered. I sacrificed a divine eye for you. Be content. Think about how you're going to explain this to the true God. We've wasted too much time. Everyone is in a hurry. Let's go. The ancient god barked and was the first to retreat. Next, the Forgotten Ruins god, Corpse god, Blackless god, and the Undying god all retreated. The corpse kings on the battlefield behind them also retreated. This battle had come and gone quickly. The ancient god and the rest retreated. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest could not stop them, nor could they. Mu Xia immediately contacted Lu Yin, worried that Lu Yin had gone to the Starfall Sea again. Lu Yin could not go even if he wanted to, as the Helldrake had plunged into the astral river and almost choked him to death. He did not even have the strength to use his slippers to teach the Helldrake a lesson, and he had already been tossed out of the stage. He could only let the Helldrake go crazy. It was not because of the corpse god, but because of that lightning. The Helldrake crashed into something with a bang, and its entire body flipped over. Lu Yin was also tossed out before finally coming to a stop. He looked in front of him. This was the bottom of the astral river, and because of the Helldrake's powerful aura, the surrounding creatures had all been scared away. What's that? Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw a huge metal box. On the other side, the Helldrake shook its head and then lay down to sleep. Lu Yin walked over and looked at the huge square object in front of him. He knocked on it, and it was indeed a huge metal box. It was no wonder that the Helldrake had crashed into it. However, it was too sturdy, and the Helldrake had not even been able to break it. This was the symbol of the freak ancestor. Lu Yin remembered that Kuei Luo had mentioned that there was a freak ancestor from the era of the Daosaur sect who specialized in using rare materials to create weapons that normal people could not use. He even had an armory. Could this be it? The wireless goo kept vibrating, and Lu Yin picked it up. It was Lu Bujing. How are you? Lu Bujing asked. Lu Yin leaned against the metal box and replied, How's the Starfall Sea? The realm mountains have been sealed. Lu Yin sighed in relief. That's good. He recalled the scene from before, and he had clearly only borrowed the die's 5. That innate gift had been so powerful that it was exaggerated. The person who had beaten the Heldrake into a pulp was definitely terrifyingly powerful. Lu Yin had Lu Bujing take care of the following matters while he sized up the metal box. As for the cosmic tree realm, he could not help it. The corpse god had descended, but not a single progenitor had appeared. This was not because the four-way scales had gone back on their word, but because Senior Mu Xie had reminded him. It meant that by Wang Yuan and the others might not have been able to do the same. If Lu Yin rashly went to the Starfall Sea again, he might not be as lucky, but the Eternals would also pay a heavy price. He had already done his best. Right, there was still that scar on the Heldrake's head. Lu Yin hurriedly went over to take a look, and he found that the scar on the Heldrake's head had disappeared. There was no longer any power of thunder, and that power had been borrowed by the die. Then, would the Heldrake recover? Lu Yin sized up the Heldrake and silently took out a pair of slippers before pricking it with a needle. The Heldrake woke up and was furious. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but when it saw Lu Yin and the slippers in his hand, it blinked and lowered its claws to show its submission. Lu Yin sighed in relief. This idiot had not recovered yet, which was good. If the Heldrake regained its intelligence, who would be able to tame it? Go back to sleep, Lu Yin casually said. Because he spoke, he felt a pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a serious injury from the corpse god, and if not for the corpse in front of him, it would not have been a simple injury. Even his battle force at the Mastery Realm had been shattered. Against the 7 sky gods, Lu Yin's methods were not very useful. The general appointment platform had been thrown away, and it was a small matter to retrieve it. It was a pity that the corpse had been injured, and the progenitor sword had been shattered by the sole true god in the cosmic tree realm. Lu Yin did not know if it could be repaired. The Heldrake did not sleep and instead looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin walked over to the metal box and looked around, but he could not find the door. He looked at the Heldrake and pointed at the metal box. Turn it over. The Heldrake stretched out a claw and lifted it up. Lu Yin took a look and saw that there was a door. Turn it over like this. The Heldrake exerted some force and flipped the box over. The metal box was about the size of the Heldrake's head, and when it was flipped over, it caused the astral river to churn and tremble. The people who had been mining pyrolite on the beach were submerged, as they thought that some powerful creature had appeared. Lu Yin tried to push the door, but it did not budge. He used overlaying stacks and pushed the door open with a bang, allowing him to walk in. The metal box was about the size of the Heldrake's head, and to Lu Yin, it could almost be considered a planet. Although it was called a box, it was only relative to the Heldrake. The moment he stepped inside, he saw a mountain range that was filled with a solidified, high-temperature liquid. This liquid could no longer be considered magma, as even Lu Yin could feel the heat. As for the mountain range, if it could withstand such a high-temperature liquid, then it was naturally not an ordinary mountain range. Because the metal box had been flipped over, the high-temperature liquid was everywhere, and there were even droplets of liquid dripping from the top of Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin walked inside and looked in one direction. There, he saw a weapon that looked like a hook floating in the high-temperature liquid. It floated here and there, and with a casual wave of his hand, the weapon appeared in front of him. The hook was 10 meters long, but the weapon's extension was only as wide as a palm. It was not suitable for a human to use, as the hook was too long. However, it was also not suitable for a small giant, as the extension was too short for the giant to grasp. It also had the symbol of the freak ancestor on it. Lu Yin shook his head, as this was indeed the freak ancestor's style. This weapon was not suitable for anyone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 24:17. Lu Yin grabbed the claw and squeezed it hard. The material was rather tough, and it almost froze him when he touched it. He could feel a bone-piercing chill, but it was a pity that he didn't know what it was made of. He continued to walk further in, and not long after, he saw another long blade. His eyes twitched. From a distance, it looked like a long blade, but upon closer inspection, it was also a long blade. However, the blade and the back of the blade were intertwined, and it was impossible to tell which side was the blade and which was the back. Both sides were the blade and the back of the blade. What was even more disgusting was that there was a barb at the hilt. Lu Yin didn't know if this thing could harm an enemy, but it would definitely harm himself. Strange ancestor, it really was a strange ancestor. Lu Yin shook his head and continued walking. He had walked through nearly half of the entire metal box, and through his domain, not a single weapon could escape him. The strangest weapon he had ever seen was a tail, and no matter how he swung it, the tip of the tail would always stab towards the user. The sharpest weapon he had ever seen was an arrow that was curved and hollow. It would never hit its target, even if it was used as a melee weapon. The tip of the arrow was extremely sharp, but the arrowhead was blunt. Its sharpness came from where the arrowhead connected to the body of the arrow. Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out how to use it. Dozens of weapons floated behind him, some big and some small. All of them were made of rather good materials that even Lu Yin cared about, but the strange ancestor had used them to make these broken things. Lu Yin believed that these materials would be very precious regardless of the era, and he was sure that many of them had already gone extinct in this era. However, they had been wasted by the strange ancestor, which made his heart ache. Thankfully, he had his die and could break them down, allowing him to perfectly recreate the materials. He had already reached the central region, where the temperature was the highest. He could see a giant sword hilt towering at the bottom of the mountain range from quite a distance away. The hilt was similar to the sword's sex sword, but it was too big. Normal people would definitely not be able to use it, and only giants would be able to. It was even larger than the broken blade that Xie Chan had left behind in Shenwu Plain. For some reason, Lu Yin relaxed. If the giants could use this sword, then it wouldn't be a waste. Although not many giants would use swords, they were all good at using their fists. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared on the hilt. He looked down, wanting to see how long the sword was. With a single glance, he was dumbfounded. Was this even possible? The hilt was so long that he felt like only a giant would be able to use it, but the blade was so short that he couldn't even see it. He leapt down and appeared beside the blade, staring at it in a daze. The hilt was long and wide, but the blade was terrifyingly short. It was only a meter long, but it was almost as wide as the hilt. This style consumed a lot of materials, and it also perfectly avoided the conditions that everyone could use it. That's right, no one could use it. The giant could pick up the sword hilt, but he couldn't use the sword body. Normal people couldn't even pick up the sword hilt. Moreover, even if someone could pick up the sword hilt, once the sword body appeared, it would make the enemy laugh to death. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. He really wanted to meet the monster ancestor and see just what kind of person could create such a disgusting weapon with the most expensive and rarest materials. It was no wonder why even the Daosaur sect had come to talk to him and asked him to melt these weapons. Lu Yin knew that if he had been in Lu Yin's shoes, he would have been able to slap Lu Yin to death. There were words on the back of the sword. Lu Yin looked over and saw that these were words from the Daosaur sect's era. He didn't recognize them, so he used the wireless goo to contact Ghost Monkey and had him take out the Cloud Connect stone so that he could look at the words face to face. I am the monster ancestor. Brother, no, not necessarily. Sister, it's possible. No matter who it is, aren't they angry when they see these weapons that I left behind? Angry? Don't be anxious and listen to me. I didn't have a choice, and I was forced to do it. You ask who it was. It's the everlasting race. Don't misunderstand, I didn't betray humanity, and I'm not Redback. However, I have to admit that fate is sometimes mysterious. I was saved by Redback when I was very young, and that Redback crazily instilled in me the idea of betraying humanity. I was still young back then, so of course I listened to her. You ask why she values me so much. Of course, it's because I'm gifted and talented, and I'm also the most handsome man in the world. By the way, that Redback is a woman. It's hard to break the ideals that you've been instilled with since you were young, but who am I? I'm someone who can definitely become an ancestor, so how can you use common sense to judge me? I betrayed not humanity, but that woman, that Redback. But betrayal isn't that easy, right? That woman has evidence of what I've done in the past, and as for what it is, you know what it is. I had no choice. In the end, I used my handsome appearance and outstanding eloquence to reach an agreement with her. I had to do something that would harm humanity for the rest of my life as repayment for her saving my life, and I also had to keep the evidence a secret. As for her, I left her to fend for herself. Don't blame me for not exposing her, as you can only understand what I felt back then when I was there. Of course, I kept an eye on her and didn't let her do anything. Ha 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 ha. In short, I created these weapons that no one can use and wasted humanity's resources. That was what I did to harm humanity on her behalf. Aside from that, I didn't do anything to harm humanity. My life's goal was to create these strange weapons and slaughter the Eternals. I won't rest until I die. Strange Ancestor, Yun-E. The strange ancestor had left behind many words, and it took the monkey more than 2 hours to slowly translate them. Although he had wasted resources, as a progenitor, not betraying humanity was his greatest contribution. At the same time, keeping an eye on Redback was equivalent to eliminating a threat. Now, both the strange ancestor and the woman were dead, and everything had disappeared with time, leaving behind only these weapons. Anyone who became an ancestor would experience a legend from birth to death. Even the most low-key withered ancestor would be deeply shocked by those who knew him. The strange ancestor was the same. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 24:18. If Madman Lu hadn't made a move in this situation, then either Lu Yin had been mistaken, or the person who had contacted the ancient gods wasn't Madman Lu. Madman Lu just hated the Lu family and wanted to kill them, not Redback. Or, he was plotting something so great that the ancient gods would rather give up on the undying god than expose him. The latter possibility sent a chill down Lu Yin's spine. After thinking about it for a long time, Lu Yin decided to treat his injuries first. Once he recovered, he would find the four-way scales and lay his cards on the table with Madman Lu. He had to remove this nail. The nail in the fifth mainlands by Wuxian had already been removed. Even though Lu Yin didn't know who Bai Wuxian was and couldn't find the eternity list, his half-ancestor body was gone, and she couldn't do anything about it. He would definitely be able to find Bai Wuxian after sifting through the people around him. He tapped the die, and it slowly spun. 6. Lu Yin was surprised to see 6 pips. His consciousness quickly appeared in that dark space, and there was a very bright ball of light around him. More importantly, this ball of light was extremely attractive to him, and he subconsciously knew that he had fused with it before. Such a bright ball of light should belong to a half-ancestor. Had he fused with a half-ancestor before? Lan Ho. Lu Yin had only fused with a half-ancestor once, and that was Lan Ho, one of the 12 marquises of the Eternals. Lu Yin quickly rushed over, as Lan Ho was too valuable. Not only did he want to know what the Eternals were planning, but he also wanted to see a parallel space through Lan Ho's memories. That giant scarlet eye made it clear to Lu Yin that the Eternals weren't unique to this space, and their battles weren't limited to this space. He had seen other parallel space battlefields through Lan Ho's memories, and he wanted to see more. When he opened his eyes and looked down, he saw that his body was covered in wounds from Kuang Yin, Lan Ho, and the half-ancestor who had attacked the fifth formation base. Kuang Yin was indeed worthy of being called Kuang Ren. She fought without any regard for her own life, exchanging injury for injury with Lan Ho. In addition, she cooperated with Elder Chiu and Ru Ying, the two half-martial ancestors. Lan Ho suffered unspeakably. Even after half a day, Lan Ho was still unable to gain any advantage. Of course, Kuang Yin and the other two half-martial ancestors suffered heavier injuries. The heaviest injury on Marquis Lan's body did not come from Kuang Yin, but from Hen Xian. Hen Xian's Palm Realm battle aura combined with his empty God Realm domain not only suppressed the 12 Marquis who had attacked the 4th formation base, but also inflicted heavy injuries on him from afar. He was extremely difficult to deal with. Lu Yin had seen Lan Ho's memories and Hen Xian's attack. Perhaps Hen Xian was not far from breaking through to the ancestor realm. Lan Ho's memories continued to pour into Lu Yin's mind, and Lu Yin's expression changed. The 7 sky gods had all left, and the moment they left the sovereign realm, there was only one progenitor left on the backside of the battlefield, or rather, in this part of space, and that was the other folk. It could be said that ever since the starry sky tree appeared, the Eternals had never been so empty, with only one progenitor left. When the 7 sky gods had left, Lan Ho had not been too far away, and he had seen it with his own eyes. They had left in a hurry, and since he had seen it, it meant that Lu Yin had seen it through his memories as well. "Mutant, you stay here." The alien was shocked. "The ancient god left me alone. Are you scared?" The Forgotten Ruins god asked disdainfully. Blacklist god coldly replied, "Don't worry. Ever since the Lu family disappeared, the humans in this part of space have not stepped foot on this land, let alone venturing deeper. You just have to stay here and guard the astral gate. There's no time to waste. Let's go. No one has the guts to fight us. Don't go looking for death, hee hee." The Forgotten Ruins god disappeared into the giant scarlet eye. Even the progenitor corpse kings left. Before the undying god left, he said, "Lu Shaoxian has an ability that allows him to control people. I heard that 2 of your disciples are in his hands. Don't let him use them." The alien looked around at his empty surroundings. Aside from Lan Ho and the other 12 marquises, there was not a single progenitor. He had no choice but to stay behind. This memory left a deep impression on Lan Ho, as this space had always been the Eternals' main battlefield. Several of the 7 sky gods had come from this space, especially during the era of the above heaven. The Eternals could only struggle at death's door in this space. Ever since the era of the above heaven, the humans had always been at a disadvantage, but this time, they had finally gained the upper hand. After looking through this memory, Lu Yin knew what he had to do, and he quickly looked through Lan Ho's other memories. His consciousness reappeared in the dark space and then returned to his body. Lu Yin opened his eyes, and they were filled with excitement. The Eternals had actually retreated, which meant that the humans had a chance. In Lan Ho's memories, even when the Lu family had been at its peak, they had only been able to invade the New World. There had been at least 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods guarding this space, and there had also been progenitor corpse kings. Although the Lu family had been strong back then, the Eternals' forces in this space had not been weak either. Now, this was the weakest the Eternals had ever been in this space since the era of the above heaven. They had been too confident that the humans would not be able to invade. This was indeed the case. The 4 scales, including Mu Xia and the Fog Ancestor, had no intention of attacking the Eternals. They only wanted to protect the cosmic trees. The mother tree's crack had made them even more apprehensive. That's right, Lu Yin understood now. It was no wonder why the one true God had cracked the mother tree. Perhaps he had taken this step into consideration, causing the cosmic trees to be apprehensive and only think of defense. Unfortunately, they had not expected Lu Yin to know about this, which had sealed the fate of the Eternals in this space. Lu Yin tapped his finger again. No matter what he wanted to do, he had to heal his injuries first, as he had been in a withered state this entire time. He looked at the two screens and shook his head. There was no point. Again, 4 pips. Lu Yin exhaled and entered the time-stop space. Not only could he heal in the time-stop space, but he could also roll his die for 2 pips and start dissecting those strange ancestral weapons. As he thought about this, he started to roll his die while healing his injuries. 1 year had passed in the time-stop space, but only a second had passed in the outside world. Lu Yin stood up, walked out of the metal box, and mounted the hellworm. Let's go, cosmic trees. The hellworm roared and leaped out of the astral river, its enormous body heading towards the technocracy. Humans and the Eternals had been fighting for far too many years, from the era of the above heaven to the era of the Dowsource sect. Humans understood the Eternals, but the Eternals understood humans even more. The 7 sky gods had confirmed that the cosmic trees did not dare to invade the new continent, and the truth was just as they had guessed. Regardless of whether it was the 4-way scales, Mu Xia, the Fog ancestor, the Nong family, or the Lu family, none of them had any thoughts of invading the new continent. This included all of the cultivators in the cosmic trees, as they only wanted to defend the battlefield behind them. More importantly, the mother tree had cracked, and everyone was worried. Lu Yin arrived at the cosmic trees, mounted the hellworm, and charged towards the Wang family's continent. The hellworm's shadow covered the entire continent, shocking all of the Wang family's cultivators. Wang Jing clenched his fists. What are you doing, Lu Shaoxian? He did not believe that Lu Yin would dare to attack the Wang family at this time, but the hellworm's attitude was rather unfriendly. Lu Yin looked down at the Wang family's continent and then looked up at the ruler's realm. Come down and talk. I have something important to discuss. Lu Shaoxian, why have you come to the Wang family? Wang Fan asked, but he did not appear. Lu Yin frowned. Are you afraid of the 7 sky gods? You don't even dare to come out of the ruler's realm. Impudent. Lu Shaoxian, we're still your seniors. Xia Xinji shouted. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Don't worry, I'll burn incense for you in the future. Alright, Lu Shaoxian, what's the matter? The Eternals are not any less intelligent than us humans. Although it seems like the war has ended, it could be one of their schemes. We can't be careless, Bai Zhe said. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he transmitted his voice into the ruler's realm. He did not let everyone hear him, and only a few progenitors could hear him. I want to invade the new continent. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were stunned. What did you say? Invade the new continent, Lu Yin repeated. Xia Xinji shook his head and sneered. Lu Shaoxian, do you really think that the Eternals are brainless? We're all worried that the Eternals might take advantage of the gap in the war to make us careless and launch a counterattack, but you actually want to walk right into their trap. The Eternals have more than one battlefield in this space. Gentlemen, let's not beat around the bush. I'm sure you all know this, Lu Yin said. Bai Wang Yuan and the others did not interrupt. Let's cut to the chase. I'm confident that the 7 sky gods are not in this space, and this is a rare opportunity. If we don't invade the new continent and destroy that giant scarlet eye, we won't have such a good opportunity once the Eternals recover from the other battlefields, Lu Yin said. You're underestimating them. I'm not underestimating them. You're the ones who overestimate them. When the Lu family was still around, the Eternals had at least 2 7 sky gods, but the Lu family was still able to invade the new continent. If the Eternals truly have the power to completely surpass our space, then they could easily suppress the 7 sky gods. No one would be their match. I already said this when I decided to open the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Bai Wang Yuan, you haven't forgotten, have you? The mother tree has cracked, and if there's another war, the infinite kinetic energy might run into problems. That's why I want to eliminate the Eternal's power in this space once and for all. Wang Fan was puzzled. Lu Shaoxian, you keep talking about this space. What exactly do you know? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I know as much as you do. Bai Wang Yuan and the others exchanged glances. The mist ancestor's voice rang out. Tell me what you know. How laughable. Even I don't know. What's going on? Her tone changed. And you, Lu Brat. Speak. What's going on? Lu Yin was puzzled. Senior, how could you not know about parallel spaces? Why must I know? The mist ancestor asked. Lu Yin did not understand. The mist ancestor was from 9 mountains and 8 seas, so how could she not know about the Eternal's battles in other parallel spaces? If she did not know, then did that mean that 9 mountains and 8 seas did not know about it either? Then how did Bai Wang Yuan and the others know? Also, did those people from above heaven know? Lu Yin fell silent as he waited for Bai Wang Yuan and the others to answer. Bai Wang Yuan's voice rang out. There are countless parallel spaces in the universe, and some people are lucky enough to enter a parallel space. Even a hunter might be able to do so, but it's impossible for them to return. They have to rely on luck, and the chances of that happening are less than 1 in a billion. Only the Eternals have coordinates, and they can locate all of the parallel spaces. No matter how high one's cultivation is, if one does not have the ability to locate spatial coordinates, then it's impossible to travel between 2 parallel spaces. There are some parallel spaces where the same people live, and this is something that no one can explain. Perhaps only the universe's creator can explain it. He wants to prove the might of the Lu family by attacking the new continent. He won't go too far, Dragon Ancestor said. Xiaxinji's eyes narrowed. I actually hope that he'll go deep into the new world. Everyone fell silent. From what they knew, the Eternal strength was unfathomable. Lu Yin would definitely encounter powerhouses if he went deep into the new world, such as a progenitor realm corpse king or the 7 sky gods. If Lu Yin died in the new world, then that would be the best outcome for them. They would not be able to stop Lu Yin from attacking the new world. The moment Lu Yin reached the 4th base of the battlefield, Mu Xie's voice rang out. No matter what happens after you attack the new world, if the 5th mainland cannot defend the 4th base, then the previous agreement will be voided. Furthermore, you will be the one to break the agreement. The 4-side scale will not accommodate you for any reason. Have you thought this through? Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. I know, senior brother. I've asked the Fog Ancestor to keep an eye on Madman Lu. Now is not the time to fall out with him, or else we might not be able to do anything to the new world. If we really do encounter a strong enemy, then I'll have to trouble senior brother to provide support for me. You're not confident? Mu Xia asked. Lu Yin raised his head. This is war. Even though the 7 sky gods had left this region of space, that did not mean that they could not return. It was just a matter of time. Just as Lu Yin had said to Bai Wang Yuan and the others, the 7 sky gods had left in such a hurry that their battle in the parallel space was likely to be at a disadvantage. If they wanted to salvage the situation, then it would take them a long time. Thus, even if they wanted to come back, it would take at least a month or even longer. However, some things could not be absolute. Attacking the new world was a risk, and it was a risk that they would most likely not take. However, this was war, and there was no such thing as absolute safety. The 4-side scale had exiled the Lu family, and they were deeply rooted in the astral tree domain. There were some risks that had to be taken if Lu Yin wanted to move them, and there were also some things that had to be done. The 5 array bases had just experienced a battle to the death with the Eternals. Lu Yin rode the caged WIRM and arrived. Behind him, he had already found the general appointment platform, and it slowly floated there. Its enormous might shook the battlefield behind him. Everyone at the 5 array bases looked at the caged WIRM. They could not see Lu Yin, but they could see its enormous body. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the entire 4th array base. Defend because the enemy is strong. Offense is my forte, and I've just experienced a battle with the Eternals. Let me ask you, are you afraid? At the 4th array base, Lu Xianjun, the Heavenly Sin Army, the Astral Beast Army, and the Cultivators and Astral Beasts all looked up. No! Someone shouted. No! No! More and more people shouted, and more astral beasts roared. They were afraid of the caged WIRM, but it was now on their side. Even if it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, it was incomparably tyrannical. So what? It would not attack them. Lu Yin's gaze was icy. You've all walked out of blood and fire. Regardless of whether we were once friends or foes, we now have a common enemy, and that is those monsters. I can tell you that they do not belong to our region of the universe. They are outsiders who want to exterminate and enslave us. We have always been at a disadvantage, but at this moment, they have been defeated and have been forced back by us. If I ask you to accompany me out of the array bases and attack the New World, will you be afraid? No. Many of the cultivators shouted without hesitation. Lu Yin stood on the caged WIRM's head and pointed at the other 4 array bases. They don't dare, but we do. They say that we are an abandoned land, so let us open a path for them. Let them know what an abandoned land is, and that we are their ancestral land. Kill! 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 Everyone else. At the 4 array bases, countless cultivators' faces turned green when they heard Lu Yin's words. Quan Yen roared, Xia Yan clenched his fists, Bai Qi's gaze was gloomy, and Wang Sun stepped forward, unable to hold back his anger. They had been guarding the back of the battlefield for so many years, when had they ever been afraid? Did they need others to open a path for them? Even in their dreams, they wanted to attack the New World. Elder Chan smiled bitterly. Lu Yin's words were too offensive, but he did not care. Lu Yin's target was not the 4 who had fought the Eternals to the death, but rather the 4 cardinal scales. He was mocking the 4 cardinal scales. If he had to take this risk, then he would have to reap the rewards. Regardless of whether or not he could defeat the Eternals, his name would surpass everyone else in the 5th mainland and the astral tree realm. He would become the beacon of hope for the future of humanity, the light that could counterattack the Eternals. 5th mainland, kill! Lu Yin roared. The caged WIRM bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged out of the 4th array base, charging towards the New World. Elder Chan, Hen Axian, 9 luminaries, and the Yao Emperor all charged out, followed by Lu Xianjun, the Heavenly Sin Army, and the Astral Beast Army. The cultivators all charged out of the 4th array base, and under the support of a half-martial ancestor's inner world, they headed towards the New World, a land that humans had not set foot on for decades. This scene caused the blood of the remaining 4 array bases to boil. They had dreamed of setting foot on the New World. They had been able to do so when the Lu family was still around, but after their disappearance, they had thought that they would never be able to do so. They had not expected Lu Xiaoshuan's appearance to once again ignite this path. They longed to charge down and fight in the New World to reclaim the human lands. Xia Yan immediately asked Xia Xinji for help, while Wang Sun, Bai Qi, and Kuang Yin all asked the ancestors for help as they charged out of the array bases. Bai Wang Yuan and the others watched this scene with gloomy expressions. They had underestimated the significance of heading towards the New World. This was a new chapter, and it meant that humanity could counterattack. Regardless of whether Lu Shaoxian succeeded or failed in the end, he had won, and his name would be resplendent in history. News of Lu Yin leading the fourth array base to the New World also spread to the top of the astral tree realm. This was Kuei Luo's contribution, and Lu Yin wanted to become famous. He wanted the Lu surname to become a religion once again. It might not be of much use in the short term, but it could pave the way for the future, just like how the fifth pagoda had helped the fifth continent. The fifth pagoda had played an important role in Lu Yin becoming a Tao disciple. There were cities and people in the New World, but they were all being transformed just like the Eternal Kingdom. The Hellworm's enormous body landed on the New World, and the first thing Lu Yin saw was not the endless horde of corpse kings, but greed. He frowned and looked at the large metal pieces below the array base that were twisting and devouring the flesh of the corpse kings, allowing the Hellworm to grab them. Greed had no intelligence, only instinct. It was not afraid of the Hellworm and wanted to devour its flesh, but it was easily torn apart by the Hellworm's claws. "Be careful, don't mess around," Lu Yin scolded. The prison flood dragon smashed into the city closest to the array base with a boom, trampling many corpse kings to death. The ground was opened up, and tens of thousands of people were being transformed. Some of them seemed to have just been transported here, while others had almost been transformed. A corpse king tore through the void and ambushed Lu Yin, but he did not even look at it before it was smashed to pieces by the Hellworm's tail. Corpse kings had one advantage, and that was that they were not afraid of the Hellworm's aura. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2420. Behind them, the cultivators of the fourth array base stepped onto the new continent under the protection of the half-progenitor's inner world and began to clear out the scattered corpse kings. "Be careful, the Eternals are unfathomable. They have progenitors and the 12 marquises. Those guys aren't easy to deal with," Elder Chan warned. Lu Yin nodded. "Senior, don't split up too much in case of accidents. We can retreat at any time." "I know," Elder Chan replied. This city had already been overturned, so Lu Yin left it to Elder Chan and the others. Lu Yin had the Hellworm continue towards the depths of the new continent. He wanted to destroy that giant scarlet eye so that the Eternals could no longer keep bringing corpse kings over. However, this might not eliminate the possibility of the 7 sky gods coming over. The Eternals controlled the coordinates of this space, so it wouldn't be difficult for the 7 sky gods to come over. Although he couldn't eliminate the 7 sky gods or progenitors, it was still good enough to cause the Eternals to lose a giant scarlet eye. The corpse god had come recklessly when the giant scarlet eye on the 5th continent had been attacked, which proved that this eye was extremely valuable. The Hellworm rushed towards the depths of the new continent, destroying all the cities he saw along the way. Lu Yin looked back and saw that the mother tree was getting further and further away. This was the Eternal's vision of the astral tree, and the mother tree was blood red. Lu Yin still couldn't figure out how such a huge existence like the mother tree had grown. It had even separated the humans from the Eternals, so how long would it take for the sapling to grow to such a level? Suddenly, Lu Yin looked into the distance. He sensed the aura of a half-progenitor in his domain, and it might be one of the 12 marquises. He ordered the Hellworm to attack, and it raised a claw and slapped in that direction. The void was completely torn apart as the shock waves tore through the ground and extended into the distance. Under the pressure of the progenitor's power, the corpse kings along the way were all crushed into pools of blood. A figure rushed out from a corner of the abandoned city and transformed into countless black centipede-like insects that spread out in all directions. It really was one of the 12 marquises. Lon Marquis remembered that this fellow was one of the 12 marquises and had an innate gift called the leeches. These centipede-like creatures were black with deep red mouthparts and were extremely poisonous. This fellow had always been a headache for the 5 great array bases. His leeches were too poisonous, and just a touch would cause one to be poisoned to death. Moreover, it was a painful death. Throughout history, he had caused countless deaths to the 5 great array bases. Among the 12 marquises, the number of deaths he had caused to the 5 great array bases was enough to rank him in the top 3. In the battle just now, he had also acted, causing countless deaths. He was worth Luin stopping for a moment. Countless centipede-like creatures flew in all directions, emitting a horrifying sound of joints. Their crimson mouths reflected light from time to time, making one's hair stand on end. Prison flood dragon raised its claws and slashed down. With a hong sound, the earth split into pieces and the void collapsed. Countless cracks spread out and could be seen even from the 5 great formation bases. When the prison flood dragon raised its claws, the countless ants were swallowed by the spatial crack. Not a single one was left, and they were all trampled to death before they were swallowed. One of the 12 marquises, an opponent that had given Starry Tree a headache for many years, had been annihilated just like that. This was a progenitor, and the prison flood dragon was too close to him. He couldn't even escape, and his strength was ranked near the bottom of the 12 marquises. It was only because his methods were too strange that he had been able to cause so much damage. After dealing with this fellow, Luin continued to ride the prison flood dragon. He headed deeper into the new continent. One city after another was torn apart by the prison flood dragon, followed by the Yao Emperor and Hen Axin. They were in charge of dealing with the corpse kings. Behind them were Elder Chan and 9 luminaries, who were responsible for keeping an eye on the cultivators so that the inner world could take them away at any time. As Luin ventured deeper into the new continent, strange stars began to appear above his head. They were the 7 stars of the outer realm. One of them was green, which was Chincho. Another was hazy and beautiful, like a veil covering it. It was called the 100 Flowers Star. There was also a planet that looked like an eye and was filled with vitality. It was called the Eye Star, and there was also a triangular planet called the Broken Star. Luin looked up and stared at them vigilantly, worried that a bad omen would appear. However, the bad omen did not appear. Instead, the stars that had appeared attacked the new continent. The Eternals had sent Redback deep into the cosmic tree domain, so he had a good understanding of it. In fact, the cosmic tree domain had not been defended in vain. Ever since the era of the Daosaur sect, the Lu family, for Wei Libra, and the others had been investigating the Eternals, and they had a good understanding of the various cities in the new continent. These attacks from the outer realm were not only aimed at the new continent, but they also served as coordinates for the 4th array base, allowing them to know where the corpse kings were, where the cities were, and where the powerful enemies were. Half a day later, Luin frowned when he saw the rain of flowers from 100 Flowers Star. He looked into the distance. 100 Flowers Star was too far away, and it did not pose much of a threat to him. However, it would be hard to say if it attracted the attention of a half-progenitor from the cosmic tree domain. The other marquises did the same. Wang Xiaoyu was not targeted by anyone, but she also headed deeper into the new continent. The 12 marquises all scattered, as this was the first time that they had experienced such a revolution in the new continent. Luin discovered another 12 marquis, but he had not discovered them with his domain. The prison flood dragon was a fool, so he would not actively search for them. Instead, that 12 marquis had exposed himself. He heard laughter in the new continent. Laughter. That was too strange. This was the new continent, a place filled with death and despair. Corpse kings did not know how to laugh, and normal people would not laugh here either, so where had the laughter come from? Luin found the source of the laughter, and it turned out to be a 12 marquis. This person was also in Lan Ho's memories, but Luin had only skimmed through them and had not paid much attention to them. He had been too busy searching through his memories of the parallel battlefield, and now, he finally remembered. This 12 marquis had an innate gift that allowed him to call out the wails of the dead. He used his laughter to replace the air and everything that he saw, forming the faces of the dead. It was rather strange and terrifying, and although it had not caused as many deaths as the previous one, it had left the cultivators of the 5 array bases with a psychological shadow. Most of the cultivators who had returned to the cosmic tree domain had not been able to shake off this shadow because of this 12 marquee. Since he had been discovered, he could not escape, and he became a ghost under the prison flood dragon's claws. Along the way, Luin had already destroyed 2 12 marquises, but there were still many left. The one he wanted to find the most was Lan Ho, as he could merge with him and learn all of his memories. Previously, he had only been able to merge with Enhance because Lan Ho was a half-progenitor, so it would not take too long. Another one was Wang Xiaoyu, as Luin wanted to know what had happened between her and progenitor Qin. However, he had yet to find a single one. Strange. Through his domain, Luin discovered that the corpse kings were all heading in the same direction. There were even emissaries among them, and there was even a half-progenitor corpse king heading in the same direction. Lu Yin's domain's range was extremely large, and it constantly extended outwards. He found it strange that he did not attack. It was strange, so he had the prison flood dragon head in that direction as well. Not long after, within his domain, he saw corpse kings jump into the ground and disappear. Beneath the ground, the void was rippling out in layers. If one did not look carefully, they would not have been discovered. They were parallel to the ground, and the surroundings were ruins. Luin stared at that area. Could that be the connection between the upper 3 gates and the new continent? Throughout the entire new continent, there were only 2 ways that a corpse king could escape. One was the giant scarlet vertical eye, and the other was the entrance to the upper 3 gates, which allowed them to escape to the Starfall Sea. The prison flood dragon roared and swept out with its claws, tearing apart the area around the entrance to the upper 3 gates. With the eruption of progenitor's power, no corpse king dared to head in that direction again. Luin landed and looked down. There was no mistaking it, this was indeed the connection between the upper 3 gates and the new continent. When the Sea King had shattered the upper 3 gates, this region of space had been connected to the 5th mainland. After the Eternals had taken over the Starfall Sea, they had used the upper 3 gates to reach this place. From that moment onwards, the pressure on the battlefield on the other side had increased dramatically. Luin looked back at the 5 formation bases. This place was so far away from them, so how had Bai Xianer come here? He looked around. No matter how it had been in the past, after decades of changes, this place was completely different from before. If he had come here when the Sea King had shattered the upper 3 gates, he might have been able to find out how Bai Xianer had come here. Now, however, that was impossible. This place was a realm point, and it was equivalent to completely reclaiming the Starfall Sea. Next up was the entire new continent. Luin had led the 4th formation base to dominate the new continent, and even 3 of the 12 marquises had died. Luin had killed one, and the other had been killed by Hen Xian and the Yao Emperor. The other 4 formation bases were truly anxious. The battlefield on the other side had its own competition, and one's position was the formation base. No matter what the outside world thought, the 4th formation base had completely surpassed the other 4. Luin had even said that they wouldn't dare, which caused the other 4 formation bases to grit their teeth. They had been in the battlefield on the other side for so many years, but they had been looked down upon by the abandoned lands. This was unacceptable. In the ruler's realm, the dragon ancestor said in a low voice, Lu Shaoxian has already entered the new continent. It doesn't matter if the 7 sky gods appear or what happens to him. If we don't act now, we'll become a laughingstock. If we fall for the Eternals' trap and lose the battlefield on the other side, the entire human race will lose, Bai Wang Yuan said solemnly. If the Eternals wanted to use a trap, they wouldn't have waited until now. The mother tree has split open, and will be even more cautious. We won't fall for their trap, Wang Fan said. Bai Wang Yuan raised his hand, and Bai Xianer's image appeared on the Cloud Connect stone. What is it, Xian? Bai Xianer calmly looked at Bai Wang Yuan. Ancestor, Lu Shaoxian won't court death. These simple words struck Bai Wang Yuan like a bolt of lightning. He put away the Cloud Connect stone and said, "Attack." Very quickly, roars filled the 5 formation bases as the divine martial sword region descended upon the new continent. Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, Xia Xinji, and the dragon ancestor all attacked together. Xia Yan and the rest brought their cultivators out from their inner worlds and charged towards the new continent. Lu Yin turned back. "You finally can't take it anymore. Then let's go together and chase the Eternals out." With a resolute gaze, he said, "Heldrake, charge." The battlefield on the other side had never been so exciting before. The 5 formation bases all stepped onto the new continent and charged towards the depths of the new continent, slaughtering their way towards the various cities. The 4-way balance's ancestor also charged towards the depths of the new continent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 24-21. Lu Yin represented the 5th mainland while the forefather of the 4 cardinal scales represented the astral tree. This meant that, regardless of whether they had been enemies or not, the humans were united for the first time in the face of the threat of the everlasting race. The Lu family had once controlled the 5th mainland and faced the 7 sky gods in the new continent. Both sides had been at the peak, and it had been difficult to determine who was better. Now, it seemed like the humans were at a disadvantage, but Lu Yin had suddenly risen up and led the humans on the path to counterattack the everlasting race. Bai Wang Yuan now regretted not attacking immediately and leaving his name in history. Lu Yin's name would forever be resplendent. Lu Yin did not want to leave his name in history, nor did he want to die. He just wanted to find the giant scarlet eye and destroy it. The eye was in the deepest part of the new continent, which was connected to the other continents behind the mother tree. Beyond the new continent was the starry sky, a place that was completely foreign to Lu Yin. The eye was at the intersection between the starry sky and the new continent, and with the Heldrake's speed, he could reach it very quickly. There was only one mutant left in the new continent, and now that Lu Yin had joined forces with the forefather of the 4 cardinal scales, the mutant would not be able to stop them as long as he was not stupid. Lu Yin's guess was correct. The eye was at the intersection between the new continent and the starry sky. The mutant looked towards the north, but he could not stop them. The 7 sky gods had clearly said that the people of this region would not be able to attack the new continent, but not only had they attacked, but they had also come in full force. Even 2 of the 7 sky gods would be useless against such a force, let alone the mutant. He saw the Heldrake's huge body rapidly approaching and knew that it was Lu Yin. "The more dazzling you are, the more miserable your death will be." "Lu Yin, I'll wait for the day you die," the mutant said unwillingly before turning around and disappearing into the eye. 12 marquises had already entered before him, and they were not like ordinary corpse kings. They had their own thoughts and were not completely unafraid of death. Lu Yin had already seen the eye, and he also saw the dark starry sky in the distance. Although it was not as bright as the 5th mainland starry sky, it was still a starry sky, and a completely foreign one at that. Behind him, Bai Wang Yuan and a few others were rapidly approaching. They knew what Lu Yin was trying to do, and they wanted to destroy the giant scarlet vertical eye before Lu Yin did. The glory of driving away the Eternals should not belong to the Lu family. The Heldrake was getting closer and closer, and Lu Yin also saw it. Suddenly, the caged flood dragon stopped. It remembered that it had attracted the monster by attacking this thing. It was afraid now. Because the hellworm had stopped, Lu Yin had almost been flung away. He was furious. "Idiot, charge." The prison flood dragon looked around in fear, fearing that the zombie god would appear. Lu Yin looked behind him, and he knew that Bai Wang Yuan and the rest were getting closer and closer. He grew anxious and took out his slippers. "Charge!" At this moment, the wireless goo vibrated, but Lu Yin ignored it. He raised his slipper and slapped the prison drake. With his speed, Bai Wang Yuan and the rest would definitely overtake him. Only the prison drake could reach the giant scarlet eye before them and give Luin a chance to shatter it. The wireless goo continued to vibrate, and so did the cloud connection rock. The prison dragon was whipped a few times by Luin, but it continued to dilly-dally charge towards the huge scarlet vertical eye. A figure appeared in front of Luin. It was an old man with a benevolent face and scarlet eyes. He held a teacup in his hand as he looked at Luin. Luin frowned. The 12 Marquises. The old man was one of the 12 Marquises. He had returned to this place after the previous battle. He had a chance to leave through the scarlet vertical eye, but he had not. I'm the West Mountain Tea King, a direct descendant of the Lu family. I've tried to kill you before. Luin frowned, as he did not remember this person. The person who had tried to kill him was probably referring to himself from Lu Xiaoshuan's era. You're courting death. He then ordered the prison drake to attack, as he did not have time to waste with this old man. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest were about to catch up, and he had to be the first to shatter the scarlet vertical eye. Muddy stratagem, the West Mountain Tea King said. Lu Yin's movements suddenly paused, and he stared at the old man. What did you say? The West Mountain Tea King looked at Lu Yin. Muddy stratagem has been activated, and the fifth mainland is in danger. Direct descendant of the Lu family, someone should be contacting you right now. Lu Yin took out the wireless goo, which had been vibrating non-stop since the beginning. He hurriedly connected the call. Something big has happened. Everyone's star energy and astral sources have reversed, and all cultivators have been heavily injured. Lu Bujing sent a message. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his expression changed as he looked up at the West Mountain Tea King. At that moment, the astral sources in his body suddenly reversed, and all 4 of them began to flow in reverse. He hurriedly suppressed them with his death aura. He could rely on his death aura, but what about the others? A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he looked at the West Mountain Tea King. It's that drop of liquid. The West Mountain Tea King replied, I don't know. My mission is to make a deal with you. My everlasting tribe will stop Muddy stratagem and allow the fifth mainland to return to normal. In return, you will not act against the Stargate. That giant scarlet vertical eye is the Stargate. Lu Yin was puzzled. The West Mountain Tea King replied, that's right. This condition is beneficial to you. Don't forget that the ones who will benefit the most from the everlasting tribe's disappearance are not you, but your mortal enemies. Without us holding them back, how will you deal with them when Muddy stratagem has been activated? Behind him, Bai Wang Yuan and the rest were already closing in on him. Lu Yin's heart sank. Even if I agree, they won't. In any case, the Stargate must not be destroyed. What you do is up to you, son of the Lu family. You were able to reach an agreement with the 4 cardinal scales once, so you can do it a second time. This is the condition that the everlasting tribe is giving you. Muddy stratagem is extremely important to the everlasting tribe, but in exchange, Muddy stratagem will not be destroyed. You should rejoice. If we had not fought here, the fifth mainland would have been completely destroyed when Muddy stratagem was activated, and its cultivation civilization would have come to an end. If you destroy the Stargate, we'll leave. You're finished as well. Humans should be more selfish. Lu Yin closed his eyes. He could feel the strength of the astral sources reversing in his body. If it was like this for him, then it would be even more so for the others. It was difficult for the death aura to suppress the reversing astral sources. He looked at the wireless goo and the Cloud Connect stone, which were both vibrating. People were constantly trying to contact him. There was no time to think, and Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. Progenitor rune lines enveloped the West Mountain Tea King and weakened him. The West Mountain Tea King was shocked. Son of the Lu family, you. Lu Yin barked, charge. The hellworm swiped out with its claw. The West Mountain Tea King had the strength of a half-ancestor, and if he fought head-on, he might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Qing Ping. In other words, he could fight against an ordinary progenitor with the strength of a half-ancestor. If Lu Yin was in a hurry, he might be able to escape from the Hellworm's attack. However, he had not expected Lu Yin to be so decisive as to directly attack him. The progenitor rune lines were weakened while the Hellworm attacked. No half-ancestor would be able to dodge this attack, not even Qing Ping. After all, a half-ancestor was still a half-ancestor. The West Mountain Tea King had been torn to shreds by the Hellworm's sharp claws. Lu Yin did not even have the time to call out a general, and he did not want to do so either. The Hellworm charged towards the giant scarlet vertical eye under Lu Yin's threat, arriving in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin then summoned Yi, Qi and tossed out the slipper. In the distance, Bai Wang Yuan, Xia Shenji, Wang Fan, and the dragon ancestor had all arrived. They watched as Yi, Qi swatted the slipper down, and with a bang, the giant scarlet vertical eye split open. Everyone stared at the scarlet vertical eye that had split open with shock. Yi, Qi raised the slipper and swatted it down a second time. This time, the giant eye was completely smashed to pieces. The fragments slowly fell to the ground, reflecting the light. They were dark red, and the entire new world fell silent. Countless corpse kings seemed to sense something, and they all stopped moving. The Eternals aren't undefeatable, Lu Yin said as he looked back at Bai Wang Yuan and the others. He then connected to the Cloud Connection Stone. On the other end of the stone was Hen Xan. Everyone's star energy and astral sources are reversing. We can't stay in the new world any longer. There's a problem. Lu Yin answered, it's not the new world. It's the fifth mainland. Through the Cloud Connection Stone, Lu Yin saw the cultivators from the fifth mainland sitting cross-legged on the ground. Their faces were pale, and their blood had dyed the ground red. They were clearly heavily injured, and even Hen Xan had blood at the corner of his mouth. The fifth mainland. What does that mean? Hen Xan had a bad premonition. Lu Yin closed the Cloud Connection Stone. The Eternal's chaotic stratagem had been activated. Master, the chaotic stratagem that you've been searching for has appeared. Just as you guessed, it's the Eternal's plan to deal with the humans. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to stop it before it was activated, and I couldn't even detect it. He would not agree to West Mountain Tea King's request to help the Eternals protect the giant scarlet vertical eye, as the four cardinal scales would definitely turn against him. This was no longer just a matter of grudges, but also betrayal. If he betrayed them, the four cardinal scales would label him as a traitor, and he would be finished. Even if the Eternals kept their promise and abandoned the chaotic stratagem to restore the fifth mainland, what would the fifth mainland be without him? This was not Lu Yin being arrogant, but he was the only person in the fifth mainland who could speak directly to the four cardinal scales. If something happened to him, the cosmic tree realm's attitude towards the fifth mainland would definitely change. This was not much different from using the chaotic stratagem. Furthermore, Lu Yin knew that he could not sacrifice himself for the sake of the chaotic stratagem. With Bai Wang Yuan and the others closing in, the only thing he could do was destroy the giant scarlet vertical eye. As for the chaotic stratagem, he could only think of other ways. If something happened to the fifth mainland, then anyone who had cultivated there and absorbed energy would be in trouble, including those who had entered the cosmic tree realm. The war in the new continent had come to an end for the fifth mainland. Lu Yin ordered the Yao Emperor to bring the cultivators of the fourth formation base back. If the chaotic stratagem was not resolved, then the fifth mainland would be finished. Now, he looked down at the ground and the fragments on the ground. If he remembered correctly, the thing that had melted the cosmic tree realm was the giant scarlet vertical eye from the Starfall Sea. So what was the use of these fragments? What? How did this happen? Wang Fan was shocked and looked at Lu Yin. Bai Wang Yuan and the others received the news one by one, and they exchanged glances before looking at Luin. They already knew what had happened to the fifth mainland, but they did not understand what had happened to cause the entire fifth mainland's cultivators, or more accurately, the cultivators who had been to the fifth mainland, to reverse their star energy and astral sources. Such a thing had never happened before. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 24-22. What's going on, Lu Shaoxian? Xia Xinji asked sternly as everyone stared at Luin. Luin landed on the ground and calmly looked at the fragments. The Eternal's plan is to use liquid to devour the astral source universe and then release the astral source and star energy. There's a problem with this newly absorbed astral source and star energy. You know about it. Bai Wangyuan raised his brows. Lu Yin remained indifferent. The Eternals want to use this plan in exchange for not destroying their astral door, but... He paused and then looked at the four. Can I agree? They all stared at Lu Yin with complicated expressions. Could he agree? How could he? Even if Lu Yin agreed, they would not agree. Destroying that giant scarlet eye meant that the Eternals would not be able to replenish their endless supply of corpse kings. From how nervous they were about that eye, it was obvious that it was very rare and not easy to create. Even if they could locate this space and bring back another giant scarlet eye, the Eternals would still suffer a great loss. Under such circumstances, how could they give up this opportunity for the sake of an abandoned land? There was too little time, and they did not know how powerful the Eternals' plan was. Perhaps this situation would only last for a short period of time, or perhaps it really could destroy the fifth mainland's cultivation civilization. Lu Yin did not expect to get an answer from these people, as there would only be one answer: they would not compromise. He lowered his gaze and looked at the fragments of the scarlet vertical eyes again. Bai Wangyuan and the others landed as well. All of a sudden, the fragments melted and turned into a red streak of light that shot towards his heart under Lu Yin's astonished gaze. No one had expected this to happen. Lu Yin had not expected this, and neither had Bai Wangyuan and the others. All they saw was a streak of red light shooting towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's body was sent flying into the distance before crashing to the ground. The caged WIRM's head looked in the direction that Lu Yin had been sent flying, and it was filled with confusion. Bai Wangyuan and the others looked at each other fearfully, and then their figures flashed to where Lu Yin had been sent flying. They saw Lu Yin lying on the ground with a pained expression on his face. His chest had almost been pierced through, and there was an unfathomably deep gorge in the ground. Cough, cough. Lu Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked at his chest. Fresh blood had dyed his clothes red. He hadn't expected the scarlet eye fragments to take the initiative to attack him. Mu Xia had just arrived, and he squatted in front of Lu Yin to help him up. What happened? Lu Yin clutched his chest in confusion. Senior brother, why are you here? It's nothing, just a superficial wound. Mu Xia looked at Lu Yin's chest. The wound was very deep, and it could even be said that it had been pierced through. However, this sort of injury was not enough to kill Lu Yin, as there was no residual energy. Mu Xia heaved a sigh of relief and looked up into space. Lu Yin followed his gaze, and his gaze froze. The Calamity Star had appeared, and its crimson light was glaring. It was no wonder why Mu Xia had come. He had been keeping an eye on the Nightmare Star, and the gradual appearance of the Nightmare Star had forced him to stay close to Lu Yin in order to protect him. He won't attack me right now, will he? Lu Yin sneered. He didn't look at Nightmare Star, but rather at Bai Wangyuan and the others. He didn't mention that Madman Lu was a redback, as they wouldn't believe him unless he had proof. Mu Xia's expression was solemn. With me here, there's no point in attacking. Lu Yin coughed again. Senior brother, help me back to the fourth base. Something's happened on the fifth mainland. Mu Xie supported Lu Yin and left, leaving Bai Wang Yuan and the others behind. Not long after, Bai Wang Yuan and the others headed off in 4 different directions, preparing to completely destroy the Eternals and reclaim the new mainland. This was the first time that such an opportunity had appeared in the cosmic tree realm. Lu Yin was brought back to the 4th base by Mu Xie, and at that moment, he looked at his heart. That crimson remnant was extremely powerful, and he had maintained his battle force at the Palm realm, but it had still easily pierced through his body. With his physical strength and battle force, not even an ordinary progenitor could compare to it, but it had still pierced through his body. This was what Mu Xie, Bai Wang Yuan, and the others had seen. In reality, this ray of light was not as simple as it seemed. The moment it had struck Lu Yin, it had attempted to spread Crimson Remnant's power throughout his body. This was even more terrifying than Astral Source Countercurrent, as this was the power of a true god. If it couldn't control Lu Yin, it would destroy him. Who in the universe could resist the power of a true god? If not for the similarly tyrannical power in Lu Yin's heart, he would have been finished. Lu Yin wasn't sure if it was the power in his heart that had neutralized the divine power, but even if it was, it didn't prove that the power in his heart surpassed the divine power. At most, it could only mean that there was too little divine power. After all, Bai Xiener had resisted the power in his heart in the Red Garden. This was only one aspect of it. Another aspect was that there was a red dot near his heart that was the divine power. He had only discovered this red dot when Mu Xie had brought him to the 4th base. He tried to use the black and white mist to neutralize it, but he couldn't do anything about it. The red dot didn't move at all, and it didn't resist either. It just stayed there, leaving Lu Yin helpless. "Those are the people from the 4th base," Mu Xie said. Lu Yin looked down and saw the Yao Emperor and the others taking the cultivators into their inner worlds. Only they could still use their inner worlds. Based on the strength of the astral source reversal, even a half-ancestor like Lan Xian would be half-crippled. Soon, Lu Yin found Elder Chan. The old man's face was slightly pale, but he seemed to be fine. "You almost reversed the astral source reversal in your inner world. If that happened, your cultivation would be half-crippled," Elder Chan said when he saw Lu Yin. Among the 4 half-progenitors at the 4th formation base, Hen Axayan was in the best condition. Although he also had a stellar source in his body, which was also reversed, what he truly cultivated was battle force and domains. Under the Mastery Realm battle force, his strength did not decrease by much. With Wan Zi overseeing the 4th base, it was fine. Lu Yin had Elder Chan and the others bring the cultivators back while he rode the prison drake back to the 5th mainland. Because of the chaotic stratagem, almost all of the cultivators on the 5th mainland were half-crippled, including those who had come to the astral trees. However, the local cultivators weren't affected. When Lu Yin appeared on the prison drake, countless people cheered. They were cheering for Lu Yin to lead the 4th base to the new world. They were cheering for the first time in decades that the humans had hope of defeating the Eternals. The news of Lu Yin shattering the giant scarlet eye hadn't spread yet, but it would spread soon. When that happened, Lu Yin's reputation would reach new heights, whether on the 5th mainland or in the astral trees. However, Lu Yin wasn't in the mood to think about this. Not long after he rode the prison drake back to the 5th mainland, his expression sank. When he came out of the new void corridor, he saw that the cultivators from the 5th mainland and the cultivators from the astral trees were half-crippled. No matter what their cultivation base was, as long as they absorbed star energy or astral source reversal, it would reverse. Some people would have problems even walking, let alone fighting, unless they had the strength of Elder Chan and Hen Axayan. He went through the technocracy to the innerverse and arrived at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. The allied forces that had attacked the Starfall Sea had yet to retreat, but they were now completely different from before. Even with the help of various external items, they still maintained a considerable amount of combat power, but it couldn't hide the fact that they were half-crippled. Lu Yin saw Lu Bujing, Kai, and the other half-ancestors from the fifth mainland, including the blood ancestor. Even Gu Yen, a half-ancestor who had just arrived at the fifth mainland, was the same. No one could escape this calamity. This was the true chaotic stratagem. It was at this moment that Lu Yin realized that although the liquid had devoured the astral source universe and caused the fifth mainland to enter a period of stagnation, it had greatly benefited Lu Bujing and the others when it had been released. The effects were even better than normal cultivation for decades. Lu Yin had wondered why the Eternals were doing this. They couldn't possibly be so kind as to help Lu Bujing and the other half-ancestors. Perhaps it had been a mistake, or perhaps something had gone wrong. He couldn't figure it out. But now, he knew that the Eternals hadn't made a mistake. They didn't care about how Lu Bujing and the other half-ancestors improved. Once the chaotic stratagem was activated, no one would be able to escape. Even progenitors would be affected. One should never underestimate the Eternals. Lu Yin understood Mr. Mu's fear of the Eternals, and he also understood why he was so eager to find out about the chaotic stratagem. If things went wrong, the chaotic stratagem might very well destroy the fifth mainland's cultivation civilization. Lu Yin rode the prison WIRM and searched the entire fifth mainland to see if there was a place that wasn't affected. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any. At this moment, the battle on the other side of the astral tree domain was in full swing. Aside from the fourth base, the other four bases were constantly recovering cities in the New World, slaughtering corpse kings, and rescuing humans who had yet to be transformed. Good news kept spreading, as if the New World had already become the territory of the humans. Half a month later, the wireless goo vibrated, and Lu Yin answered. It was by Wang Yuan. Can you guys still defend the fourth formation base? This was by Wang Yuan's first sentence. He understood the fifth mainland situation, but so what? The Eternals had been beaten back, and their thoughts were constantly changing. At this moment, the fifth mainland's half-crippled state was beneficial to them. Lu Yin could hear the pressure in by Wang Yuan's words, but it was within his expectations. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 24-23. The fourth base would be replaced by the remaining members of the Lu family in the astral tree realm, as well as the people from the fifth mainland who cultivated battle force. Although there weren't many of them, they were barely enough to support a base. As long as there were enough half-ancestors, the base was no longer a battlefield. The new continent was the end of the war. One Wan Ziyi and one Hen Xan were enough. In the astral tree realm, Bai Wang Yuan and the others swept through the new continent for half a month, clearing out all of the half-ancestors who posed a threat to cultivators. What did Lu Shaoxian say? Xia Xinji asked as he looked at Bai Wang Yuan. Bai Ran replied, Lu Shaoxian said that someone will take over and that the fourth base will be handed over to the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland is already half-crippled. He's just making sure that there won't be any more battles at the base, so he's just finding some people to put on an act, Xia Xinji said. Bai Wang Yuan looked at him. So what? Back then, the 3 strikes of astral sky didn't say that the base had to be a battlefield. As long as the fourth base is taken over by the fifth mainland, the original conditions will still stand. Wang Fan frowned. The Eternals actually crippled the fifth mainland. That's the most important thing. Now that the Eternals have been beaten back, they won't be able to do much in our universe. Even if the 7 sky gods come, they won't be able to bring an endless number of corpse kings. Besides, they were able to beat the Eternals in this battle, which means that their situation in other parallel spaces isn't ideal. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so indifferent to this place, the dragon ancestor said. Now that I think about it, Lu Shaoxuan's guess was right. Although he doesn't understand other parallel spaces, his control of the situation is quite accurate, Wang Fan sighed. Bai Wang Yuan's eyes flashed. The fifth mainland is half crippled, so Lu Shaoxian won't be able to do much. So what if he becomes a half-ancestor? Right now, what we should do is take complete control of the astral tree realm. I agree, Xiaoshenji said. Wang Fan asked, does the fifth mainland not care? Xiaoshenji glanced at him. It's been so many years. How has the abandoned land helped us? Wang Fan stopped talking. The dragon ancestor was worried. I'm afraid that the effects will spread to our universe. Bai Wang Yuan looked at the top realm. Seal the new void corridor immediately. We can only leave, not enter. More than half a month passed, and the entire fifth mainland sank into silence. Most of the cultivators had been severely injured by the energy reversal, and only a small portion of them had suffered light injuries. Big Sis, on the other hand, hadn't suffered any injuries at all, which was similar to Lu Yin's. Unfortunately, there were too few people like her. Lu Yin wanted to find those who had not been injured. He wanted to find out the reason for their injuries, and he also wanted to use this opportunity to confirm the true inheritors of the fifth mainland's unique power. However, this was not going to be easy, as cultivators were used to concealing themselves and keeping their trump cards hidden. Daozi, according to our observations, this sort of countercurrent energy can cause damage to a person's body in an instant, but only for an instant. Once the energy within the body dissipates, it will no longer cause any harm to the body. This process will depend on the degree to which the energy within the body dissipates. After all, everyone's star energy and astral sources are no longer under their control, and they can only slowly dissipate. They can't be released through battle techniques, the blood ancestor explained. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. I know that. The main thing is, what exactly exists in star energy and astral sources that can cause a cultivator's power to flow backwards? If we can't find the reason, then the fifth mainland will never be able to cultivate. It'll be even worse than the liquefied astral source universe. The blood ancestor couldn't answer, nor could he find the reason. Not long after, the medicine immortal came, but he did not bring any good results. He could not find the reason either. Lu Yin tried to find the reason himself, but he still couldn't find it. The Eternals were confident that they could use the turbid stratagem to cut off the fifth mainland's cultivation civilization, so they naturally wouldn't be easy to deal with. The second Night King arrived with an ugly expression. Daozi, the death rate of our fifth mainland's cultivators in the cosmic tree domain has increased again. The so-called Forsaken Alliance has been targeting our fifth mainland for a long time, and they're becoming more and more brazen. It's almost obvious that the four-side scale is behind this. Lu Yin listened quietly. More and more people want to go to the cosmic tree domain. There are rumors that the fifth mainland is already under the Eternals' control. Next, the Eternals will launch a full-scale attack on the fifth mainland by traveling through parallel space. Half of your cultivation is the first step. Everyone says that the Eternals are taking revenge on you, Daozi. Your glory in the New World has brought safety to the cosmic tree domain, but it has caused the fifth mainland to fall into despair. Everyone wants to leave, but the cosmic tree domain has unilaterally sealed off the new void corridor. Lu Yin tapped the air with his finger. Find the source of the rumors. He then looked at the second Night King. Kill without mercy. The second Night King bowed respectfully. Understood. Lu Bujing arrived and heard the second Night King's words. He was vexed. Putting an end to the rumors doesn't mean putting an end to the people's hearts. Everyone wants to leave the fifth mainland, and even if this crisis is resolved, this idea will still be deeply rooted in many people's hearts. If there's any problem, the first thing they'll think of is the Eternals. Actually, you can't blame them. No one wants to stay behind and wait for death. They're afraid. Lu Yin nodded. I know. I'm thinking of something. He then left the main hall. He went to look for the sapling, but there was nothing unusual about it so far. When it sensed Lu Yin, it docilely leaned against him and gently stroked his face with its leaves. "It's good that you're fine. Don't absorb the astral sources for now," Lu Yin said as he stroked the sapling. The sapling didn't understand, but it happily did whatever Lu Yin told it to do. Lu Yin stared into the distance in a daze. How had the Eternals done it? If they could activate the turbid stratagem in an instant, then did they have a way to affect the entire fifth mainland? Unless they were progenitors, it was impossible. Right, there was another possibility, and that was a coincidence. The turbid stratagem might have been activated long ago, but it just so happened to take effect at this time. This made Lu Yin think that the Eternals had activated the stratagem to protect the Stargate. Regardless of the reason, Lu Yin was currently helpless against the turbid stratagem. The main thing was that he didn't know what was affecting the Starsource universe. A few days later, the wireless goo vibrated, and Lu Yin picked it up. It was Yu Qin on the other end. He hadn't expected her to take the initiative to contact him. "The mother tree is cracking, and the astral source liquid is about to flow out." Yu Qin transmitted a message to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked. "Astral source liquid?" "Yes, the astral source liquid is stored in the mother tree. Now that the mother tree is cracking, the outer layer of astral source liquid will be broken by the frigid immortal sect. Once that happens, a lot of astral source liquid will flow out. Right now, half-ancestor Wu Yao and half-ancestor Bai Qi are guarding the area below the mother tree, waiting for the astral source liquid to appear." "How do you know?" Yu Dai reported. Directly below the area where the mother tree was split open, there was a small sect called the Moon Sect. The Moon Sect had Yu Dai in it. The Cold Immortal Sect destroyed the Moon Sect half a month ago. Before Yu Dai died, she sent me a message. She saw the flow of astral origin liquid with her own eyes, but it was blocked by a thin layer of tree bark. The Moon Sect wanted to secretly collect astral origin liquid, but it was destroyed by the Cold Immortal Sect. Lu Yin was curious. "Why did you tell me?" "If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known." Yu Qin paused for a moment. "I want to restore the position I had when the junior ancestor was still alive." "Are you having a hard time in the frigid immortal sect?" "Without the junior ancestor, even Lu Shaoge can ignore me. The sect master doesn't like me because I remind him of the junior ancestor. I can't stay in the frigid immortal sect any longer." "You didn't contact Xian'er." "I wouldn't dare." Yu Qin was an intelligent person, and the more intelligent a person was, the more afraid they would be of encountering someone like Bai Xian'er. She had even given him Bai Xian'er's contact information, so she knew that Bai Xian'er already knew about her betrayal. How could she possibly dare to contact Bai Xian'er? Yu Qin was hoping that she would be able to survive through him. Lu Yin ended the call. Astral source liquid. He needed it. The fifth mainland situation in the starry sky of trees was very bad. It was time to deal with the abandoned alliance. Right, Lu Yin suddenly thought of Wang Wen. He hadn't received any news of such a huge incident, and he should be fine in the starry sky of trees. Lu Yin tried to contact Wang Wen using wireless goo, but no one picked up. Lu Yin's expression sank, and he tried a few more times, but to no avail. He stepped out of Heaven's Gate and rode the prison WIRM to the starry sky of trees. The starry sky of trees sealed off one side of the new space corridor, and the fifth mainland's cultivators could only return. However, this seal was useless against Lu Yin, and he casually waved his hand to force half-ancestor Ji Feng back. Half-ancestor Ji Feng was shocked, and he looked at the corridor. Lu Yin walked out with the prison WIRM on his shoulder and the general appointment platform floating behind him. Lu Shaoxian. Half-ancestor Ji Feng exclaimed, his gaze somewhat evasive. Many of the fifth mainland's cultivators were overjoyed. They had just arrived, but because of the fifth mainland's incident, not only were they unable to leave, but they were also being sent back. Who would be willing to return under such circumstances? Lu Yin glanced at half-ancestor Ji Feng and then at Wang Yan. Wang Yan's expression was ugly. Why was he here again? Lu Daozi, something happened to the fifth mainland. You should be fine, right? Wang Yan asked in a gentle tone. Lu Yin's reputation in the starry sky of trees was extremely high, as he had been the one to force his way out of the new space and defeat the Eternals. Now, everyone knew that Lu Yin had shattered the astral gate and prevented the Eternals from coming back. This was a feat that would leave his name in history, and with his status as a direct descendant of the Lu family, there were more and more voices calling for the Lu family to reappear. It could be said that Lu Yin's reputation in the starry sky of trees was catching up to his reputation in the fifth mainland. If not for the four-way scale suppression, he would have been able to summon hundreds of people to support him. Lu Yin ignored Wang Yan and picked up the Cloud Connect stone to contact Wang Wen. This time, the connection was successful, and Wang Wen's bitter and pale face appeared on the stone. He was hiding in a transparent coffin. You finally remembered me. If you hadn't, I would have died. What's going on? Lu Yin asked with a frown. Wang Wen looked like a miserable beggar. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 24-24. Wang Wen pointed the Cloud Connect stone at the surroundings, and Lu Yin's gaze froze. There were at least 20 people surrounding the transparent coffin, and they were constantly attacking. These guys have been fighting for days, and they don't seem like they're going to give up. They're from the Abandonment Alliance. Tui, my ass. They're just the four-way scales lackeys, Wang Wen rebuked. Wang Yan's expression changed when he saw this, and he looked at Lu Yin. Something was about to happen, but this wasn't a good time for this kid. The Eternals had disappeared, and if this kid really fell out with the four-way scales, the four ancestors could take action. Right now, they just lacked an excuse to do so. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Wait for me. He took a step forward and vanished. Was the four-way scales deliberately targeting Wang Wen? Lu Yin wasn't sure, but if that was the case, then it was too urgent. They were eager to fall out with him. But could they really afford to? Lu Yin's expression darkened as he rode the hellworm towards the central realm. Wang Fan and the rest noticed Lu Yin's arrival. Strange, why isn't he at the fifth mainland trying to resolve the problem? What's he doing here? Ignore him. We'll talk about it after we deal with those people. Xia Xinji stared down coldly before looking up at the outer realm and broken star. The astral tree domain had to be completely controlled by the four-way scales. As for that guy, let's see where he can run to. The Eternals were gone, and Xia Xinji could easily search the astral tree domain. In the central realm, there was a transparent coffin floating beside a green lake. Wang Wen shouted, "Don't mess around. What is this place? Don't throw it around. What if you hit the plants?" Not far away, a dozen cultivators were staring coldly at the coffin. The leader was an emissary, but his face was blurry and hard to see. A faint wind circled around his body, and although it seemed gentle, it was obvious that he was powerful from the void being torn apart. "Throw it down," the emissary ordered. The woman beside him waved her hand, and the transparent coffin was thrown into the green lake. It fell into the lake with a plop and sank in the blink of an eye. Consider him unlucky. Even I can't destroy that kind of transparent coffin, but this green salt lake leads directly to the middle-level sea and connects to the undercurrent of the entire middle-level realm. If he falls into it, he can forget about coming out for the rest of his life. Even if he does come out, the corrosion of the green salt lake is enough to turn him into nothing, the emissary said coldly. Behind him, a dozen practitioners looked on in horror. They had heard of the reputation of the green salt lake. Even if an emissary fell into it, they might not be able to escape. Is that so? Seems like you know a lot about it. A cold voice sounded from behind. The dozen or so cultivators were shocked. An unfamiliar voice. They all turned around and saw that the enormous caged worm had appeared out of nowhere. It covered the sky, but it did not seem to be imposing at all. They also saw Lu Yin standing on top of the caged worm. The faces of these cultivators turned pale in an instant. Their limbs turned cold and they almost collapsed to the ground. Prison Flood Dragon opened its mouth and roared. Many of the practitioners collapsed on the spot. The emissary trembled and stared blankly. Lu Shaoxian. Since you know so much about the Green Salt Lake, I'll let you experience it. Lu Yin flicked his finger, and the emissary's body unconsciously flew into the air before crashing violently into the lake. Lu Yin's battle force had wrapped around him, so he definitely wouldn't die for a while. The battle force would force him down to the bottom of the lake and send him in an unknown direction along the undercurrent. This kind of punishment was even more painful than death. It was like waiting for death without being able to save oneself. The other cultivators trembled as they watched this scene in despair. Lu Yin frowned, and a gust of wind threw them all into the lake. Whether or not they could survive would depend on their own luck. That's too ruthless, but I like it. Wang Wen's voice sounded from the other side. Lu Yin had made his move after the transparent coffin had been thrown into the lake. The other cultivators naturally couldn't see Lu Yin's actions, so they thought that Wang Wen had really fallen into the lake. These guys are from the four scales, and they'll only become more and more unscrupulous. They're certain that you won't dare to fall out with them, but they'll definitely try to force you to, Wang Wen said. Lu Yin was calm. That won't happen. They won't fall out with me until they find a way to keep Xiener safe. Wang Wen rubbed his head and shook it as if he wanted to shake the water out of his ears. In reality, he hadn't touched any water at all. Don't underestimate the four scales. Even when your Lu family controlled the fifth mainland, they still schemed against you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm not the smartest, but I have the most tricks and the strangest. Let's make a bet. They won't dare to fall out with me for the time being. Wang Wen rolled his eyes. Small bets are harmful, but large bets are harmful. Lu Yin smiled and looked in the direction of the mother tree. Although they won't fall out with me, their actions will definitely become more and more excessive. They're constantly trying to test my bottom line. Since that's the case, let's try it again. He then brought Wang Wen onto the hellworm and headed towards the mother tree. Lu Yin didn't hide his tracks. The hellworm charged towards the mother tree, constantly being watched by the sovereign realm. At first, they thought that the hellworm was heading towards Huayuan or the top realm, but by Wang Yuan's expression darkened when he saw the direction the hellworm was heading in. He had a bad premonition, especially when the hellworm stopped beside the mother tree. He couldn't help but take a few steps forward with a solemn expression. The mother tree had cracked open. This crack wasn't big to the mother tree, but it was huge to the astral tree. It connected heaven and earth, and the width of the crack couldn't be measured by an ordinary person. The various powers of the four cardinal scales, including those of the central realm, all headed towards the crack to investigate, hoping to repair the mother tree. However, the frigid immortal sect had discovered the location where the mother tree's astral liquid could flow out. That location was just a small dot to the mother tree, so the other powers hadn't noticed it. The frigid immortal sect couldn't accurately estimate how much astral liquid would flow out, but it was definitely much more than what they had absorbed. Thus, they naturally couldn't tell anyone that there had been someone called the Yuzong in that location, but he had ordered them to be wiped out. And now, the hellworm had stopped right above the Yuzong. Lu Shaoxian, what else do you want to do? Bai Wang Yuan couldn't help but ask, as that location made him feel very insecure. Beneath the hellworm, Bai Qi and Wu Yao were hiding their auras as much as possible so that Lu Yin wouldn't sense them. Lu Yin replied, "Where's the Yuzong? Where did he go?" Bai Wang Yuan raised his brows. Yuzong. What Yuzong? Lu Shaoxian, your top priority should be to save the fifth mainland. Although the Eternals have been forced to retreat, that doesn't mean that they can't come to our space. If the fifth mainland is crippled, how can it resist the Eternals? Lu Yin leaped down and stepped into the ruins of the Yuzong. This should be the Yuzong. How could it be gone? The remains of the building are still here. Was it wiped out by an enemy? Who was it? I'll definitely take revenge. Underground, Wu Yao's expression was extremely ugly. How could this bastard be familiar with Yuzong? That was just a small sect that was like an ant. He had heard that the Yuzong knew Lu Shaoxian. Could he be a descendant of the Lu family? That couldn't be right. When the Lu family was still around, the Yuzong had existed as well, and it had always been so insignificant. It couldn't be a descendant of the Lu family. Lu Shaoxian, what the hell are you doing? Bai Wang Yuan barked. Wang Fan and the others were puzzled, and Bai Wang Yuan's attitude was a little strange. Lu Yin looked up and frowned. I'm looking for my people. It's none of your business. Bai Wang Yuan clenched his fists. If it weren't for that location, he wouldn't have bothered to speak. Right now, they needed to take complete control of the cosmic tree domain, and their next step was to deal with this brat. Damn it, he hoped that this brat wouldn't discover anything. Is that where the mother tree split open? Lu Yin stood atop the ruins of the Yuzong and looked into the distance. The Yuzong was right next to the mother tree, and it was too close. Bai Wang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't say anything else. Lu Yin walked towards the location where the mother tree had split open. The closer he got to the mother tree, the closer he got to Bai Qi and Wu Yao. The two looked at each other and then closed their eyes, suppressing their auras as much as possible. Up above, Zhu Jiao was digging his nose, and his eyes kept rolling outwards. No one knew what he was looking at. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared right above Wu Yao. This step almost caused Bai Wang Yuan to attack. Underground, Wu Yao opened his eyes, but he didn't dare to look up. He gritted his teeth and suppressed his breathing. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. I never thought that a half-ancestor would become a rat one day. Get out here. He stomped down with his right foot, causing the ground to crack. Wu Yao was suppressed by Lu Yin's strength, and he roared as he slashed out with his half-sky ring. Bai Qi tried to stop him. Stop. Lu Yin kicked out, but it was like he was kicking a rock. The half-sky ring shattered, and Wu Yao was shocked and spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. He had fought with Lu Yin before, and while Lu Yin had relied on various external items to fight against progenitors, Lu Yin had relied on his own strength to fight against a half-ancestor. However, it was impossible for Lu Yin to shatter Wu Yao's inner world's half-sky ring so cleanly. This was impossible, as there shouldn't be such a large gap between them. Lu Yin's kick had not only shocked Wu Yao and Bai Qi, but also Bai Wang Yuan and the rest. How long had it been? It had only been a little over a year, and Lu Yin's strength had transformed yet again. This had been impossible when he had fought his way out of Shenwu Plain. Lu Yin looked down at Wu Yao, and when he saw his pale face, he slowly said, the feeling of a rat being stepped on must not be pleasant. You! Wu Yao was enraged, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. The half-sky ring in front of him shattered and fell to the ground. Bai Qi stared at Lu Yin. Why are you here? Lu Yin was amused. That's what I want to know as well. Why are you all acting like rats here? In the sovereign realm, Wang Fan and the rest looked at Bai Wang Yuan. They did not know why the two progenitors from the cold immortal sect were hiding in such an inconspicuous place. How did you do it, Lu Shaoxian? Wu Yao was unwilling to accept this outcome, as he hoped that Lu Yin had used a progenitor's strength to shatter his half-moon ring. Lu Yin had not used a progenitor's strength, he had only relied on his Mastery Realm battle force. Mastery Realm battle force was the pinnacle of battle force that the Third Mainland's ancient path master had created. It was not impossible for Lu Yin to shatter a half-moon ring with just his physical strength. Actually, Lu Yin had not expected to be able to shatter it, he had only wanted to kick it away. It could only be said that Mastery Realm battle force was too powerful. Just as Lu Yin had guessed, reaching Mastery Realm battle force during the Warring States period was probably equivalent to reaching the level of a half-ancestor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 24-25. Brother Bai, what's going on? Wang Fan asked calmly from the Sovereign Realm. Bai Wang Yuan answered, astral origin liquid is about to appear. Xia Xinji sneered and looked down. It seems like Lu Shaoxian discovered those two rats long ago. No matter what, we can't let him have the astral origin liquid. Of course. Bai Wang Yuan's anger surged. No matter how much astral origin liquid flowed out of the mother tree, it still belonged to the frigid immortal sect. He had wanted to use it to help Bai Qi increase her cultivation and break through to the ancestral star realm as soon as possible. Now that Lu Yin had exposed him, the other three families wouldn't give up. Chase Lu Shaoxian away first. Xia Xinji raised a hand and pressed down, causing a blade to descend. Halfway through, Mu Xia attacked. What are you doing? Mu Xia, this has nothing to do with you. We're just chasing Lu Shaoxian away. We don't intend to violate the agreement, Bai Qi said. He was about to attack as well. The threat of the Eternals had been temporarily lifted, and they would not be trapped in the Sovereign Realm. Below, Lu Yin looked up. Chasing me away. What a joke. He tore through the void and appeared at the crack in the mother tree. He looked at the astral origin liquid within the thin layer of bark and cut it open. Lu Shaoxian, stop. Bai Wang Yuan shouted. There was a special way to absorb astral origin liquid, and doing so would only cause the liquid to evaporate. They all thought that Lu Yin wanted to fight to the death. If he could not obtain it, then no one else could. However, Lu Yin had never wanted to fight to the death. He wanted to monopolize it. As the bark was cut open, he immediately began to absorb the astral origin. In just a few breaths, a black hole appeared above his head. He was about to undergo his fifth tribulation. It had not been that long since he had undergone his fourth tribulation. The astral origin within his body had already reached the threshold of the fourth tribulation, so it was only natural for him to break through now. 5 origin tribulations was not enough to make others pay attention to him, especially when it came to Lu Yin. He already had the battle prowess of a half-martial ancestor. Even though advancing a realm would increase his strength, regardless of whether his realm increased or not, his strength had never stopped increasing. In comparison, advancing a realm was not that surprising. With Lu Yin's strength, he could have advanced a long time ago, even though his rate of advancement was ridiculously fast compared to his peers. With 5 origin tribulations descending, Bai Wang Yuan and the rest could no longer take action. Although 5 origin tribulations weren't that powerful, if they took action, then the origin tribulations wouldn't just target Lu Yin. They would also be affected, and some unpredictable changes might occur. We'll make our move after the origin tribulation, Bai Zhe replied. This time, he had made up his mind to chase Lu Yin away. This brat had actually used the astral origin liquid to break through. Fortunately, Bai Zhe had not used much astral origin liquid, so there was still a considerable amount left. All he needed to do was survive 5 origin tribulations. We can't let this kid fight to the death. Attack immediately after the 5th origin tribulation ends, Wang Fan reminded. Next to the mother tree, Lu Yin easily dealt with the 5 origin tribulations. However, because he had 4 astral origin cyclones, his origin tribulations were equivalent to 4 origin tribulations. He could only raise his origin tribulations at the same time as before so that no one would notice anything amiss. Mu Xia appeared, standing far away from Lu Yin as he calmly watched. His appearance caused by Wang Yuan and the rest to frown. Mu Xia was only one person, and they could chase Lu Shaoxian away if they wanted to. However, Mu Xia could give Lu Shaoxian time to react. If Lu Shaoxian intentionally activated the astral origin liquid, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Mu Xia, you've really done well to fall out with us now. Are you ready? Xia Xinji threatened. Mu Xia didn't reply, and he only looked at the black hole above his head. Strange, why are 5 origin tribulations constantly appearing? Junior brother's origin tribulations are truly abnormal. At that moment, Lu Yin's voice rang out. Don't worry. I won't let the astral origin liquid evaporate. Bai Wang Yuan stared at Lu Yin. If you want to snatch the astral origin liquid, then you must be prepared to fall out with us, Lu Shaoxian. Lu Yin laughed. I was the one who forced the Eternals to retreat. I was the one who shattered the astral gate, and I was the one who led the 4th base into the new world. I was also the one who opened the entrance to the Starfall Sea to share some of your pressure. Now that the Eternals have retreated, you want to be ungrateful and eliminate me, a direct descendant of the Lu family. Lu Yin's words made them fall silent. Now was not the time to fall out with him. Even if they were confident in controlling the cosmic trees and the 5th mainland, they couldn't stop the flow of history from spreading. If they fell out now, no matter what reason they had, they would be seen as trying to eliminate the Lu family, which would greatly affect their reputation. Of course, reputation was only one aspect. More importantly, they weren't sure what the outcome would be if they fell out with Lu Yin. How many progenitors would help them in the cosmic trees? How many progenitors would Lu Shaoxian have? It was rumored that when the 6th mainland's progenitor of mystery had attacked the 5th mainland, Xie Shang's blade had appeared. These were all uncertain factors. They wanted to take complete control of the cosmic trees and determine the power behind Lu Shaoxian before eliminating them in one fell swoop. If they made a move now, it would really be a life and death struggle. Other things aside, a few progenitors would definitely die. This was not a loss they wanted to see. The destruction of the astral door meant that the Eternals couldn't launch a large-scale attack, but the 7 sky gods and progenitor corpse kings could definitely come. If they suffered too many losses, how would they deal with it? I wonder how the ancestral Mang's injuries are. I should go visit him, Lu Yin muttered. Bai Wang Yuan and the others' expressions turned ugly. Right, there was still the ancestral Mang. Back when the ancestral Mang had trapped the undying god, it was Lu Shaoxian who had gone to find the ancestral Mang and gotten the ancestral Mang to cooperate. Even the dragon ancestor couldn't do this. If they attacked Lu Shaoxian, who would the ancestral Mang help? This was another unknown. They didn't speak, and Lu Yin didn't say anything either. The origin tribulation above his head dissipated. Mu Xia looked up at the sovereign's realm. Wu Yao, Bai Qi, and the others waited. The prison flood dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, also looking up at the sovereign's realm. Lu Shaoxian, we can give you some of the astral fluid, but before we solve the problem of the 5th mainland's astral source, you can't come back to the cosmic trees, Bai Wang Yuan said, compromising. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and suddenly pressed down on the mother tree, continuing to absorb the astral fluid. Lu Shaoxian. Bai Wang Yuan barked. Mu Xia walked out and faced the sovereign's realm. What's with the noise? Who dares to absorb the astral fluid? The mist ancestor's voice rang out. Lu Yin looked up, and through the void, he saw the furious Bai Wang Yuan, as well as the gloomy Wang Fan and the others. I'm sorry, but I want to break through to the sixth origin tribulation. The astral liquid here seems to be enough. Astral fluid continuously entered Lu Yin's body, frantically replenishing the four cyclones. Bai Wang Yuan descended. Don't go too far. He attacked Lu Yin, but Mu Xia blocked him. Xia Xinji, Wang Fan, the dragon ancestor, and the mist ancestor all appeared. The caged WIRM roared as the progenitors faced each other. They immediately attacked. Lu Yin placed his right hand behind his back and tapped out with a finger. The dice slowly spun, but it was useless. Do you really think that we won't attack you? Lu Shaoxian, you're the one who provoked us this time. You'll pay the price, Xia Xinji sneered as his divine sword domain erupted and countless blades slashed out. Lu Yin tapped out with another finger. Xia Xinji, stop. The mist ancestor stopped him and looked back at Lu Yin with a frown. Lu Shaoxian, stop. You can't absorb the astral fluid. The die stopped at 4 pips. Lu Yin exhaled and entered the time-stop space. He had absorbed a wave of astral fluid, but that was only a small portion. The rest would be replenished by the sapling's astral fluid. This way, he wouldn't absorb too much of the mother tree's astral fluid while hiding the fact that he had consumed too much astral source. Absorbing the astral fluid and converting it into one's own strength required time, so it couldn't be done in a short amount of time. This was also why Bai Wang Yuan and the others hadn't immediately attacked and had instead continued to threaten Lu Yin. However, they had never imagined that Lu Yin would be able to cultivate in the time-stop space. A year quickly passed, and Lu Yin sensed that his 4 cyclones were close to the threshold of the 6th origin tribulation. He only needed to absorb a little more, which was the result of a year's worth of cultivation. The scene in front of him changed, and he reappeared a mere second later. Lu Shaoxian, retreat immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite. The mist ancestor was truly furious. She wouldn't allow anyone to absorb the mother tree's astral fluid, be it by Wang Yuan's group or Lu Yin. Lu Yin and the mist ancestor exchanged glances. Senior is right. The astral fluid cannot be absorbed, or it would be irresponsible to the mother tree and this region of the universe. My Lu family will definitely protect Senior's ideals, and I will eliminate anyone who tries to absorb the astral fluid. Senior, let's work together. He then pointed at Bai Wang Yuan and the others. The rest of you are not allowed to have any ideas about the mother tree's astral fluid. The mist ancestor was stunned. These words made it sound as if Lu Yin wasn't the one absorbing the astral fluid. What had she just said? How could this guy change his mind so quickly? Mu Xia was also puzzled, as the mist ancestor had only said a few words. Bai Wang Yuan was annoyed. Lu Shaoxian, you're the one absorbing the astral fluid right now. Lu Yin blinked and coughed. I'm not absorbing it anymore. I won't allow anyone to do such a thing in the future. No matter who it is, I'll beat them up. Am I right, Senior? The mist ancestor raised her brows. You're not absorbing it anymore. Lu Yin was about to speak when a sudden clap of thunder rang out. Everyone looked up to see that a giant black hole had appeared above their heads and was rapidly expanding. Was this an origin tribulation? I'm about to undergo my tribulation. Do you all want to go together? Lu Yin asked. His 6th tribulation had finally arrived. When they heard the words, tribulation, the others all hurriedly retreated. Mu Xia glanced at Lu Yin. Was this junior brother's cultivation that fast? The mist ancestor intentionally glanced at the mother tree and saw that it hadn't absorbed much astral fluid. How could this brat's astral source be so little? Furthermore, he had just undergone 5 origin tribulations, so it shouldn't be possible for him to undergo 6 so quickly. Even if he absorbed the astral fluid, it should take some time for it to be converted. Bai Wangyuan and the rest were thinking the same thing, but no one could understand how Lu Yin had managed to undergo 6 origin tribulations. This was a 6th origin tribulation, which was far from what a 5th origin tribulation could compare to. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 24-26. There were several important breakthroughs in a cultivator's life. The first step was to go from a normal person to a seeker, the second step was to break through to the Melder realm, the third step was to become an explorer, the fourth step was to become an enlighter, the fifth step was to become an emissary, and the sixth step was to break through 6 origin tribulations. The 6th origin tribulation was even more terrifying than the emissary origin tribulation. It was also a qualitative change that would lead to a massive killing tribulation in the stellar source universe. The stellar source universe would try its best to stop them. The stronger the person, the more likely they would be targeted by the stellar source universe. To Bai Wangyuan and the others, someone like Lu Yin who had undergone 6 origin tribulations might even surpass ordinary cultivators who had undergone half-ancestor origin tribulations. The star source universe would never allow such a person to break through so easily. Lu Yin watched as the black hole above his head continued to expand. It was finally here. 6 origin tribulations. Hold on, would there be any problems with the mother tree? He thought for a moment and took a step forward. He tore through the void and headed towards the Yin Mountain district. He was afraid that the mother tree would be counted as an external object and strengthen the origin tribulation. That would be a waste. The Yin Mountain district was the largest among the Middle Realm's 9 districts, but it was also the most desolate district. Lu Yin had stayed in the Yin Mountain district for a short period of time, so he had some understanding of the place. At this moment, in the humble school of the Yin Mountain district, Shuasi was leisurely drinking wine. He had been troubled by the 4-way scales because of Lu Shaoxian, but fortunately, the superintendent had saved him. Since then, no one had troubled him. Lu Shaoxian could walk openly in the starry sky of trees, so who would bother him? He was a retainer of the Lu family, but he did not plan to look for Lu Shaoxian again. The kindness of the humble class must be repaid, and the kindness of the superintendent must be repaid. Moreover, it seemed that the humble class and Lu Shaoxian were very close, and the superintendent was Lu Xiaoshuan's senior brother. How messy, this relationship. Shuasi muttered to himself. He leisurely drank a mouthful of wine and was in a great mood. At this moment, a little fatty came looking for him. Sect Master, it's getting dark. Is it going to rain? Shuasi rolled his eyes. Have you heard of rain in the Yin Mountain district? Go play somewhere else, don't disturb this sect master's memories. Oh, okay. Little fatty left. Fourth Shua sneered. Rain? These little guys are getting dumber and dumber. It's even raining. He looked outside and his mouth fell open. Wasn't this origin tribulation? In the next moment, Shuasi immediately gathered everyone to flee for their lives. Fourth Sect Master Zhua, I'm sorry, but I'll have to trouble you to make way. Shuasi's mind went blank when he saw Lu Yin. You attracted the origin tribulation. It can't be helped. The Yin Mountain district is vast and sparsely populated. It's a good place to transcend the tribulation, Lu Yin said helplessly. Shuasi didn't know what to say. He could vaguely see the governor. Whatever, he had to escape first. Speaking of which, wasn't the range of this origin tribulation a little too large? Everyone had the same thought in their minds. The range of this origin tribulation was too large, so large that it was somewhat exaggerated. Lu Yin stopped, as he also felt that it was too big. It was even bigger than when he had faced the emissary origin tribulation. The Yin Mountain region was larger than the 5th mainland's outerverse by dozens of weaves. Even so, the origin tribulation had almost covered the entire Yin mountain region and was even spreading outwards. The sky of the middle realm darkened. The tribulation origin black hole was terrifyingly deep. Lu Yin couldn't clearly see what was inside, so he quietly waited for the calamity to descend. Countless people looked at the Yin mountain district and felt the oppressive atmosphere. Many speculated that it was Watanabe ancestral origin tribulation. Some people even guessed that it was the ancestral origin tribulation. Lu Yin seemed calm, but he was actually very nervous. He had 4 astral origin cyclones, which was quite exaggerated. When he had faced the emissary origin tribulation and opened up 4 astral origin cyclones to absorb astral sources, an unstoppable calamity had appeared in the end. If not for that corpse, he would have already died. He couldn't withstand that calamity himself, but he could rely on his corpse to do so. From his point of view, it wasn't a calamity but a punishment. Now that he had opened up all 4 astral origin cyclones, he was about to face his 6th origin tribulation. He didn't know what would happen, and he was very nervous. As he waited, the void changed. It became very quiet, so quiet that it was strange. Not only was there sound, but there was also nothing, including the air and even the astral sources. Everything around him instantly vanished, forming an absolute vacuum around Lu Yin. He looked into the distance. Was that a tsunami? Clouds? No, that wasn't it. It was a sky formed from astral sources that looked like a tsunami. It was a sky that was about to cover the earth. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, Mu Xia and the others were shocked. How could such a scene appear during a 6th origin tribulation? Isn't this the suppression that only progenitors' origin tribulation can appear? How can it appear during a 6th origin tribulation? The mist ancestor exclaimed. The expressions of Bai Wang Yuan and the others changed. They were both happy and nervous. This kind of killing tribulation only appeared in ancestor realm origin tribulations. It was a kind of killing scene that was formed when the astral source universe targeted cultivators who were too strong. They had never heard of a 6th origin tribulation causing such a scene. It was as if the entire astral source universe had turned into the sky and was suppressing down. How many half-ancestors had died to such a thing? They had also encountered it before, but they hadn't expected it to appear during Lu Yin's 6th origin tribulation. Did this mean that the astral source universe acknowledged that his threat was no less than that of a progenitor? He couldn't rely on external items for his tribulation, such as Lu Jian's general appointment platform, caged wirm, or his slippers. He could only rely on himself. Had he reached a level where he could threaten the astral source universe's progenitors? That was impossible. Outside the upper realm, many pairs of eyes looked down, filled with shock. Only progenitors could understand this calamity. They had never dreamed that Lu Yin could trigger such a calamity. Mu Xia wanted to warn Lu Yin, but Lu Yin was already surrounded by the suppressing sky. Once his voice passed through it, it would definitely trigger a backlash from the calamity. Mu Xia couldn't warn Lu Yin. An astral envoy's origin tribulation could be warned by an outsider, and Lu Yin had helped Chiu undergo his tribulation. 6 origin tribulations could also be done, but this sort of suppressing sky was out of the question. Although Lu Yin didn't understand this calamity, he could sense how terrifying it was. The astral sources and the 4 astral source cyclones within his body were all pulled out and sent towards the suppressing sky. Without the astral sources, how could he survive the tribulation? It's starting. The astral sources in Lu Xiaoshuan's body will be snatched away, and the absolute power of the astral source firmament will suppress the person undergoing the tribulation. If he can't pass this stage, then he won't be qualified to become a progenitor. This is because progenitors are the limit that humans can reach, and they should be able to create their own power system. It's too difficult to rely solely on astral sources to become a progenitor, Wang Fan sighed. The fog ancestor had a complicated expression. Lu Shaoxian hasn't become a progenitor, but he still has to face this kind of suppression. It's not fair to him. Mu Xia was stunned. When a master took in a disciple, talent and hard work were indispensable. An astral envoy could fight a half-ancestor, and a half-ancestor could fight a progenitor. This was the standard, but even Mu Xia couldn't face this kind of calamity while undergoing 6 origin tribulations. This was a calamity that targeted those who had become progenitors. Just what kind of talent did this little junior brother have? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and released power from his heart, creating a starry sky that covered an area. The astral sources that had been snatched away no longer leaked out, and he used the power of the starry sky in his heart to forcefully stop the astral source universe from being snatched away. This result shocked everyone. He actually blocked it. How is that possible? He created his own power system. Only a half-ancestor who goes through a progenitor's origin tribulation and creates their own power system to form an inner world can block the astral source universe from being snatched away. He's actually able to do this at the emissary level. I remember now. When he fought 4 half-ancestors alone, he ignored their inner worlds and killed one of them. This kid has long since created his own power system. Many voices echoed, and all of them came from progenitors. Only progenitors could clearly see the scene of Lu Yin's tribulation. Outside the suppressing firmament, not even half-ancestors could see it. The world rumbled, and it was as if the firmament was being crushed, causing the world to collapse. Humans were incomparably tiny in front of the heavens and earth. How could humans defeat the heavens? The power that you cultivate comes from the heavens, so how can you resist? You are just an ant that will be crushed under the heavens. Do not resist. Suppress. 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 Countless voices echoed throughout the world, wanting to suppress and kill Lu Yin so that he would lose the will to resist. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the suppressing firmament formed by the astral source universe that was crushing down on him. You want to suppress and kill me? What a joke. Since you are the heavens, then I will overturn the heavens. He then raised a hand, causing dust to fly up and cover the suppressing firmament. It was as if a continent had been added to the suppressing firmament. It was as if the middle realm was above the lower realm, and the peak realm was above the middle realm. Outside the Yin Mountain region, countless people's jaws dropped. They were shocked to see another continent appear in the distance. Why was there another continent? Was there going to be a 4th continent in the astral tree region? Such a spectacular scene shocked countless people. No battle technique should be able to surpass the suppressing firmament, but the dust came from the continents. The astral source universe was not a true universe, it was the power of the progenitor, and it was born from the continents. The continents and soil could move freely in this universe, and the astral source universe could not stop them. The soil is below, and the heavens are above. Now that the soil is in the heavens, it will overturn the heavens. Lu Yin roared as he pressed down with his palm, using the soil of the continents to overturn the suppressing firmament formed by the astral source universe. The entire middle realm shook, and the suppressing firmament was forcefully overturned. The suppressing firmament was forcefully overturned, and the astral tree region, including the 5th mainland, trembled. Countless people stared blankly as they waited in despair. No one could do anything about this overturning of the heavens. Who could stop the suppressing firmament? Bai Wang Yuan and the others' eyes flickered. This suppressing firmament was not very powerful, but it overturned the suppressing firmament, and the shock it brought was unparalleled. Is this the suppressing firmament palm that Lu Shaoxian created? How did he create it? It's the suppressing firmament palm that no one can learn. It's one of the Lu family's ultimate techniques. The fog ancestor's eyes flashed. This is a willed palm technique. It doesn't depend on its power, but it's boundless. It's hard to imagine how such a young person created it. Where did such a concept come from? Mu Xia was similarly shocked. Lu Yin could overturn the suppressing firmament with just his envoys, so if others could learn it, would the suppressing firmament still be an obstacle to them? Did this Tao progenitor's calamity mean that they could all overcome it? It was no wonder why it was listed as one of the Lu family's ultimate techniques and why the Lu family's ancestor had appeared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 24-27. This was the first time Lu Yin had used a sky-toppling palm that covered such a large area, and the effect was quite good. He didn't understand the sky suppressor at all, so he couldn't understand that the shock brought by the sky-flipping palm wasn't just what he imagined, but an unparalleled shock. He had broken through a progenitor's origin tribulation. As sky-toppling palm was overturned, it gradually dissipated along with the tribulation origin black hole. Lu Yin looked up at the sky, it was gone. Everyone else watched as well. Had the tribulation disappeared? Although the tribulation had come and gone quickly, it was still understandable. After all, it was a progenitor's tribulation, which should have been certain death for a cultivator with 6 tribulations. Since Lu Yin had survived it, there should not be any other tribulations. Lu Yin frowned. No matter what that tribulation had been, it should not have disappeared just like that. He had 4 astral cyclones, so how could he have survived it so easily? However, the tribulation origin black hole had disappeared. Strange. The Yin Mountain district returned to normal, and the tribulation origin black hole disappeared. Shuasi relaxed, it was finally gone. The appearance of sky-toppling palm had frightened him, and he had despaired as he waited to be crushed to pieces. With his strength, he was not qualified to be targeted by an origin tribulation. He could not even be considered interfering with the tribulation, so he could only be crushed to pieces. Fortunately, Lu Shaoxian had been reliable. Not only had he saved himself, but he had also saved a group of people. Junior brother, how's the investigation of the 5th mainland's astral source coming along? Mu Xia asked as he arrived. Lu Yin was vexed. I can't find the reason. There must be a problem with the astral source universe, but I just can't figure out what it is. He then looked up. I never thought that a 6th tribulation would disappear just like that. It's strange. The fog ancestor came over as well. Strange. Do you know what that tribulation was? Lu Yin was puzzled. Senior, have you seen it before? It's called sky-toppling palm, and it's a tribulation from the astral source universe for progenitors. Since ancient times, many half-ancestors have died to this tribulation. You're quite ruthless to be able to survive it, the fog ancestor said. She was impressed. What kind of tribulation can there be if you can survive that tribulation? Lu Yin understood. That was not wrong, as the astral source universe was indeed ruthless. Suddenly, his scalp went numb as an uncontrollable chill spread from head to toe. He had experienced such a chill before, it was a sense of crisis. His expression changed greatly. He raised his head to look at the sky. There was no tribulation origin black hole, nothing at all. Strange, where did this danger come from? Suddenly, he saw the red planet. Was that the calamity star? Madman Lu was going to make a move again. Senior, Lu Yin called out. Mu Xia looked up and saw the calamity star. His pupils shrank. Not good, the origin tribulation hasn't disappeared. It's still in the outer realm. Let's go. The mist ancestor cried out in alarm, origin tribulation can be hidden. Brat, just how much danger are you giving it? Lu Yin had also seen the origin tribulation. It had actually left the middle realm and ran to the outer realm. It was hiding itself so that it could suddenly descend upon the outer realm. How could such a thing happen? The origin tribulation also knew strategy. Was it necessary? Wasn't it just 4 cyclones? Was there such a huge crisis? However, now was not the time to think about the origin tribulation. He stared fixedly at the calamity star, which was approaching the origin tribulation. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, and his gaze turned cold. Madman Lu wanted to interfere with the origin tribulation, which would cause the origin tribulation to engulf him and Lu Yin. Lu Yin wanted to use the origin tribulation to kill Lu Yin. Mu Xia and the mist ancestor could not interfere with this method, as it would only make the origin tribulation even more terrifying. Lu Yin could see this, and so could Mu Xia and the rest. Lu Yin stared at the calamity star and leaped up. The mist ancestor's expression turned ugly. That person was going all out to kill Lu Shaoxian, and he himself would have to endure the origin tribulation as well. Stop him. Unlimited kinetic energy will be destroyed by the origin tribulation. Bai Wang Yuan was shocked. As someone from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, he had not reacted this way even when the ancient gods and the 7 sky gods had joined forces to attack him. He was not the only one. Wang Fan and the rest tore through the void and stepped into the outer realm. However, before they could reach the outer realm, stars began to appear one after another. The 5 array bases on the battlefield behind them shook, and the entire cosmic tree realm seemed to be shaken. Unlimited kinetic energy included the 5 array bases and the 7 stars in the outer realm. Once the calamity star was engulfed by the origin tribulation, it would not only affect the calamity star, but also the entire unlimited kinetic energy array. This would no longer be a problem for Lu Yin and Madman Lu, but for the entire cosmic tree realm. This was what caused Bai Wang Yuan and the rest to pale. They did not want anything to happen to the unlimited kinetic energy. That madman, the mist ancestor thought as he stared up. Lu Yin had not expected that Madman Lu would want to bury the entire cosmic tree realm. Once the unlimited kinetic energy was destroyed by the origin tribulation, the array would lose its effectiveness, and the Eternals would attack again. This would be tantamount to opening up the cosmic tree realm and betraying the entire human race. Kid, suppress your aura, the mist ancestor reminded him. Lu Yin hurriedly suppressed his aura, not wanting the origin tribulation to appear so quickly. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest headed to the outer realm to stop the calamity star from appearing. The other 6 stars also acted, using the unlimited kinetic energy to drag the calamity star back. The calamity star stopped moving, no longer approaching the origin tribulation. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he saw a figure walk out from the calamity star. It was as if a gale had stirred up the calamity star, causing it to sway. The figure was filled with a tyrannical and violent aura. The figure's gaze suddenly fell and met Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin saw a pair of crazed eyes that were excited, cruel, and completely irrational. There was an indescribable ferocity in the depths of those eyes. He smiled. Lu Yin saw him smile. This person was Madman Lu. Even though he did not say anything, Lu Yin could clearly feel the boundless killing intent directed at him. There was no need to say anything. This was a killing intent that would not rest until one of them was dead. Madman Lu stepped out of the calamity star. Since the calamity star could not be moved, he would go find the origin tribulation himself. So what if he had to endure the origin tribulation? The Lu family's direct descendant had to die. He could not withstand the progenitor's origin tribulation. Suddenly, an evil Sarira blocked Madman Lu's path. It was Mu Xia. Mu Xia took a step forward before Bai Wang Yuan and the rest, standing between the calamity star and the origin tribulation. Go back. Madman Lu looked at Mu Xia. Lu Yin had thought that the man would act, but Mu Xia gave up and returned to the calamity star without hesitation. The calamity star then disappeared along with the other 6 stars. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest appeared and stared deeply at the calamity star. It was clearly Lu Yin's tribulation, but they were all covered in cold sweat. That's crazy. If we don't stop him, he'll drag the unlimited kinetic energy down with him, Wang Fan said in a low voice. He looked at the calamity star with fear in his eyes. Xiaxinji said, this person needs to be dealt with as well. He was able to deal with the Liu family in the past, so he'll be able to deal with us in the future. He's a madman. Bai Wang Yuan suddenly raised a hand to stop Xiaxinji and looked at Mu Xie. What did he say? Mu Xie's expression was solemn. Nothing. Bai Wang Yuan looked at the calamity star again and sighed. This person was too crazy. The calamity star disappeared, and this accident left just as quickly as it had appeared. Lu Yin could no longer see the calamity star, so he turned his attention to the origin tribulation. At that moment, the origin tribulation descended with a terrifying killing intent. Its destructive power was comparable to that of a half-ancestor's inner world. It would have been enough to easily kill an ordinary cultivator with 6 origin tribulations, but it was not enough to deal with Lu Yin. The killing intent of this origin tribulation was not its might, but rather its concealment and the possibility of an accident. The killing intent of this origin tribulation allowed everyone to see a different side of the astral source universe. They would do anything to deal with someone undergoing a tribulation. When the calamity star was resolved, everyone stared at the sky outside the upper realm and watched as the calamity origin black hole disappeared. It should be over this time. Although the 6th origin tribulation is comparable to an emissary's origin tribulation, these 2 origin tribulations were not easy to pass, especially the first suppressing the heavens. Even a half-ancestor would find it difficult to pass, the mist ancestor sighed. Lu Yin's expression did not relax at all. Was it over? No, he did not think so. There was no reason, he just did not think so. Even the origin tribulation could be hidden, which made him feel uneasy. Bai Wang Yuan's group, Mu Xie, and the mist ancestor all fell silent. The progenitors in the upper realm and Bai Xian, in the red flower garden were all watching. Everyone was waiting. Would there be more origin tribulations? The results did not disappoint, the origin tribulation had appeared. Just like the first time, the black hole expanded endlessly above Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin felt bitter, it really was not that easy. In outer space, Xiaxinji and the others exchanged glances and sighed in relief. It would have been best if Lu Shaoxian had died to the origin tribulation. They were very curious as to what kind of origin tribulation would appear next. It should not be any weaker than the suppressing the heavens, or there would be no point in trying again. Everyone stared at the black hole above Lu Yin's head. Soon enough, astral sources gathered and the void distorted. Suddenly, a human figure appeared. It was completely black and had no facial features, only 4 limbs. A humanoid origin tribulation, the dragon ancestor cried out. Mu Xie frowned. A humanoid origin tribulation was something that both emissaries and progenitors feared the most. Since the astral source universe had summoned a humanoid origin tribulation, it meant that it believed that this origin tribulation would be stronger than the person undergoing the tribulation, at least in a certain aspect. This was difficult, as once a humanoid origin tribulation appeared, the person undergoing the tribulation would definitely be weaker in a certain aspect. They just did not know who this humanoid origin tribulation was. Origin tribulations could not appear randomly, so this humanoid origin tribulation had to be at least 6 tribulations. It could not be a progenitor, or else it would not have needed to undergo the tribulation. A 6th tribulation origin tribulation that could match Lu Yin. Throughout the entire astral tree domain, or perhaps even throughout the entire history of humanity, there were not many people like this. Everyone watched curiously. Who was this person? Lu Yin also stared. Who could this person be? 9 mountains and 8 seas. Or was it a progenitor that had appeared before? Or was it someone from the era of above heaven? If the astral source universe recognized that this person was stronger than Lu Yin in a certain aspect, then this person had to be someone who could become a progenitor. In the Yin Mountain district, the humanoid origin tribulation stood quietly high in the sky, facing Lu Yin directly. Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he waited for the humanoid origin tribulation to attack. With a whoosh, the humanoid origin tribulation moved, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it was right in front of Lu Yin, and it struck out with a palm. Lu Yin raised his own hand at the same time, using the void palm. Boom! The void exploded as countless cracks spread out from where their palms collided. The entire space was torn apart, and the humanoid origin tribulation was pushed back 10,000 meters. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 24-28. The emptiness palm contained Lu Yin's strength, overlaying Stack's path, battle force, and a domain. Although he hadn't used battle force from the palm realm, it was enough to deal with any opponent, including half-ancestors. Lu Yin hadn't used his full strength in this attack, and it had been a test. In the end, he had forced the humanoid back, but it had only been pushed back 10,000 meters, which had surprised him. Anyone in the same realm who could survive his attack would be considered a peerless genius. As expected of someone from the astral source universe. Suddenly, his right arm started to ache. He lifted it up and looked at it, only to find that it had withered a little at some point in time. Due to his frequent use of things develop in their opposite, he had gotten used to the withered state, which was why he hadn't noticed it immediately. Anyone else would have definitely noticed it. His right arm was withered. Was it from that palm? Was that the life palm? Lu Yin stared at it in shock. Was this person from the Lu family? Only the Lu family's life palm could absorb an opponent's vitality. This person was not only from the Lu family, but also an absolute expert. Otherwise, even if someone in the same realm used the life palm to deal with him, it wouldn't have been able to absorb his vitality. Right, it could also be Xian Fanyao from the Frigid Immortal sect. The humanoid origin tribulation appeared again, this time with a palm. Lu Yin raised his brows. Since he knew that it was either the life palm or Xian Fanyao, there was no point in continuing. He withered his right arm and used the extreme reversal technique to clash with the humanoid origin tribulation's palm. The humanoid was sent flying, but it didn't hesitate to attack again with another palm. The difference was that it wasn't the life palm this time, as a blurry piece of land had appeared behind the humanoid origin tribulation. Someone from the Lu family. Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and the others cried out. The dragon ancestor's expression was grave. That's the Lu family's visualization technique. There was a thump, but Lu Yin's palm did not force the humanoid origin tribulation back. He could feel an extraordinary strength behind it. Not only did it contain a terrifying destructive power, but it also contained an indescribable intimidation and suppression. When he looked at the blurry piece of land behind the humanoid origin tribulation, he felt as if countless living beings had attacked him. It was as if a piece of land was pressing down on him. This was the fifth mainland. Someone from the Lu family. Lu Yin finally reacted. Lu Bujing had said that the Lu family's visualization technique was a piece of land, which was the entire fifth mainland. The Lu's family had borrowed the power of the fifth mainland to control it. The direct line of descent was the fifth mainland's visualization, while the collateral line was the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. That was the life spirit palm, not Xian Fanyao. This person must be a direct descendant of the Lu clan. These voices were complemented by the fifth mainland's visualization, and they brought about a constant pressure that stacked upon each other. If it had been anyone else, they would have long since been suppressed by this pressure, but Lu Yin was unaffected. These voices were from the primogenitor scripture, and this person was definitely a direct descendant of the Lu family. The only question was who this person was. That made sense. Who else but the Lu clan could rival him in 6 origin tribulations in this part of the universe? Lu Yin hadn't expected his opponent to be a direct descendant of the Lu family. He suddenly grew excited and unleashed all of his strength. The realm of mastery battle force wrapped around his arm, and he exerted force with his palm. There was a thump, and the humanoid origin tribulation cultivator was sent flying. The visualized land disappeared. Even if a direct descendant of the Lu family visualized the 5th mainland and combined it with the primogenitor scripture, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Yin. Since Lu Yin had been cultivating for so long, his foundation was simply too deep. So what if they were from the Lu family? Chu Yuan had also received the teachings of the progenitor, and he was also a Tao disciple of the 1st mainland. Halua Mavis and Sky Jadeite were all direct descendants of the 1st mainland. They were all swept away by Lu Yin. The humanoid origin tribulation cultivator was on the verge of collapsing under Lu Yin's palm, and it kept retreating. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest gasped in shock. Lu Shaoxian had already surpassed any direct descendant of the Lu family. His battle achievements and experiences were no longer something that the Lu family could restrain. The humanoid origin tribulation cultivator retreated 1,000 meters before stopping. It raised a hand with its palm facing downwards, and the dust on the ground rose up and transformed into a needle that pierced through its palm. It was the Xitigarbha needle. The Xitigarbha needle was a needle that could be used to detoxify or treat illnesses. This person was currently using one of the Lu family's secret techniques. I'm very curious. Who exactly are you? Lu Yin muttered to himself. He was curious about everyone in the Lu family. The humanoid origin tribulation cultivator raised a hand, and a general appointment platform appeared in front of it. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. Even if it was a direct descendant of the Lu family, its strength was already quite impressive. Without the general appointment platform, it would be difficult for it to do anything else. However, how did this humanoid origin tribulation cultivator from the astral source universe use the general appointment platform? Lu Yin felt that this was strange. There were many things in this universe that couldn't be explained. The astral source universe was rumored to have been formed by the progenitor's power, and it enveloped the 6 continents. However, why had the progenitor created the origin tribulation, and how had it drawn out a specific level of origin tribulation? The Eternals had said that the progenitor was dead, but if that was the case, why had the astral source universe remained? It was similar to how the Grim Reaper had left behind Death Chi, and how Fate had left behind Fate's Anne and the Book of Destiny. Perhaps only by becoming a progenitor would one be able to pry into these mysteries. One figure after another appeared out of thin air, all of them formed from astral sources. Even if this person wasn't a humanoid origin tribulation cultivator, it was still formed from astral sources, so there wasn't much of a difference. The only difference was that this person didn't have any facial features. Large and small creatures of all shapes and sizes were summoned. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of creatures appeared in front of Lu Yin. There were humans and giant beasts, and there were many forms that Lu Yin had never seen before. None of these creatures were at the half-ancestor level, but almost all of them were envoys. There were even a few peak envoys that charged towards Lu Yin. This was the general appointment platform. One person could rule a country, and one person could be revered. Lu Yin raised a hand, and his astral sources transformed into a sword. As long as these creatures weren't at the half-ancestor level, they wouldn't be able to pose a threat to him. He raised his sword and slashed out, turning an envoy into astral sources that dissipated. Beside him, several envoys used various battle techniques to attack, but Lu Yin's sword slashed out horizontally, erasing them all. One envoy after another charged towards Lu Yin like moths to a flame, but they all disappeared under the edge of Lu Yin's sword. Lu Yin's strength was enough to crush anyone below the half-ancestor level. Even those peak envoys would only be able to withstand a few strikes from Lu Yin before they were wiped out in the end. This was the power of someone at the top, and it was an absolute crushing power. In the distance, Jois's eyelids twitched as he watched the scene unfold. Every creature that had been summoned was something that he cared about, and there were even some that terrified him. However, they were as powerless as children in front of Lu Yin. This scene had a huge impact on Jois and the others, and it was even more impactful than suppressing the heavens. They couldn't understand suppressing the heavens at all. However, Bai Wangyuan and the others weren't surprised at all. In their eyes, envoys were no different from ordinary cultivators. One strike, one kill, and in the blink of an eye, all of the creatures that had been summoned were wiped out. Lu Yin raised his sword and pointed it straight at the humanoid tribulation origin, slashing out with the 13th strike. It was time to end this. This humanoid tribulation origin had not caused much of a disturbance. The astral source universe had probably lured him out because it was certain that this tribulation origin strength was comparable to Lu Yin's. It was impossible to find someone in the same realm who could surpass Lu Yin in a certain aspect. The 13th strike swept past, and the humanoid tribulation origin crouched on the ground. The platform slowly disappeared. He had done quite well, but he still couldn't pose a threat to Lu Yin. It's over. Lu Yin raised his sword again and was about to slash out. Suddenly, a cloth scroll appeared above the humanoid tribulation origin's head. It unfurled, and astral source illuminated the middle realm with a glaring light. It was like a rising sun, and there were 4 words on the scroll: Divine Seal Catalog. Lu Yin was shocked and blurted out, "Divine Seal Catalog." He wasn't the only one, as everyone who saw this was shocked, including Bai Wangyuan and the others. Since ancient times, there had been many direct descendants in the Lu family who had possessed the Divine Seal Catalog, but there were very few who could actually use it. This was because the Divine Seal Catalog had to be a progenitor, and even if one looked at the entire history of the Lu family, how many people had actually been bestowed the title of progenitor? A family's history could represent the entire continent's history, and the Lu family was such a family. Since ancient times, it had given birth to many progenitors, but compared to the number of direct descendants in the Lu family, the difference was too great. If the Lu family had more than 10,000 direct descendants since its inception, then at most, only 10 of them had become progenitors, and not all of them had been direct descendants. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 24-29. In the sky above the Yin Mountain District, everyone's eyes were focused on the Divine Seal Catalog. A figure walked out from the Divine Seal Catalog under everyone's gaze. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This was a progenitor, but who was it? The figure had one hand behind his back and the other in front of his chest. He was holding something that looked like a book as he calmly floated in the air. Even though it was only a sliver of his strength that was being borrowed, the disposition of the other party was reminiscent of a scholar. Wait, a scholar. Lu Yin stared blankly ahead. In outer space, Wang Fan's jaw dropped. Progenitor of literature, that's Lu Qi. Bai Wangyuan and the rest were stunned. Lu Qi. Wasn't that Lu Xiaoshuan's father? On Broken Star in outer space, Liu was stunned as well. He recognized the progenitor of literature and Lu Qi. He had been there when Lu Qi had shamelessly sealed the progenitor of literature. This figure was all too familiar. It was Lu Qi who had borrowed the progenitor's power. What the hell? A father hitting a son? No, a son hitting a father. Mu Xia also recognized the figure. It was Lu Qi. He looked at Lu Yin strangely. Should he speak or not? Although Lu Yin had never seen the progenitor of literature before and did not know how Lu Qi had borrowed the progenitor's power, it did not stop him from guessing. This figure reminded him of the progenitor of literature, as it looked exactly like the portrait of the progenitor in Yixian Academy. The progenitor of literature. There was no need to guess. That humanoid was definitely his father, Lu Qi. Only Lu Qi had sealed the progenitor of literature, but how did Lu Yin become a progenitor of literature when he was a half-step progenitor? This humanoid tribulation's power was at the peak of the envoys. Lu Yin gulped. Had he been beating up his father all this time? Junior brother, be careful. Mu Xia saw Lu Yin's expression and knew that he had guessed it, so he reminded him. Lu Yin sighed and smiled bitterly. It did not matter if this humanoid tribulation was his father or not, he would just fight. If he did not, he would be finished. The problem was no longer the humanoid tribulation, but the progenitor of literature. Lu Yin was about to face a progenitor. No matter how confident Lu Yin was, he did not think that he could fight a progenitor with his current strength. This was no longer a matter of crossing realms, it was a fundamental difference. If you can't win against a progenitor, you can deal with the humanoid tribulation, the mist ancestor said. Lu Yin nodded, this was the only way. In the starry sky outside the upper realm, Xiaoshenji's lips curled upwards as he laughed maniacally. Interesting. My son is going to die at my hands. Ha 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 ha. Bai Wang Yuan's expression relaxed. Now that the progenitor of literature has appeared, Lu Shaoxian won't be able to defeat him no matter how strong he is. He's defeated this time. Wang Fan, Ancestor Dragon, and even the progenitor realm experts outside the upper realm were all thinking the same thing. Some were sorrowful, some were mocking, and some felt a chill as they looked at the stellar source universe. Lu Shaoxian had drawn out such an impossible origin tribulation, but what about the others? Would there be a similar origin tribulation? Who could survive 6 origin tribulations against an ancestor realm expert? That was impossible. Or did Lu Shaoxian cultivate something? Had he angered the star source universe? Lu Yin stared intently at Wenzu and struck out with his palm. Of course, he wasn't attacking Wenzu, but rather the humanoid tribulation origin. He had used all of his strength in this attack, as he wanted to shatter the humanoid tribulation origin. However, no matter how fast the empty bright palm was, it was not faster than the changes in the world. The palm's force was stopped halfway, and words filled the sky. This was the progenitor of literature's ancestral world, and no matter how fast Lu Yin was, he was still restricted by this world. The progenitor of literature made a move, and he casually pointed out with his hand as words bombarded Lu Yin. Lu Yin covered his entire body with mastery realm battle force, and when the first word landed on his back, he almost suffocated. Even his mastery realm battle force had cracked, the power of a progenitor was not something he could withstand. He immediately used the power in his heart to try and disperse the surrounding ancestral world. However, it was impossible. The power in his heart could disperse a half-ancestor's inner world, but it could do nothing to the ancestral world. The second word bombarded him, followed by the third and fourth. Countless words surrounded him like a curtain of rain. This was a truly desperate situation, as just a few words were enough to seriously injure him. If all the words in the world descended, he would definitely be reduced to ashes. Lu Yin regretted his decision, as he should have tried to become a god. With the blood progenitor and Mu Xia, if he could become a god, why would he need to be afraid of the progenitor of literature? He had been too conservative, as he had originally planned to break through to the 6th origin tribulation before trying to become a god. Back then, he had dared to challenge a half-ancestor during his first origin tribulation, and even though he had suffered a backlash, he still had the courage to try. Why was he afraid of becoming a god now? Blood trickled down the corner of Lu Yin's mouth as he looked at the progenitor of literature, who was toying with him. He looked at the humanoid origin tribulation behind the progenitor. Was he really unable to deal with it? There was no such thing as absolute death in the universe, and any situation had a chance of survival. The origin tribulation was no exception. Since the progenitor of literature had drawn him into such a desperate situation, he definitely had a way to get through it. What was it? The first thing that came to Lu Yin's mind was that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Did the progenitor of literature exist in an extreme state? He did not. The undying God's wandering state was an extreme state, and time itself was an extreme state. In that case, could the progenitor of literature create an extreme state? Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the humanoid origin tribulation. The progenitor of literature's borrowed power could have easily defeated Lu Yin in an instant, but it had still attacked him. It was not that the progenitor was showing mercy, but rather that it was limited by the humanoid origin tribulation. More accurately, the God's sealing catalog's master could not truly display the power of a progenitor. The God's sealing catalog was a progenitor, but how could one become a progenitor? It was equivalent to fighting across realms, so there was bound to be a limit. This meant that Lu Yin was facing an imperfect progenitor, which meant that he still had a chance. It was impossible to defeat a progenitor, but he could create an opportunity. Another rune struck Lu Yin's body, almost knocking him to the ground. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone watched as Lu Yin struggled under the origin tribulation. He was facing 6 origin tribulations, which could be considered the most despairing since ancient times. The fog ancestor could not help but look at the origin tribulation black hole. It was too ruthless. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest watched as Lu Yin coughed up blood. They constantly tried to avoid the runes, but they could not. Their expressions grew increasingly relaxed. It was impossible to defeat a progenitor unless one used external items. But how could one use external items under the origin tribulation? Mu Xia frowned and slowly said, "Junior brother, if you really can't do it, you can sever your own realm." Lu Yin's gaze hardened. Severing one's own realm was equivalent to failing to pass the tribulation, and it would be even more difficult to pass it again. However, this was the only way to protect himself. If he wanted to truly pass the 6th origin tribulation, not only would he have to sever his own realm, but he would also have to make 3 of his 4 astral origin cyclones disappear, allowing him to return to being a normal cultivator. That way, the origin tribulation he faced would not be so abnormal. But what was he relying on? Lu Yin looked up as he continued to endure the constant barrage of runes. He coughed up blood, and his clothes were dyed red. Why was this origin tribulation trying to sever his path? He continued to ponder, simulating various scenarios in his mind. His battle force had already been shattered, and even his physical body was collapsing. The power in his heart was also unable to resist the progenitor's world. He stared at the humanoid origin tribulation in the distance and decided to go all out. The star chessboard appeared beneath his feet and extended outwards, staring at the humanoid tribulation. Lu Yin wanted to move to the side of the humanoid tribulation so that he could directly attack it, but a series of runes blocked his path. Xia Xinji sneered. Using a secret technique in front of a progenitor? What a joke. The star chessboard cracked open, and only Lu Yin could see that his movements had been blocked. His eyes widened. Star chess, retraction. If you can block my path, then I can also retract my move. Lu Yin's movements affected the space around him, but that was normal. When progenitor's actions also affected the space around him. Lu Yin used retraction to repair when progenitor's influence on the space around him, allowing the space to be repaired and the influence to return to the original path. This would allow him to retrace his original path and appear next to the humanoid origin tribulation. This was using the principle of the plan's secret art, retraction. Lu Yin's body kept changing, going from moving to being blocked and then to being repaired. His body became blurry as he constantly endured the pressure from the changes in space, causing his physical body to begin to collapse. With retraction, he instantly approached the humanoid origin tribulation. Success! Mu Xia, the fog ancestor, and the others watched on with wide eyes. Just as Lu Yin was about to appear next to the humanoid origin tribulation, his gaze moved away once more as more runes appeared, blocking his path once more. No matter how miraculous the plan's secret art was or how it repaired space, it could not be used in front of a progenitor. This was because Lu Yin was facing a progenitor, the peak of human cultivation. Bai Wang Yuan and the others understood when progenitor, so they were not worried at all. No matter what Lu Yin did, he could not break through when progenitor's world. Lu Yin's body began to crack at a visible rate, and he moved further and further away from the humanoid origin tribulation. Had he failed just like that? Impossible. He raised a hand and struck out with a palm. This palm was not aimed at the humanoid origin tribulation, but rather at the runes. This was the meaning of things move in the opposite. Things move in the opposite. It could be used on any object or phenomenon in an extreme state, such as time or the undying deity's wandering state. At this moment, when progenitor had broken the plan's secret art, retraction, and caused the repair of space to fail. He had surpassed his control over space, and this was also an extreme state. Lu Yin had been waiting for this moment. When progenitor's world's extreme state on space was exactly the same as time's extreme state on withered trees. When things move in the opposite was used, the extreme state that had blocked the repair of space suddenly stopped. Things move in the opposite was not a secret technique, but a progenitor battle technique that had originated from the withering ancestor. Even the undying deity had not been able to avoid being knocked out of its wandering state, let alone when progenitor. When things move in the opposite, it struck the runes, causing the runes to completely reverse the extreme state that had blocked the repair of space. Lu Yin instantly appeared next to the humanoid origin tribulation, and no one could react in time except for Lu Yin himself. When he appeared next to the humanoid origin tribulation, he used all of his strength to strike out with a palm strike that viciously slammed into the back of the humanoid origin tribulation. The unforeseen event had happened too quickly. It had only been a second since Lu Yin had used the plan's secret art to strike the humanoid origin tribulation. In that 1 second, space had changed multiple times, and Lu Yin himself had not been able to withstand it. His body had almost collapsed, and it was only now that Bai Wang Yuan and the rest had realized Lu Yin's goal. Thank you. Back in the cycle of reincarnation dancing in the wind, no fish and water a reward from his brothers. He had been in meetings for the past few days, and there were even discussions at night. He had just gotten married this month, and he had even added chapters during the 3 days of his wedding. It was truly tiring. Fortunately, he had his brother's encouragement. Thank you for the rewards and support, thank you for the encouragement, thank you. I'll add more chapters. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2430. The humanoid tribulation was destroyed by Lu Yin's palm, along with Wen Zhu and the Divine Seal Catalog. The words disappeared one by one as Wen Zhu's ancestral world and the Divine Seal Catalog disappeared. The humanoid tribulation slowly dissipated as well. Lu Yin looked at the disappearing humanoid tribulation and said, "If you're really my father, then I'm going to be struck by lightning." A gust of wind blew past, causing his blood-stained hair to flutter. Lu Yin looked at Mu Xia and smiled. "Senior brother, it's not bad, right?" Mu Xia praised and smiled for the first time. "Junior brother, I know why Master accepted you. It's not just because of your talent, but also because you can create miracles." The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. What creates miracles is withering. Things always move in the opposite direction. The more I look at it, the more amazing it seems. Outside the upper realm, Bai Wang Yuan and the others all had solemn expressions. Lu Yin had actually survived the tribulation. This was unbelievable, truly unbelievable. A 5th tribulation cultivator had actually managed to survive against a progenitor. Things always move in the opposite direction. Withering's battle technique is truly unbelievable. Wang Fan was shocked. Bai Wang Yuan and the others stared at Lu Yin, as they were the only ones who understood how powerful withering was. They had once known that things always moved in the opposite direction, but it seemed like they had still underestimated him. This battle technique could be used on any object or phenomenon. It could even reverse space and time, heal oneself, and even withstand extreme attacks. Just what had withering created? Aside from progenitors, no one else could understand what was happening. They only knew that Lu Yin had survived. This time, it should be over. That was what everyone was thinking. Lu Yin looked up at the black hole. It should be over. If he hadn't thought of creating an extreme state for Wenzu, he wouldn't have been able to survive. He couldn't imagine anyone else besides himself being able to survive against Wenzu. Everyone thought that the tribulation should be over. However, not only had the black hole not disappeared, but it had even expanded. Lu Yin's expression changed as he clenched his fists and looked up. Do you really want me to die? You're really asking for a scolding. Mu Xie frowned. Why? He was clearly in a desperate situation. Why is there still an origin tribulation? The mist ancestor was confused. Again. What else can happen? Is there really going to be a progenitor fighting him? Even they felt despair. This was something that shouldn't have happened. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest went completely silent. They hoped that Lu Yin would die under the origin tribulation, but even they felt that it was too much. How could someone who had already gone through 3 origin tribulations be easy to deal with? Even the most elite successors and geniuses had a high chance of failure when facing the first origin tribulation, not to mention Wenzu, who had just faced an origin tribulation that shouldn't have passed. Now that Lu Shaoxian had passed, there were still more. Would they really not rest until one of them was dead? This tribulation would go down in history. Come, I want to see what kind of tribulation will appear. Lu Yin raised his head and shouted as he stared at the black hole. He didn't believe that a progenitor would appear. Then he would accept it. Filled with curiosity and apprehension, under everyone's gazes, an incomparably familiar yet impossible thing descended. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. Was that even possible? The mist ancestor, Mu Xie, Bai Wang Yuan, and the others, as well as the progenitors from the outer realms, as well as everyone from the middle realms who saw this, were all stunned. Something like this could actually appear. The starry sky above the trees shook. Countless creatures in the lower mortal realms fled in panic. The top realm cracked open as if it was being suppressed by some colossus. On the back of the battlefield, aside from the 4th base, the cultivators from the other 4 bases were clearing out the corpse kings in the new continent. As the tribulation descended, they felt the earth tremble slightly. What was going on? The mother tree seemed to be shaking. The middle realm ocean was boiling, creating a boundless tsunami. Countless people looked in the direction of the Yin Mountain district and saw an unbelievable scene. There was one more thing, the mother tree. Above the Yin Mountain district, Lu Yin looked up. Wasn't that the mother tree? He had never dreamed that the astral source universe would actually draw out the mother tree. That's right, it was the mother tree. An origin tribulation could have attacks, natural phenomena, various astral beasts, and even people. Naturally, it could also have a mother tree because it absorbed astral sources. That was the logic, but when the mother tree actually appeared, Lu Yin was still stunned. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were also stunned. In the outer realms, 7 stars appeared at the same time. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the mother tree emerge from the black hole. They had never heard of a mother tree appearing in an origin tribulation. What could the mother tree do? Lu Yin was also wondering what the mother tree could do. Crush him to death. He turned back to look at the real mother tree, but it didn't seem to have any reaction. Kid, did you do something that angered the heavens? What kind of origin tribulation is this? It's trying to kill you, the fog ancestor cried out. Mu Xie's face sank. If the Wen ancestor's appearance was excessive, then the mother tree's appearance was not as simple as that. What had his junior brother done? Lu Yin gulped. He didn't have the time to listen to others. His mind was blank as he stared at the mother tree. He wanted to see what it was trying to do. The mother tree slowly descended. Although it wasn't as large as the real mother tree and was probably the same as the humanoid origin tribulation, it was still enough to cover the entire Yin Mountain district, including the surrounding Huayuan and Blue Moon district. Countless people watched the mother tree descend and fell into despair. Lu Yin attacked with a palm to see what effect it would have. The mother tree's roots were struck and cracked. There was an effect, but it was very small. The mother tree was too large and extremely sturdy. Even with Lu Yin's full strength, he could only break a few of the roots. Lu Yin couldn't help but look at the top realm and the ruler realm. It was no wonder why the mother tree could support the entire astral tree and support a progenitor in battle. It was just too sturdy. The mother tree continued to descend, and Lu Yin was constantly suppressed. He kept attacking, trying to break the mother tree's origin tribulation, but his attacks were too small compared to the mother tree. He couldn't descend any further, or the mother tree's origin tribulation would crush the middle realm. A huge sound came from below, and Lu Yin looked down. His pupils shrank as he saw the mother tree's roots. The real mother tree had attacked, and its roots were constantly wriggling. Once the mother tree's origin tribulation descended, the roots would definitely attack. At that time, the tribulation would think that the mother tree was helping it, and it would be over. What should he do? What should he do? There was a boom as Lu Yin crashed into the mother tree's roots. He was surrounded by roots that kept being pressed down, and a huge force was trying to kill him. From the moment he had seen the mother tree, Lu Yin had never imagined that he would one day face such a terrifying existence. This was something that carried the weight of human civilization. How could humans resist it? It had blocked the Eternals and given them a chance to survive. Such an existence was the most monstrous existence in the universe. Lu Yin's existence was unimaginable to humans, and the mother tree's existence was something no one could even imagine. How could they resist such an existence? Even the Eternals couldn't destroy it, otherwise, how could humans have survived until now? The only one who had ever destroyed the mother tree and been seen was the one true God. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and released the power in his heart. He stared at a red dot that came from a giant scarlet vertical eye, which was the Eternal's astral gate. This was the one true God's divine power. Throughout history, the only one who could truly destroy the mother tree was the one true God. Then, could this red dot help him? Lu Yin didn't know, but since the red dot had landed in his heart, it was his own power and not an external object. No matter what, he had to try. The power in his heart manifested and turned into a part of the starry sky. The red dot was very close to him, and he couldn't erase it before. Now, he wanted to borrow its power. Regardless of whether this power belonged to the one true God or not, Lu Yin didn't want to give it up. He didn't want to sever his own realm and fail his tribulation. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were waiting for him to be killed. Below him, the mother tree's roots kept wriggling. There was no time. Lu Yin closed his eyes and grabbed at the red dot. As his hand wrapped around it, his eyes suddenly widened, and a scarlet light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Outside the origin tribulation, Mu Xia clenched his fists. Junior brother, sever your own realm. Sever your own realm. You can't fight the mother tree. The fog ancestor shook her head. This brat must have cultivated something incredible, or else his origin tribulation wouldn't be so abnormal. Even though she was from 9 mountains and 8 seas, she still felt that this was abnormal. Bai Wangyuan and the others held their breaths. Were they going to just watch and kill him? He should be killed. There shouldn't be any accidents, and there shouldn't be any accidents. Even they couldn't do anything to the mother tree. Crack. A crack appeared on the mother tree's origin tribulation tree, and then the tree trunk continued to split apart. It was almost exactly the same as when the one true God had cracked the mother tree apart. Everyone's expressions changed. It can't be, right? No one could believe what they were seeing. The mother tree's origin tribulation tree had actually split apart. Lu Yin's roar came from below the mother tree's origin tribulation tree, and it suddenly stopped pressing down. No one can kill me. Lu Yin roared, and the crack on the mother tree's origin tribulation tree grew larger and larger. Finally, an explosive force burst forth that shook the entire cosmic tree. Everyone stared fixedly at it. The mother tree's origin tribulation tree dissipated. Lu Yin lowered his head and panted heavily. His body was covered in bloody scars, and he was in an incomparably miserable state. Every breath he took was filled with blood. No matter how strong Lu Yin was, he had reached his limit this time. In the distance, the prison WIRM's claws drooped down, and it looked at Lu Yin with fear. It had just sensed an extraordinary power, and its senses were far sharper than humans. Lu Yin's head hung low as he panted heavily. A strand of astral energy descended from above and landed on Lu Yin's body. After the origin tribulation, the fruits of his labor would be revealed. Lu Yin didn't even move as he allowed the astral source to continuously enter his body. The astral source shot straight up into the sky and poured into Lu Yin's body like a rainbow. Lu Yin opened 3 gates and first filled the lower gate's astral source cyclone to the 6th origin tribulation. Next was the middle finger gate, then the upper wisdom gate, and finally the outer astral source cyclone. There were a total of 4 gates. It was also at this moment that everyone was shocked once again. At the same time, they finally understood why the origin tribulation was so abnormal and even shameless. Lu Yin had absorbed too much astral source, to the point that they found it unbelievable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2431. The Lu family can absorb a lot of astral sources, but it can't be this much, the mist ancestor exclaimed as he watched Lu Yin continue to absorb astral sources. Mu Xia exclaimed, "Junior brother is the one who absorbs the most astral sources after undergoing tribulation, including half-ancestors. Some people don't even absorb as much astral sources as he does after becoming ancestors." The mist ancestor smiled bitterly. In outer space, Bai Wangyuan and the others' faces sank. The more terrifying the tribulation, the greater the threat the cultivator would pose to the astral source universe. They had hoped to see Lu Yin's tribulation destroy him, but now that he had passed it, the characteristics of his tribulation made them even more fearful. They watched as Lu Yin continued to absorb astral sources, and they felt as if all the astral sources in the middle realm had been lifted by him. They exchanged glances. This kid could not continue to grow. Finally, after a long time, Lu Yin stopped absorbing astral sources. The astral sources that had entered his body not only meant that his cultivation level had increased, but also that he had improved in all aspects. The most obvious change was that Lu Yin felt that his body's toughness had reached a new level. Previously, he had to be extremely careful when fighting against a demi-ancestor. Now, even if he did not have Mastery Realm battle force, he was confident that his physical body would not be any weaker than a demi-ancestor. With the addition of Mastery Realm battle force, he would no longer have to struggle against a demi-ancestor. The mist ancestor, Mu Xia, and the others all stared at the black hole as it slowly disappeared. This time, it had truly disappeared. This single tribulation had affected the entire cosmic tree realm. Even the progenitor's tribulation had not been so exaggerated. Mu Xiao approached Lu Yin. Junior brother, it's over. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked up at the disappearing black hole. Next time, let's see what you can do to me. He had truly been pushed to his limits. Even progenitors felt that Lu Yin's 6 tribulations had been excessive. Not even a half-ancestor could survive that. The missed ancestor arrived. The origin tribulation is ruthless and shameless, but you're even more ruthless. What exactly did you cultivate? You forced the origin tribulation to be so shameless. Lu Yin looked up and saw Bai Wang Yuan and the others descend, surrounding him from all sides. Mu Xiao looked at Bai Wang Yuan. The missed ancestor looked around as well. What? Are you going to fight? In the distance, the prison WIRM roared, but it did not dare to approach. It still had Lu Jian's commander appointment platform on its back. Lu Yin slowly asked, "Are you trying to break the agreement?" "Lu Shaoxian, you're the one who provoked us," said Xiaoxinji coldly. "I was looking for an old friend from the Moon sect, but I discovered that his sect had been exterminated, and there was a half-progenitor from the Frigid Immortal sect at the site. Don't tell me that the Frigid Immortal sect wasn't responsible for this." He then looked at Bai Wang Yuan. "As for the astral elixir that appeared when the mother tree split open, no one is allowed to touch it. Anyone who touches it will be irresponsible to the mother tree and this region of the universe." Bai Wang Yuan's expression was gloomy. The missed ancestor spoke up. "That's right. No one is allowed to touch the astral origin liquid." She then glared at Lu Yin. "Don't think that I've forgotten that you just absorbed the astral origin liquid. You'll have to pay the price for that." Lu Yin solemnly replied, "Of course. When I absorbed the astral origin liquid, I suddenly realized that this was not a good thing to do, and it could even be considered a shameless act. I will definitely protect Senior's attitude towards astral origin liquid from now on. Anyone who tries to absorb astral origin liquid is an enemy of Junior, Senior, and the entire human race." Lu Yin's attitude left the missed ancestor stunned, and she suddenly saw Huiwen's shadow in Lu Yin. Shameless, flipping the table after eating. She was unhappy, but she had no choice but to cooperate with Lu Yin. Otherwise, what else could she do? Let the 4-way scales absorb a wave of astral origin liquid as well. The dragon ancestor sighed. "Lu Shaoxian, no, I should call you Lu Yin. You're much more shameless than Lu Shaoxian." Lu Yin looked at the dragon ancestor. "I heard that you only stepped into the progenitor realm because of Senior Missed Ancestor's guidance. What are you doing now?" "Attacking Senior. Who's shameless?" "Lu Shaoxian, you've repeatedly provoked the 4-way scales. Do you really think that we won't dare to attack you?" Xiaoxinji's tone was gloomy, and he really wanted to attack. Lu Yin retorted, "The astral origin liquid belongs to the mother tree. I accidentally discovered it and absorbed it, so that's provoking the 4-way scales." "What? When did the mother tree become the 4-way scales' private property?" Bai Wang Yuan spoke up. "Let's not talk about what happened before. The problem with the 5th mainland's astral source universe was caused by the Eternals. Before the problem is resolved, Lu Shaoxian, you are not allowed to step into the cosmic tree domain. This is not just the 4-way scales decision, but also the entire cosmic tree domains. We fear that our astral source universe will also have problems. Can you do this? If not, we can announce to the entire cosmic tree domain that you're doing this for the sake of humanity, so let humanity decide whether you stay or leave." Lu Yin sighed. Bai Wang Yuan's words were reasonable. If the 5th mainland's people wanted to escape, then it was normal for the cosmic tree domain's people to not allow them to enter. After all, no one knew if this astral source universe would also have problems. This was not just Bai Wang Yuan's concern, but Lu Yin's as well. If something happened to the 5th mainland, then it was fine, but if something happened to the cosmic tree domain as well, then who would be able to resist the Eternals? No matter how much Luin had contributed to the cosmic tree domain, the entire cosmic tree domain's attitude was the same as the four-way scales. They wanted to prevent the fifth mainland's people from coming back. Alright, I'll do as you say. I'll leave, Luin said calmly. But from now on, you have to guarantee the safety of the fifth mainland's cultivators in this domain. Send them all back to the fifth mainland. The only reason you can send them back is because of the problem with the astral source universe. Until this problem is resolved, they are not allowed to have any problems. Alright, we'll send all of the fifth mainland's cultivators back, Wang Fan said. At this point, both sides had reached a tacit understanding. Luin would not be able to return to the fifth mainland for the time being. The four-way scales had not allowed him to come because they needed to completely control the cosmic tree domain. Luin was too much of a variable. Xia Xinji's gloomy expression returned to normal as he watched the hellworm leave. The Eternals have helped us a lot. If Lu Shaoxian doesn't appear, we can take control of the cosmic tree domain in the shortest time possible. Even if the fifth mainland's problem is resolved, Lu Shaoxian will no longer be able to influence this domain. Be careful with your words. We don't need the Eternals' help, Wang Fan reminded him before turning to leave. Bai Wang Yuan looked in the direction that Mu Xia and the Fog Ancestor had left. They had lost Lu Shaoxian, so they had to be on guard against those two as well. Only by controlling the entire cosmic tree domain would the four-way scales be the four-way scales. On the hellworm's back, Luin fell into deep thought. He knew why the four-way scales had chased him away, but there was nothing he could do about it. Given the current situation, the muddy plan had come at the wrong time. He even suspected that the Eternals had done this on purpose to aggravate the conflict between him and the four-way scales while simultaneously increasing their strength. It was not impossible. Luin brought Wang Wen with him. He returned to the fifth mainland once more. Mu Xia had accompanied him this time. Luin wanted to become a god. Senior brother, becoming a god won't affect you, right? Luin asked. Mu Xia replied, it won't affect me, but under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to become a god. No one knows if there will be a day when those who become gods will become enemies with those who become gods. Just like the four-way scales and Patriarch Lu Tianyi, Luin said. Mu Xia continued, I find this very strange as well, but only the four-way scales and a few others know what exactly happened that day. Logically speaking, with Patriarch Tianyi's strength, even if he didn't do anything, once the Divine Seal catalog appeared, everyone would be helpless. He could face one or two people from the seven sky gods on his own, but in the end, he was still exiled. Luin knew that this might have something to do with the parallel spaces. Through Lan Ho's memories, he understood some of the parallel spaces. Just like in this part of the universe where the four-way scales wanted to kill him, the parallel spaces might not necessarily be harmonious with each other. Once two spaces intersected, they might join forces or become enemies. Both were very normal. Of course, Lan Ho's memories did not contain any parallel spaces that were close to the Lu family strength. In fact, there were very few that were even close to the four-way scales. Most of the parallel spaces that Luin knew about would at most face a progenitor realm corpse king, and those spaces might not even know about the existence of the seven sky gods. With these thoughts in mind, they returned to the fifth mainland. Luin threw Wang Wen to the Sky Genesis court and found a rather remote place with Mu Xia to try to ascend to godhood. During his tribulation, he regretted not ascending to godhood. Otherwise, he would not have been so helpless against Wenzu and almost failed his tribulation. I've never seen your Lu family ascend to godhood. Senior Tianyi only ascended to godhood in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. I didn't exist back then, so how you ascend to godhood is up to you, Mu Xia said. Luin nodded. I know. Thank you, senior brother. Whether one could ascend to godhood with the divine seal catalog depended on one's cultivation and willingness. If the person being sealed was not willing, then no one would be able to ascend to godhood. This was the exact opposite of the general appointment platform. The general appointment platform did not require one to be willing, as the person being appointed was already dead. These were two completely opposite methods that had the same purpose. They were the absolute power of the Lu family to control the fifth mainland. Lu Yin and Mu Xia were separated by 100 meters. He closed his eyes and muttered to himself for a moment before waving his hand. The cloth in his palm unraveled, and a golden light blossomed from his fingertips. It illuminated the entire technocracy and the innerverse, as if it wanted to illuminate the entire fifth mainland. Countless people looked at the golden light and knelt down. The divine seal catalog did not only bring a golden light, but also a kind of holiness that was compatible with the entire fifth mainland. Aside from the words, divine seal catalog, there was nothing else on the golden cloth. Mu Xia's expression turned solemn as he faced the golden light of the divine seal catalog. He had once thought that Senior Tianyi might ascend to godhood one day. Lu Tianyi stood at the forefront of humanity and faced the Eternals head-on. With his own strength, he even dared to attack the Eternals. It was not that no one had seen Lu Yin's giant scarlet eye before, and it was not that no one could destroy it. That person had been Lu Tianyi, but it had been too difficult to destroy it at that time. The ones blocking his path were not the endless corpse kings, but rather the 7 sky gods, one after another. Lu Tianyi disappeared, and after that, the divine seal catalog disappeared as well. The golden light had not appeared for a very long time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2432. If a direct descendant of the Lu family reappeared, how many gods would the divine seal catalog be? Mu Xia was looking forward to it. Perhaps Lu Yin could also stand at the forefront of humanity and face their mortal enemies. Mu Xia, are you willing to be sealed? Lu Yin's voice sounded out, but it was completely different from his usual voice. It was much deeper and more sacred, and there was an awe-inspiring majesty to it that made even Mu Xia cautious. I am. The golden light suddenly converged into a beam of light that enveloped Mu Xia's body. There was both light and darkness beneath the beam, and the darkness formed a shadow that headed towards the divine seal catalog. Once the shadow entered the divine seal catalog, it meant that the seal had been successfully sealed. The shadow only existed under the divine seal catalog's light, and only the divine seal catalog could use the shadow to battle. This was divine seal. Mu Xia watched the shadow head towards the divine seal catalog and took a deep breath. From this moment on, Lu Yin's power level would soar once again. Even without external items, he would truly have the strength to face any progenitor. Only he knew how strong he was. Even if he faced 9 mountains and 8 seas alone, he would not fear them. Lu Yin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the divine seal catalog disappeared along with the golden light and the shadow. Mu Xia's expression changed, and he rushed to Lu Yin's side. Lu Yin almost collapsed. His face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His entire body trembled, and his mind buzzed. His vision was blurry, and he could not hear anything. He had failed. His divine seal had failed. This was just Lu Yin's experiment. Since ancient times, the weakest descendant in the Lu family had been a half-step ancestor. Through the origin tribulation, Lu Yin knew that the humanoid Lu Qi might have been able to ascend to godhood at the peak of the emissary realm. This was the lowest known ascendant, and there was no one below that. Lu Yin wanted to become a god at 6 tribulation origin tribulations, which was the same as trying to seal a half-step ancestor at 1 tribulation origin tribulations. The difference was too great, and he naturally had to bear the consequences. He had failed at that time, and now, he had failed at becoming a god. After a long time, Luin recovered slightly. His body stopped trembling, and his ears could hear. "Junior brother, did you hear that?" Mu Xia asked. Luin nodded and looked at his hands. Drops of blood dripped onto his palms and trickled down from his nostrils. As he looked at the blood, his vision seemed to be dyed red. It was too painful. Ascending to the divinity ascension stage was even more painful than the first time he had tried to ascend to the half-martial ancestor realm. This kind of pain was different from the origin tribulation, and it was also different from cultivating battle force in the palm realm. It was an unknown kind of pain. Looks like you need to rest for a while. It's indeed impossible to become a god with 6 origin tribulations. Mu Xia sighed. It's just wishful thinking on my part, but I'll definitely be able to become a god after 7 origin tribulations at most. Not necessarily, said Mu Xia. Luin looked at him in confusion. Mu Xia pondered for a moment. When it comes to becoming a god, not only does it depend on one's own cultivation base, it also depends on one's opponent's cultivation base. For example, Senior Tianyi was able to become a god in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Although that doesn't mean that his battle prowess surpasses that of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, at the very least, it's certain that the difference between them isn't too great. If he were to become a god in the 3 realms, 6 Daos, or even primogenitor, do you think he'd succeed? Luin understood. Senior brother, are you saying that the difference between our cultivation levels is too great? Mu Xia clasped his hands behind his back. Yes, the difference between you and progenitor 1 is too great. Although it was only a few words, Mu Xia's arrogance was completely revealed at this moment. He believed that he far surpassed progenitor 1. Progenitor 1 was also a progenitor with an ancestral world. Luin was helpless against those boundless characters, but there was still a difference between progenitor 1 and progenitor 1. Progenitor 1 might have been on the same level as the 6th mainland's 3 ancestors, but Mu Xia was comparable to 9 mountains and 8 seas. 9 mountains and 8 seas was not on the same level as an ordinary progenitor. Luin thought it through. That's right, Mu Xia was his senior brother and had been recognized by Mr. Mu as an absolute genius. How difficult was it to gain Mr. Mu's recognition? Even if Luin had experienced all sorts of opportunities, it would still be difficult to succeed. If Mu Xia could succeed, then that meant that his cultivation talent was not below Lu Yin's. Just as senior brother Qing Ping had said, an emissary could fight a half-martial ancestor, and a half-martial ancestor could fight an ancestor. It would be fine if Luin was at the level of progenitor 1, but if he wanted to become a god like Mu Xia, then it would not be as simple as ascending to the divine ancestor realm after 6 origin tribulations. It would be like trying to become a divine ancestor right after becoming an emissary. After thinking this through, Luin felt that he had been wronged. If he had known that he would not have ascended to the divine ancestor Mu Xia, then he would have found another progenitor to ascend to the divine ancestor realm. But who would he have found? Looking around, it seemed that the only person who had willingly become a god was Mu Xia. As for the blood ancestor, there was no need for him to become a god. Mu Xia saw through Lu Yin's thoughts. There are no progenitors in the 5th mainland who can become gods, but there are in the cosmic tree realm. You will find a way. Alright, I'm leaving. Luin nodded. Thank you for your advice, senior brother. Mu Xia left, and Luin let out a long breath. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. The injuries he had sustained during his tribulation had been healed when he had absorbed the astral source, but he had not expected that his injuries would worsen so quickly. Luin watched the die slowly spin. It was 3 pips. He shook his head and decided to continue. This time, it was 1 pip. It had only been a few days since he had rolled the die, so he decided to wait 10 days before rolling it again. 10 days later, Luin successfully rolled 4 pips and entered the time-stop space to recover from the backlash of ascending to the divine ancestor realm. A second later, he reappeared, fully recovered, and headed towards the above heaven sect. The new mainland was already being reclaimed, and it was time to clean up the Eternals in the Starfall Sea. A few days after Luin arrived at the above heaven sect, he headed towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea once more, intending to clean it up. Along the way, he happened to run into Hai Feng, Hai Dashao, Hai Chi-Chi, and Elder He. When they saw Luin, they immediately bowed. Although it had only been a few decades, the fifth mainland had changed so quickly that even Hai Dashao had no choice but to bow his head to Luin. "Did you guys just return from the Starfall Sea?" Luin asked. Hai Feng replied, "We just executed Yang Yi and were preparing to return to the Outerverse." Luin was astonished. "You executed Yang Yi?" Hai Chi-Chi clenched her fists. "Yang Yi betrayed the human race, so of course he should be executed." Luin looked at her. She wanted to say something else, but under Lu Yin's gaze, she knew to avoid it. She was not as reckless as she had been in the past. "Wasn't Yang Yi handed over to the blood ancestor? He's a traitor of the sixth mainland. How did you execute him?" Luin asked. Elder He respectfully replied, "Senior blood ancestor allowed us to participate in the execution. The Eternals were established in the Sea King's Dome, and he wanted the Sea King's Dome to completely disappear from the Starfall Sea." Luin nodded. "Got it. Congratulations, you've gotten your revenge." The group bowed. "Thank you, Tao Disciple." Luin waved his hand, and the group headed towards the Outerverse. Hai Chi-Chi turned back to look at Luin. This person had changed so much since they had gone on adventures together and gone through life and death situations together. Suddenly, Luin smiled at her, just like he had in the past. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes lit up, and she blinked. Then, she opened her mouth to say something. Luin was speechless. What she had said was, "You're still as ugly as ever." This girl's tongue was just as poisonous as ever. For some reason, Luin felt nostalgic. Just as he was about to continue to the Starfall Sea, his wireless goo vibrated. Luin accepted the call. "It's me, Lu Tianmu." Luin was puzzled. Why would Lu Tianmu contact him? "What's up?" "Lu Hao wants me to tell you that Lu Yu is dead." Luin did not react at first, but then his expression changed. "What did you say?" "Lu Yu? The Lu family's ancestor." Lu Tianmu's expression changed as well. "Lu Yu is the Lu family's ancestor? A progenitor? What did Lu Hao say?" Luin barked. He had a bad premonition. Lu Tianmu replied, "Lu Hao only wanted me to tell you that the four-way scales suddenly attacked Lu Yu. Lu Yu is dead, and he threw Lu Tianmu out before he died. However, Lu Yu is still being targeted and will definitely die." How could he have died so suddenly? "He also wanted me to remind you that before he died, Lu Yu said that the four-way scales had nothing to fear and that he also had an address where the sword steel is located. Were they not afraid that the outer realm would lose its protection?" Lu Yin's expression sank. Were they not afraid of the farmer family's ancestor who had fought the undying god alongside Everything happened too suddenly. He had grasped sword Dao at Unity and was adept at killing. Suddenly left Broken Star and returned to the Lu family's territory. A progenitor's death could not be left unnoticed, and a few others suddenly attacked him. Luin quickly tried to contact mountains and 8 seas, but he could not reach him. Xiaoshenji, and the dragon ancestor attacked him at the same time. The mist ancestor would not have been able to withstand their attacks. How did you know? Let alone Lu Yu. It just happened. Lu Yu died too quickly, asked, and no one could save Lu Yu really dead? Why did the four-way scales attack Lu Yu? The mist ancestor was silent for a moment. What about my senior? Yes. Luin asked. The mist ancestor felt a headache coming on. How many days had it been? Both ordinary cultivators and progenitors from the cosmic tree domain a dozen or so days ago. The Lu family once controlled the fifth mainland and suppressed progenitors from killing each other. Although Lu Yu was all of the grudges were transferred to the everlasting race. He was not weak. Now that the Lu family and the everlasting race are gone, internal conflicts naturally erupted. Lu Yi naturally understood this logic, but he had not expected it to erupt so quickly and for an ancestor to die so quickly. Mu Xia went to the frozen immortal sect in the pinnacle realm to look for Bai Wangyuan. The four-way scales announced that Lu Yu had betrayed the human race. The agriculture ancestor and the ghost abyss ancestor went as well. The outer realm is currently in chaos. What about Senior? You didn't go? Lu Yin asked. The mist ancestor calmly replied, how can I interfere with the grudges between the various parties? Mu Xia represents the humble school, the agriculture ancestor, and the ghost abyss ancestor represent themselves. I don't represent anyone. Lu Yin did not say anything. The mist ancestor was right, and no one could force her to help anyone. If the everlasting race was still around, she could take action and use the overall situation to control both sides. However, the everlasting race was no longer around, so she had no reason to interfere. But was it wrong to go against the everlasting race? Of course not, it was the human heart. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2433. Lu Yin looked at the wireless goo. He had expected that the four-way scales would try to take complete control of the cosmic trees, but he had not expected them to be so aggressive as to kill Lu Yu first. Lu Yu was a progenitor, one of the strongest humans had, but he had died just like that. Now that Lu Yu was dead, who would be next? The farmer's school? Gue Yuan? Or the humble school? Regardless of whether the four-way scales would act again, the others would be on guard. Although they would join forces and cause trouble for the four-way scales, their authority in the cosmic trees had increased greatly. Lu Yu had said that the four-way scales had nothing to fear, but what gave them the right to do so? Lu Yin tried to contact Mu Xia again, but he still could not reach him. He was worried about Mu Xia's safety, and no matter what, he had to go to the cosmic trees to take a look. He had been powerless to stop the Lu family from being exiled, and he could not allow the same thing to happen again. He would not go through the new corridor, as the four-way scales would definitely have a way to deal with him. Also, the four-way scales would know where he was if he went through the new corridor. As he thought about it, Lu Yin rode the Hellworm towards the Neoverse, contacting Drunkard along the way. What? The array was destroyed. Lu Yin was shocked. Drunkard replied, a half-progenitor, and I don't know who it was. He attacked the array as soon as he arrived, but now that the array has been destroyed, the Sage Heavenly Master has arrived. We can't repair it for now. When? Just 2 days ago. Lu Yin frowned, as this was all part of the plan. Destroying the array and attacking Lu Yu had been part of the four-way scales plan all along. But aside from the new corridor and the array, there was also Jupiter. When the Eternals had attacked, Lu Yin had told everyone that Jupiter could be used to travel to the cosmic trees, but no one had confirmed whether or not it was possible. The four-way scales definitely knew about this, but they could not prevent it from happening. Even Lu Yin himself did not know the exact location of the cosmic trees through Jupiter. The more prepared the four-way scales were, the more Lu Yin wanted to go. Otherwise, once the cosmic trees were completely controlled by the four-way scales, he would be stuck in the fifth mainland forever. Once he became a half-progenitor, the agreement would lose its effect, and the four-way scales would attack him. It was impossible for the current fifth mainland to stop the four cardinal scales. In the starry sky of trees, the cold immortal sect had never been so shaken. All the disciples looked up in horror, feeling the pressure of the progenitor realm. Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, and Xiaxinji faced Mu Xia, the agriculture family's old ancestor, and the ghost abyss Guizhu. The progenitor realm was the limit of human cultivation. It took many years for one to appear, but now, 6 of them had appeared. Mu Xia, the humble school was established to deal with the Eternals and find Redback, not to deal with the 4-way scales. The grudges between the 4-way scales and others have nothing to do with you, Bai Wangyuan said in a deep voice. Mu Xia stared at Bai Wangyuan and said, I won't interfere with your grudges, but if the 4 directions balance's reason for starting a war involves the Redbacks and the spies, the humble class will not sit idly by. The reason you attacked Lu Yu was because he was protecting the undying deity, and it was the Redbacks. The humble class has not confirmed this matter. What does it have to do with you? This is the result of my 4-way scales investigation. Do we need your humble class to interfere? Xiaxinji shouted angrily. What evidence do you have to prove that Lu Yu is a Redback? Just the undying deity hiding in the Lu family. Do you 4-way scales lack Redbacks and spies? The agriculture family's old ancestor spoke, leaning on a tree branch as he stepped on a tree leaf. Although he was filled with spirituality, his muscles were extremely developed, making him look like a muscular man. He even had a hoe on his back, and his voice was deep and heavy. Ghost Abyss old ancestor's body was blurry, surrounded by death energy. You can kill Lu Yu today, you can kill me tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, you can kill Nong Yi. The 4-way scales are truly ruthless. Even after so many years, the Eternals have not been able to kill a progenitor so easily. You are even more ruthless than the Eternals. Wang Fan looked at Guizhu. We have evidence of killing Lu Yu, we don't need to explain this to you. Saying so, he looked at Mu Xia. What does the humble class want today? Or are you using this matter to help your junior brother? Intense winds blew as the 6 progenitors faced each other in the sky, arguing. Their progenitor realm powers swept out from time to time, causing heaven and earth to change colors, as if they could attack at any moment. As they argued, the wireless goo in Nong Yi's hand vibrated. Lu Yu had left Broken Star and returned to the Lu clan's territory because the Lu clan's disciples were in danger. The 4-way scales wanted to capture and kill the Lu clan's disciples. To prevent this from happening again, Nong Yi, Guizhu, and even Mu Xia held the wireless goo so that they could contact each other. Nong Yi accepted the call, and Nong Sanyang was on the other end. Nong Yi's expression changed when he saw Nong Sanyang's message, and he muttered to himself, I'll be leaving first, but I'll be back soon. Guizhu was puzzled. Is there something more important than this? Nong Yi looked at Mu Xia. Please. He then turned around and left Cold Immortal Sect. Bai Wangyuan and the rest were shocked, and they exchanged glances. Nong Yi's departure was out of their expectations, and he had definitely left for something more important. What could be more important than this? After leaving Cold Immortal Sect, Nong Yi went straight to Seed Garden, where he saw Lu Yin under a waterfall outside. Lu Yin had arrived at the starry sky of trees through Jupiter, and he had appeared in Central Calm Sea just like before. After sensing his location, he went straight to Seed Garden and contacted Nong Yi through Nong Sanyang. The dragon ancestor isn't here, he was waiting for you at New Sky Corridor. You actually came. Nong Yi was surprised. Lu Yin looked at Nong Yi. Senior, time is of the essence, so I won't waste time. Are you willing to be deified? Actually, before coming here, Lu Yin had never thought that the Nong clan's ancestor would be the first one to be deified. After leaving Central Calm Sea and seeing Seed Garden from afar, he suddenly had an idea and contacted Nong Yi through Nong Sanyang. The 4-way scales had suddenly attacked Lu Yu without any hesitation, which meant that they had made certain preparations that would be detrimental to the Lu clan and the Nong clan. The 4-way scales were not stupid, and they knew what would happen if Lu Yu died. Even so, they had still attacked Lu Yu, which was why Lu Yin had been able to invite Nong Yi. Do you know what they're planning? Nong Yi asked. Lu Yin shook his head, no. Nong Yi frowned, are you lying to me? There's no need to know. Lu Yin looked at Nong Yi, even my Lu family will be exiled. Just the Lu clan, the Nong clan, Ghost Abyss, and even my senior brother won't be able to compare to the original Lu family. Besides, Lu Yu is already dead, and the four-way scales have 8 progenitors. If a battle to the death breaks out, the Nong clan will disappear along with the Lu clan, along with Ghost Abyss and the Humble School. Nong Yi fell silent. This was the truth, otherwise, they would not have joined forces to attack the frigid immortal sect. The threat of the four-way scales joining forces was too great. Junior still has the same question, are you willing to be deified? Lu Yin asked. Nong Yi and Lu Yin and Nong Yi looked at each other deeply. Deified? There were pros and cons. If they were on the same side as an ascendant, then being deified was equivalent to having another progenitor. However, if they turned against each other, then they would be using their own strength to deal with themselves. Senior, are you willing to be deified? Lu Yin asked for the 3rd time. There was no need to elaborate on the current situation. If he was willing, then he was willing. If he was unwilling, then he was unwilling. No one was stupid, and Lu Yin didn't have the eloquence to change his unwillingness into a willingness. Nong Yi sighed, Lu Shaoxian, are you willing to make a promise that as long as my Nong clan doesn't betray humanity, you won't act against my clan? Lu Yin raised his head, sure, I swear that unless your clan betrays humanity, I will never act against you, except in self-defense. Nong Yi nodded, deified then. I'd like to see how someone with 6 origin tribulations will do that. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he waved his hand, causing a golden light to fill the starry sky of trees. In the frozen immortal sect, Bai Wang Yuan and the others saw the golden light coming from below, and their expressions changed, not good, the god sealing catalog. It's Lu Shaoxian. They wanted to go to the central realm, but Mu Xia and Gue Zhu were blocking their way. Whoever Lu Shaoxian becomes a god is his own business. It has nothing to do with you, Gue Zhu laughed. No wonder that old man Nong Yi had left, it turned out that he had gone to become a god. Once he became a god, there would be another progenitor here, and with Lu Shaoxian, everything would become unpredictable. Xia Xinji's expression became extremely ugly, and the scene of Lu Tianyi blocking the front with a god sealing catalog appeared in his mind. He would never forget that scene. No, he couldn't let Lu Shaoxian become any stronger. Xia Xinji's figure flickered as he headed towards the central realm. Gue Zhu hurriedly acted, causing death energy to surge and instantly cover half of the central realm. Wang Fan and Bai Wang Yuan looked at each other, they had to act in the end. Since they couldn't stop Lu Shaoxian, they would have to see who was the master of the starry sky of trees. Suddenly, Xia Xinji coughed up blood and his body swayed, almost falling down. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan were shocked. How had Xia Xinji suddenly been injured? Was it Gue Zhu? They looked over, and Gue Zhu was confused. How had Xia Xinji suddenly been injured? No one knew where Xia Xinji's injury had come from. Xia Xinji clutched his abdomen and lowered his head, his pupils dilating. Bastard! Bastard! You actually injured yourself. Bastard! Xia Xinji, what happened to you? Wang Fan asked. Xia Xinji coughed twice, I haven't recovered from the battle in the sovereign world. Wang Fan and Bai Wang Yuan were confused. Injuries in the sovereign world. When had he been injured? Mu Xia was also confused, but he was quite far away from Bai Wang Yuan and the others at that time, so he didn't know and thought that Xia Xinji was really injured. Bai Wang Yuan whispered, can you still act? Xia Xinji wanted to say something, but he coughed up another mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth, I have to go back and treat my injuries. I'm sorry. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan looked at each other. They knew that Xiaoshenji wasn't so simple, but since he said this, it meant that he didn't want to tell them. Xiaoshenji didn't wait for them to answer and just left. He returned to the divine martial heaven, but before he left, he took a deep look at Mu Xia and Gue Zhu, as if he wanted to see something. Mu Xia and Gue Zhu were confused, not knowing what had happened to Xiaoshenji. At the same time, the golden light of the god's sealing catalogue disappeared. They looked towards the central realm. Did he succeed? Or did he fail? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2434. There were no records of someone reaching the godly ancestor realm after 6 origin tribulations, but when they thought about Lu Yin's past achievements, even Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan did not dare say that he would fail. Elsewhere, in a corner of the mortal realm, Xiaoshenji's clone spat out blood. Blood even seeped out of his skin as if he had just been fished out of a pool of blood. Let's go. Xiaoshenji has sensed our location. He should be here. Lu Xiaoge helped Xiaoshenji's clone up and left according to the prepared route. Above them was the ancestral Mang, and they had used its aura to intimidate Xiaoshenji, making it difficult for him to find them. Was it worth it? Lu Xiaoge asked, looking at Xiaoshenji's clone with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Xiaoshenji's clone grinned, but his mouth was full of blood, making him look rather savage. I was seriously injured once. At most, I would have gone into seclusion for 100 years to recover, but I got a promise in exchange. Of course it was worth it. Lu Xiaoge's tone was low. You knew that you were in contact with Lu Xiaoxian. Kid, you underestimate me too much. It's true that the new generation replaces the old, but don't forget that we are not the old. A progenitor can never be the old that has been eliminated. I already felt that something was wrong when Lu Xiaoxian chased after me. Why did he chase after me? Just because I'm Xiaoshenji's clone. And why were you so cautious and careful? You even schemed against Lu Xiaoxian so that he couldn't chase after you. No matter how I look at it, this seems like a game between the two of you. Since it's a game, there's obviously a wager, and your wager is me. The reason for this game is because you're in contact with Lu Xiaoxian, Xiaoshenji's clone said slowly. He was clearly heavily injured and needed to be supported to walk. He could not resist Lu Xiaoge at all, but he did not say anything. Lu Xiaoge sighed in admiration. Senior, you're smarter, more powerful, and more ruthless than I imagined. Xiaoshenji's clone sneered and suddenly looked up. The two of them stayed still and waited for a moment. He's gone. It's Xiaoshenji. If not for the ancestral Mang's aura, he would have found me. Senior, you contacted Lu Yin through me and heavily injured Xiaoshenji in exchange for his promise to help you deal with Xiaoshenji. Do you trust him that much? Lu Xiaoge asked. The same thing had happened after Lu Yin had arrived in the cosmic tree realm. When he saw the seed garden, he thought of Feng Shen Nong Yi. He had then received Lu Xiaoge's contact and made a deal with Xiaoshenji's clone. Xiaoshenji's clone looked up and panted heavily. He gestured for Lu Xiaoge to put him down, and he sat down with his back against the tree. The 4-way scales banished the Lu family, and it was a huge gamble. They won, and this time, I made a huge gamble as well. I bet that the Lu family will be able to make a comeback. At this point, he looked at Lu Xiaoge. I know that you have a grudge against Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Xiaoge interrupted him before he could finish. Lu Xiaoge smiled and said, I have no grudge against him. I'm just a member of the Dark Forest. Xiaoshenji's clone looked deeply at Lu Xiaoge. Perhaps one day, you will have a place in this universe. Lu Xiaoge smiled. Let's talk about that later. Xiaxinji is heavily injured, and it looks like the cosmic tree realm won't fall into chaos for the time being. Senior, not only did you injure Xiaxinji to help Lu Yin in exchange for his promise, but you also believe that the four-way scale is superior to the others. Not only did you help Lu Yin, but you also helped yourself. Xiaxinji's clone closed his eyes and stopped talking. In the central realm, not far from the seed garden, Lu Yin watched as the divine seal catalogue descended. There was a shadow that looked exactly like Nong Yi. This was the divine seal catalogue. In front of him, Nong Yi's eyes glowed as he looked at the divine seal catalogue. That shadow had come from the divine seal catalogue's golden light. Where there was light, there would be a shadow, and that shadow had become Nong Yi. How do you feel? Nong Yi asked as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin put the divine seal catalogue away. I don't feel anything. Senior, let's go and have a chat with Bai Wang Yuan and the others. He then took out Mount Supreme and released the hellworm. It roared as Lu Yin climbed up. Nong Yi sighed in amazement. Every time I see the hellworm, I'm amazed. I can't figure out how you managed to subdue it. Senior, let's go. Don't let the frigid immortal sect wait for too long. Nong Yi's figure flashed and appeared above the hellworm's head. The hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it roared. Its progenitor's power swept out and it charged towards the top realm. Within the frigid immortal sect, Bai Wang Yuan's expression sank. They had all sensed the hellworm's power. Lu Shaoxian had arrived. In the valley below the Wang family's mainland, the dragon ancestor's expression turned ugly. It had indeed been the hellworm's aura, which meant that the God Seal catalogue had been Lu Xiaoxuan's. Beside him, Bai Xing was curious. How did Lu Shaoxian get here? The dragon ancestor frowned and stepped forward. He had guessed that Lu Yin must have come from Jupiter. It was no secret that Jupiter could connect to the astral tree realm, but no one had ever tried to do so. Lu Yin's arrival had confirmed his guess. Lu Xiaoxuan's arrival meant that things had changed. In the ruler realm, the fog ancestor watched calmly. She had no stance, and if she did, it would be the humans. No matter what realm or cultivation level one was at, there would always be grudges. She was not from the Lu family and could not control the fifth mainland, much less the grudges. She could only watch. The hellworm and the dragon ancestor arrived at almost the same time. They met outside the frigid immortal sect, and when they saw each other, the dragon ancestor was stunned. Nong Yi. Why are you with Lu Shaoxian? Wait, you're the one who sealed. Nong Yi coldly glanced at the dragon ancestor before following the hellworm into the frigid immortal sect. The dragon ancestor hurried in as well. Where's Xiaxinji? The dragon ancestor asked curiously when he saw Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. Wang Fan explained what had happened with Xiaxinji. The dragon ancestor's expression turned even uglier. How had the situation suddenly changed? Lu Shaoxian had sealed Nong Yi, which meant that both Lu Shaoxian and Nong Yi had joined the fray. Xiaxinji had been severely injured, and they had lost a few members. How were they supposed to deal with this? The three looked at Mu Xia and the others. Mu Xia also looked at Lu Yin in surprise. You sealed. Lu Yin smiled. Yes. Mu Xia nodded. Gue Zhu also looked at Lu Yin, and Lu Yin looked back at him. This was the first time the two had met, and they had both used death energy. Decades ago, when Draconic Seven's identity had been exposed, someone from the Ghost Abyss had risked their lives to help him escape. But things were different now. When Draconic Seven had been alive, he had been Lu Shaoxian, an ant who had needed protection and had been chased by the four-sided scales like a stray dog. The Ghost Abyss had been willing to protect him and support him. In the future, he might have been able to lead the Ghost Abyss to the peak, or he might have been used by the ghost abyss until his value was exhausted, allowing the ghost abyss to take the initiative. But things were different now. Lu Yin's power had long since gone out of control, and the ghost abyss couldn't control it at all. Neither of them had expected that their first meeting would be in the frigid immortal sect. Guizhou. Lu Yin was the first to speak. He looked at the gloomy person across from him, and the density of this person's death energy was astonishing. The ghost abyss's death energy definitely wasn't ranked 5th. In any of the death god's force fields on the continent, the death god's left arm and Go Lian could also use one attack. Guizhou didn't know what Lu Yin was thinking, but if he did, he would have been on guard. After all, if the death god's left arm and Go Lian used one attack, the death god's force field would be completely drained. Guizhou would be the same, and his inheritance would be severed. Lu Shaoxian, it's been a long time, Guizhou said, looking at Lu Yin as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Lu Yin replied, it has indeed been a long time. I've accepted your kindness, and I'll definitely repay you when I have the chance. Guizhou didn't say anything else and instead looked at Bai Wangyuan. Lu Yin also stopped talking to him and instead looked at Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan. What do you say? Do you want to fight? He then waved his hand, and the golden light blossomed once more as Nong Yi's figure appeared. Everyone looked on in amazement. Aside from Jiu Shan and 8 Seas, this was the first time everyone was looking at the God Seal catalog. Of course, the dragon ancestor was an exception, as he was even older than Jiu Shan and 8 Seas. This is also my first time using the God Seal catalog. Don't blame me if I don't use it well, Lu Yin said, his tone filled with threat. Wang Fan said in a low voice, Lu Shaoxian, you made an agreement with us a few days ago that you wouldn't step into the astral tree domain. Are you going back on your word so quickly? A few days ago, Senior Lu Yu was still here, but he's gone now, Lu Yin said. Lu Yu's matter has nothing to do with you, Bai Zhe said. Lu Yin sighed. We're all comrades in the battle against the undying god, so how could it have nothing to do with me? Senior specifically invited me to the Lu family for tea and to discuss sword techniques. He also said that he would pass down his sword Dao's unification to me because I'm the most suitable successor. Although he hasn't had the time to pass it down, I'll accept this kindness. Senior won't allow you to slander him as you please. Nonsense, Lu Yu never drinks tea, and how could the Lu family's sword Dao's unification be passed down to you? Bai Zhe shouted. Lu Yin raised his brow. What, were you beside me when I was talking to Senior Lu Yu? Bai Wangyuan choked. Lu Shaoxian, don't be unreasonable. We all know what kind of person Lu Yu is. Hurry up and return to the 5th mainland. This matter has nothing to do with you, Wang Fan said. Lu Yin looked at him. Wang Fan, immediately send Senior Zhongyue's statue to the seed garden. Wang Fan was stunned. What? Lu Yin shouted. Senior Zhongyue was on good terms with the Nong family and swore to join them. Since he's dead, his statue should naturally be placed in the seed garden. Wang Fan looked at Nong Yi. Nong Yi looked at Lu Yin. Was that true? He wasn't that close to Zhongyue. Lu Shaoxian, what nonsense are you talking about? The dragon ancestor frowned. Zhongyue was a wandering cultivator and a progenitor who had died in the sovereign realm. At that time, only Wang Fan had been with him. After Zhongyue's death, Wang Fan had placed his statue on the Wang family's mainland to attract many wandering cultivators to join the Wang family. He had said that Zhongyue had instructed him to do so, but no one knew the details. How can you compare the relationship between Senior Zhongyue and Senior Nong Yi? Wang Fan, you're too shameless, Lu Yin reprimanded. Wang Fan was furious. Zhongyue was the one who said that he was willing to join my Wang family. Who heard that? Senior Lu Yu also said that he would treat me to tea and teach me the sword Dao. Do you admit it? Lu Yin retorted righteously. Wang Fan shouted angrily. Lu Yin did not back down. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2435. Everyone else was speechless as they listened to the two bicker, but their expressions soon relaxed. If they could argue, it meant that they would not fight. Otherwise, they would have already started fighting before Lu Yin had even arrived. The two of them quarreled for almost an hour before they stopped. Bai Wang Yuan and the dragon ancestor were no longer anxious, as the situation had already reached this point. Mu Xia's expression relaxed, and he looked at Lu Yin with a rare smile. This junior brother was really interesting. Once he arrived, the situation would always change. Some people were born with this ability and knew how to stir things up. They knew how to use all sorts of advantages to create situations that were difficult for their opponents to handle. Whether it was Long Qi, Yu Hao, or Lu Xiaoshuan's identity, he had used them all very well. He had used his own strength to change the situation of the human race. Master, how did you receive this disciple? If he wasn't my junior brother, I would have taken him in as a disciple as well. Lu Yin had completely destroyed the original plan of the four-way scales, and in the end, it had only been a discussion. However, this did not have much to do with Lu Yin. His main goal in coming here was to find Mu Xia, and it was fine as long as he was fine. Of course, the final result was still acceptable. No one could seek justice for Lu Yu's death, and this grudge could only be left to the Lu family. The only thing Lu Yin could do was try his best to save the Lu family, such as the family head, Lu Du. He was Fifth Bro's father, so he had to find him. There were also Lu Kai, Lu Yi, and Zhang Dingtian. Over the next half a month, Lu Yin searched for the Lu family in the central realm. He found Lu Kai, and through him, he found Zhang Dingtian. Unfortunately, Lu Yi had died to the progenitor's shockwaves. If not for Master, I would have died. Zhang Dingtian stood on the back of the caged WIRM and watched the ground recede. The WIRM speed was so fast that he could not even see it clearly. Lu Yin fell silent. It was normal for cultivators to die. Brother Lu, Master said that he experienced something inexplicable, Zhang Dingtian suddenly said. Lu Yin looked at him. So, aren't you going to ask what happened? Zhang Dingtian asked. Lu Yin looked away. A person's death is like an extinguished lamp. What's the point of asking? Zhang Dingtian nodded. Yeah, what's the point of asking? Right, there's no need to find the family head. He's dead. How did he die? Lu Yin asked. He wanted to save Fifth Bro's father, and the only reason he had saved the Lu family was because of Fifth Bro's reputation, but it was still too late. Zhang Dingtian continued, like Master, he was killed by the shockwaves of the progenitor realm. Master died trying to protect me, while Patriarch charged towards Xiaoshenji. Lu Yin's expression darkened. Was he going to charge at Xiaoshenji? Lu Du was merely an emissary, not even a half-martial ancestor. Yet, he had the courage to charge at Xiaoshenji. It was clear that he was prepared to die at that moment. Was he the one who harmed the Lu family? If he hadn't exposed Lu Song, then the Lu family would have been fine. However, that might not be the case. Even if the four cardinal scales hadn't acted against Lu Yu because of this matter, they would have found other reasons to act against him, and the Lu family would not be able to escape this ordeal. Not long after, they found Lu Lu. He had been out on a mission and was not at home. Now that he had received the news, he had hurried back to the family, but Lu Yin had discovered him midway and taken him away. Lu Lu's eyes were filled with hatred. He looked towards the top realm, truly wishing to tear apart this world. In the past, the Lu family had only been obsessed with their swords, but now, they were filled with hatred. Regardless of whether it was Lu, Lu Ke, or Zhang Dingtian, their lives would be filled with hatred. Finally, Lu Yin arrived at the location that Lu Hao had told him through Lu Tianmu. He was curious as to why Lu Hao had not contacted the farmer clan or the humble clan before his death, but had instead contacted him. Could it be that Lu Hao had so much confidence in him? Lu Yin guessed that Lu Hao must have seen through the layout of the astral tree, and that the only one who could break through this situation was an external power, which was Lu Yin himself. If Lu Hao could see through it, then many others could as well. While Lu Yin was lost in his thoughts, the hellworm stopped. Below him, Lu Yin saw Xia Ziheng and an unfamiliar half-martial ancestor. Xia Ziheng and the unfamiliar half-martial ancestor also looked up. Lu Shaoxian. Lu Yin descended and tore through the void, appearing in front of Xia Ziheng and the half-martial ancestor. Why are you here? It has nothing to do with you, Lu Shaoxian. You should return to the abandoned land, Xia Ziheng said. Just as Xia Ziheng finished speaking, Lu Yin casually waved his hand. His battle force at the realm of Palm combined with his physical strength, which had been increased by 6 origin tribulations, formed a palm strike that was extremely lethal to even half-ancestors. Xia Ziheng was shocked, and he slashed out with his blade. However, the palm wind struck him and caused his blade to shatter. The palm wind viciously struck Xia Ziheng and sent him flying. That unfamiliar half-ancestor hurriedly intervened, but Lu Yin opened his hand. With a boom, the unfamiliar half-martial ancestor was pressed to the ground by the heaven-flipping palm. The heaven-flipping palm was similar to how things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. It was a battle technique with a concept. It had even been able to press the undying god's body to the ground, let alone this unfamiliar half-martial ancestor whose arms had been crippled. 2 half-martial ancestors had been easily injured by Lu Yin. Xia Ziheng wanted to intervene, but the hellworm above him roared and stared at him. He panted heavily and did not dare to move. I'll ask you again. Why are you here? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and calmly looked at Xia Ziheng. It hadn't been that long since he had attacked the divine martial plane, but Lu Yin's strength had undergone a drastic transformation. Not only had he reached 6 origin tribulations, but he had also cultivated the heaven-flipping palm and realm of palm battle force. It would not be as difficult for him to deal with 4 half-martial ancestors now, and he did not even need to use external items. Xia Ziheng did not want to answer. Even under the hellworm's pressure, he gritted his teeth and endured. Lu Yin walked over to the unfamiliar half-martial ancestor and bent down to look at him. It was just like when the undying god had appeared and looked down on him. Who are you? The unfamiliar half-martial ancestor looked at Lu Yin in shock. Xianzhu. Your name? Yes. What's your relationship with the Xia family? Xianzhu thought about it, but he was also unwilling to answer. Lu Yin laughed. You should say that if you have nothing to do with the Xia family, then you will die here. What do you think? Half-martial ancestor Ziheng. Xia Ziheng gritted his teeth. He's the guard of my divine martial prison. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he knew that this person was the guard of Xiaoshenji's clone. Xiaoshenji's clone had escaped with Lu Shaoge, and this person had been sent out by Xiaoshenji to search for him. Xiaoshenji had most likely crippled Xiaoshenji's arms. Lu Yin stepped over Xianzhu and walked toward Xia Ziheng. It looks like you're certain that I won't dare to do anything to you, so you're not going to say anything. Xianzhu was infuriated, as being stepped over was a great humiliation. Xia Ziheng's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lu Yin. Patriarch Shenji won't let you off. Lu Yin suddenly laughed. You want Xiaoshenji to talk to me face to face? Do you think he has the ability to do so? Xianzhu was shocked. Who in the universe would dare to speak of Patriarch Shinji in such a manner? This was Liu Shaoxian, and it was no wonder that he had attacked the divine martial plane. It was no wonder that he had been able to stand against Patriarch Four Cardinal Scales and reach an agreement with him. This was a human. Only Liu Yin had the right to say such things. The moment Liu Yin said this, the humiliation that had just been stepped over instantly vanished. You're right. I don't want to do anything to you right now. Liu Yin retracted his gaze and swept out with his domain before vanishing. Xia Ziheng was stunned at first, as he had not expected Liu Yin to suddenly leave. His expression immediately changed. Not good. He hurriedly looked around, searching for traces of Liu Yin. However, Liu Yin appeared right after, and at the same time, a giant sword steel appeared. Xia Ziheng's jaw dropped. Liu Shaoxian, you. Liu Yin tossed the sword steel onto the back of the caged WIRM and slowly rose into the air. He looked down at Xia Ziheng. Many thanks, half-ancestor Ziheng. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have stayed here, and I definitely wouldn't have been able to find the Liu family sword steel. Ha 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 ha. Xia Ziheng's face paled. It was over. Everything was over. That bastard Liu Shaoxian was trying to kill him. Searching for the Liu family sword steel was a mission given to him by the Patriarch, and many people were searching for it. He had followed the clues and almost found it, but he had been discovered by that damned Liu Shaoxian. Why had he appeared so coincidentally? It definitely wasn't because of Liu Yin. The central realm was so big, so how could there be such a coincidence? Furthermore, Liu Yin had already concealed his aura, so the chances of Liu Yin coincidentally running into him were like looking for a needle in a haystack. That bastard must have known that the sword steel was here, but he had purposely said that so that Liu Yin would be punished by the Patriarch. After scheming against Xia Ziheng, Liu Yin left the cosmic tree realm. As long as nothing happened here, he would not return for the time being. How many times had this thought appeared in his mind? Every time he was certain that he would not return, he would return for various reasons. Liu Yin shook his head and watched the scenery around him recede. He looked at the sword steel and then at the sovereign realm. It seemed like the four-way scales did not intend to stop him, they were also afraid of trouble. Not stopping him did not mean that they had given up. Since they had killed Liu Yu without hesitation, it meant that they had a plan in place. Even if this unknown plan had been destroyed by Liu Yin, there would be a day when it would be restarted. He just did not know when that day would come. Bai Xing had long since left the New Sky Corridor. Cultivators from the Fifth Mainland were constantly being sent over and then forcibly sent back to the Fifth Mainland. The Hellworm quickly streaked past and then charged into the New Sky Corridor before disappearing. A few months after Liu Yin left the Cosmic Tree Realm, although the people from the Fifth Mainland could not come here, they still sold all sorts of resources. This was especially true for wireless voodoo, which often replaced the cloud connection stones. The Cosmic Tree Realm was also researching the Fifth Mainland's combat methods, as their various external items were quite useful. As for the Fourth Formation Base, Liu Yin sent someone over, but they were all rejected by the Cosmic Tree Realm. Before the Fifth Mainland's problem with the Starsource universe was resolved, no one dared to take the risk of accepting the Fifth Mainland's cultivators, even if it was the reverse battlefield. The reverse battlefield had already changed, and there were not many cultivators left to guard the 5 formation bases. Most of the cultivators had already killed their way into the New World and were close to reclaiming it. The entire Cosmic Tree Realm was becoming more and more complete. As for the Fifth Mainland, they were constantly searching for the reason behind the Starsource universe's problems. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. On this day, a spatial crack appeared at the bottom of Shenwu Continent's Tower of Resonating Light. A figure suddenly rushed out of the spatial crack and crashed into the wall. After he came out, the spatial crack closed back up. The figure looked back. "Oh no, I can't go back. That damned Guyu. After saying that, the figure looked around, then leaped out and carefully left the tower of resonating light. When he looked outside, he saw rows upon rows of cultivators guarding the tower. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2436. It's no wonder that Guyu didn't want to connect the two spacetimes and block us outside. Since I'm here, I'll be the master of this week's spacetime. I, Wu Junshi, also have the opportunity to control a spacetime. Ha ha ha. As the figure spoke, his voice grew louder and louder, attracting the attention of the guards. Who is it? The guards surrounded the tower of resonating light. Wu Junshi stood up and looked down. You ants, I am Wu Junshi. Why haven't you kowtowed yet? How dare you? The guards and cultivators all attacked. Wu Junshi sneered, and his eyes widened. An enormous aura swept across the entire Shinwu continent, causing it to sway like a small boat in the midst of a storm. Cracks appeared on the surface of the continent. In the distance, within Mingdu's imperial palace, Mingdu was alarmed. There's a powerful enemy. Quickly informed the above heaven sect. Less than an hour later, in Mingdu's imperial palace, Mingdu gritted his teeth and knelt down in humiliation. Behind him was a group of Shinwu Empire's ministers, and behind him was Beihong. Wu Junshi sat high up in the imperial palace and looked down at the crowd. He looked at Mingdu with interest. Tell me, who is the strongest person in this universe? What is their strength? Mingdu looked up and was about to say something when his body was suddenly sent flying and smashed into a pillar. Many people were shocked. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Beihong stood up to help Wu Junshi up, but his body was instantly pressed to the ground. Wu Junshi's aura was so powerful that even the entire Shinwu continent would have to crawl, let alone an imperial palace. This aura continued to spread in all directions. He seemed to be searching for something, or rather, probing for something. Did I allow you to look up? Ants are not allowed to look at their masters. Even if their masters allow you to, you are not allowed to. These are the rules, Wu Junshi said coldly, his tone filled with arrogance. Mingdu coughed up blood and bent his body in extreme pain. Wu Junshi glanced at him and then looked at Beihong. Your status here is only lower than his. Tell me, who is the strongest person here? What is their strength? Beihong lay on the ground and did not look up. The strongest person is someone called Lu Yin. Wu Junshi looked on calmly. He is an emissary, Beihong said. Wu Junshi frowned and muttered to himself, emissary. The same cultivation level as Guyu. Back then, Guyu had said that she had faced 7 origin tribulations. As he thought of this, he stared at Beihong. How many origin tribulations did Lu Yin face? Beihong did not know where Wu Junshi had come from, and neither did anyone else present. They all assumed that he had come to Shinwu continent from the outside world. Ever since the 5 sealing planets had been moved away, many people had come to the Shinwu continent, but they were all just passing by or training. No one dared to act impudently on the Shinwu continent, as everyone knew that this place held a special meaning for Lu Yin. Wu Junshi's actions had puzzled the people of the Shinwu Empire, but his question was even more puzzling. Was there someone in the 5th mainland who didn't know Lu Yin? Beihong also couldn't figure out what was going on with Wu Junshi, so he could only reply, I heard that he has undergone 5 origin tribulations, but some say that he has undergone 6. How many origin tribulations has he faced? Wu Junshi was dissatisfied, but at the same time, he didn't care. So what if he had undergone 7 origin tribulations? At most, he was on par with Guyu. 5 origin tribulations, Beihongmo said with certainty. Wu Junshi's gaze swept across the crowd. Have you heard of the 3 sovereigns? Everyone was confused, and they all shook their heads. Wu Junshi sneered. Then, what about Guyu? Bei Hong looked up in shock, only to be sent flying with a thump before crashing into a pillar. If you dare to raise your head again, I'll kill you without mercy, Wu Junshi barked. Bei Hong coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. His situation was similar to Mingde's. When the others saw what had happened to them, they all lowered their heads, not daring to raise their heads. Looks like you all know about Guyu, humph. Wu Junshi looked outside. They knew about Guyu, but they didn't know about the three sovereigns. Guyu, Guyu, looks like you've done a perfect job. Not only have you blocked the path through the three sovereign spacetime, but you've also not allowed the people in your own spacetime to know about it. It's a pity that you're too short-sighted. The strongest powerhouse here is only at 6 origin tribulations, and they can't even compare to you. Your spacetime has regressed too much. Since that was the case, Wu Junshi's gaze burned with passion. Then, let me be the ruler of this spacetime. Mingde looked up. He had not said a single word from start to finish, but when he heard Wu Junshi's words, his eyes were filled with a thick sense of ridicule. It wasn't just him, as Bei Hong was as well. The majority of the people on Shenwu continent only had a general understanding of the outside world, but they did not know too much about it. After all, the 5 sealing planets had sealed them off. However, Mingde and Bei Hong knew a lot about the outside world, especially Bei Hong. His son, Bei Qing, had quite a bit of influence in the Great Eastern Alliance, and his understanding of certain matters far surpassed Mingde's. What realm was Lu Yin at? This question was completely wrong. Could Lu Yin's cultivation realm be used to calculate his strength? The truly knowledgeable people in the outside world did not care about Lu Yin's cultivation realm at all. All they cared about was submitting to him. So what if he was a progenitor? Go and find that Lu Yin, Wu Junshi spoke up, and his words left Mingde, Bei Hong, and the others dumbfounded. They did not dare to raise their heads, which meant that they could not see Wu Junshi. Wu Junshi also could not see their expressions, which were brilliant beyond compare. I will reward whoever can find that Lu Yin, Wu Junshi said calmly, his expression filled with arrogance and a hint of holiness. This expression seemed to have been honed thousands of times, and it was perfectly executed. Bei Hong coughed a few times. Well, it will be difficult for us to get close to Lu Yin with our cultivations. However, I can bring you to this sect that Lu Yin belongs to. With your unrivaled strength in the universe, you will definitely be able to conquer everyone and make the entire universe look down at you. Wu Junshi looked at Bei Hong. You have a way with words, and you are also knowledgeable. In the future, you will be the emperor of this continent. Once I become the ruler of this spacetime, you will know that submitting to me was the correct choice. Bei Hong had served 4 emperors of the Shenwu Empire, so he was naturally good with words. Yes, I will bring you to Lu Yin. He is not far away, and with your strength, you will be able to reach him in the blink of an eye. Wu Junshi was even more satisfied, and he looked at Bei Hong with admiration. You can raise your head and talk to me, but your gaze will only reach my waist at most. Bei Hong acted as if he had received a great favor, and he was moved to tears. It is already very fortunate that you can raise your head. I will bring you to Lu Yin. Not long after, Wu Junshi led Bei Hong into outer space. The power that Wu Junshi displayed surprised Bei Hong. This was a 3-colored power that revolved around Wu Junshi's body and brought Bei Hong into outer space. Due to the 5th mainland's astral source problem, they either did not have any astral source or star energy in their bodies, or they were dispersing it. Basically, there were no cultivators who could freely explore the universe. Could this person's 3-colored power not be astral source or star energy? Curious. Wu Junshi asked. Bei Hong respectfully replied, "My lord, your power is truly admirable." Wu Junshi was cold and arrogant. "This is a sovereign aura. Your spacetime naturally does not know about it. Speaking of which, this spacetime is so weak that it is beyond imagination. None of them even have the power to cultivate, and none of them can even travel the universe." Bei Hong replied, "My space naturally cannot compare to my lord's." He could tell that this person had come from another spacetime and was definitely not from any known spacetime. Otherwise, whether it was the astral tree realm or the sixth mainland, it would be impossible for them to not know about the fifth mainland. This person should have come from a parallel spacetime. For a long time, people from parallel spacetimes would occasionally appear. Hunters could tear through the void, and it was normal for them to be lucky enough to travel to a parallel spacetime. After figuring out this person's origins, Wu Junshi sighed. It was good that he knew about this person's origins, but he had been afraid that he did not. As for this person's true strength, he would naturally know once he arrived at the heaven's path. Shinlu continent was located in the innerverse, and due to the astral source problem, there were only spacecraft in outer space. The cultivators in those spacecraft did not have any power, which made Wu Junshi even more disdainful. He increased his speed and brought Bei Hong into the outerverse, heading towards Frostwave Weave. The moment they reached Frostwave Weave, Wu Junshi stopped and looked towards the north. Why was there a faint aura that made his heart tremble? That shouldn't be. He thought that it was just an illusion and continued forward. After that, they arrived at a place far away from the solar system. From afar, Wu Junshi saw the incomparably large ancestral tortoise and hellworm, and his mouth fell open. What was that? He looked at Bei Hong in astonishment. The moment Bei Hong arrived, his expression changed, and he looked at Wu Junshi with a mocking gaze. Wu Junshi's expression had already explained everything. If he really had the power to dominate the fifth mainland, then he would not have been surprised by the hellworm and ancestral tortoise. This person was not as powerful as he thought. There were very few people or creatures on the fifth mainland who were not affected by the astral source problem. The ancestral tortoise and hellworm were rare, and Lu Bujing was also one of the few who was not affected. When he saw the hellworm and ancestral tortoise, Wu Junshi also saw the incomparably majestic Heaven's Path sect. Even an idiot would know that such an enormous and terrifying sect stood tall in outer space, and there were two monsters next to it that looked like they were not to be trifled with. When he saw Bei Hong's expression change, Wu Junshi did not hesitate and turned to leave. However, at some point in time, someone had appeared behind him. It was Lu Bujing. "A guest from afar is welcome," Lu Bujing said with a bright smile. Wu Junshi gulped. When had this person appeared? Where had he come from? "You're Lu Yin?" he asked. Lu Bujing raised his brows. "I am Lu Bujing, sect master of the Heaven's Path sect. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Wu Junshi's pupils shrank in disbelief. The Heaven's Path sect. Lu Bujing was astonished. "It seems like you've heard of it before. You're not too unfamiliar with it. Please, Daozi has waited for a long time." Wu Junshi was stunned. The Heaven's Path sect. The Heaven's Path sect. These were the only words in his mind. He had actually heard the words Heaven's Path sect. Shouldn't these words have disappeared a long time ago? It was impossible that they had the same name. Yes, they definitely had the same name. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2437. This place is called Above the Sky sect. Wu Junshi asked. Lu Bujing's lips curled up. Let's go in first. Wu Junshi did not hesitate to attack. What a joke. Go in. With those two giant monsters around, how could he possibly go in? He wanted to return to Shinwu continent through that path. No matter how difficult it was, he had to go back. The tricolored energy rumbled towards Lu Bujing like a dragon. Lu Bujing's face sank. So it's an unwelcome guest. Then, don't blame me for being impolite. He then raised his hand and slapped down. The enormous strength not only dispersed the tricolored energy, but it also pushed Wu Junshi back. The terrifying strength left Wu Junshi in disbelief, and the tricolored energy flowed backwards, almost choking him to death. A demigod. Wu Junshi was shocked and did not dare to attack again. Oh, a demigod is called a demigod in your world. Does that mean that a demigod is a monarch? That's really high and mighty, Lu Bujing said. Wu Junshi stared at Lu Bujing. I'm just passing by. There's no need to be so aggressive. Lu Bujing looked at Bei Hong. That's not how Shinwu continent talks about it. How do you want to settle the debt between Mingde and the ministers? Wu Junshi gritted his teeth, as he had been tricked. This space-time was not that simple. It seemed like there was not a single expert here, but in reality, they had just wanted to lure him here. I can compensate you. Alright, cut the crap. The Daoist is waiting for you. Don't make the Daoist impatient. Lu Bujing took a step forward and appeared in front of Wu Junshi. Or do you want to spar? Wu Junshi gulped, but in the end, he had no choice. I'll go with you. Not everyone was like Lu Yin and Qing Ping when facing a demigod powerhouse. Rather, such people were far too rare, and only a few had appeared in the long river of time. Normal cultivators, even those who were infinitely close to becoming a demigod, would find it difficult to fight against a demigod, let alone Lu Bujing, who was a demigod from the Lu family's above the sky sect. He was recognized as one of the sect masters of Elysium, and even Xing Yuan's accident had not affected him. Lu Bujing led Wu Junshi and Bei Hong towards the above heaven sect. The closer they got to the heavenly sect, the more Lord Wu could feel the terrifying and boundless power of the prison dragon. Every breath he took made his heart jump. He was worried that he would be eaten. He had only felt this kind of feeling from the Lord. These two monsters couldn't be at the monarch realm, right? If that was the case, the heavenly sect might really be the illusory land of gods in his memories. Along the way, Bei Hong had a pious expression as he followed Lu Bujing. Lord Wu continued to observe the heavenly sect and heaved a sigh of relief. It was not as terrifying as he had imagined. The heavenly sect was the same as the places he had passed by before. Most of the people there did not have much power. It should be that the resources of the entire spacetime were only for a few people to use. In the end, the monsters that were nurtured were actually the same as their spacetime. That's good. This above heaven sect really has the same name. At this moment, they had arrived at the stairway to heaven. The Lady of Fate walked down slowly, deep in thought. When Lu Bujing saw the Lady of Fate, he subconsciously wanted to avoid her. Fate's daughter completely ignored him. She was thinking about how to get the Book of Destiny out of Lu Yin's hands. She really wanted it. The closer Lord Wu got to the Lady of Fate, the more pressure he felt. It was the same as Lu Bujing behind him, it was another demigod. They climbed up the stairway and arrived outside the main hall. The blood ancestor walked out and nodded at Lu Bujing before disappearing. Lord Wu stood there in a daze, overwhelmed with shock. Wasn't this the pressure of a monarch? The blood ancestor had looked directly at him, but that feeling was exactly the same as when Mu Jun had looked at him. That was a feeling that only a monarch could have. Was that person a monarch? Lord Wu's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking, but his mind was blank. A monarch was completely different from a demigod. They were two completely different concepts. Even if there were 100 demigods standing in front of him right now, they would not be as shocking as a single monarch. Let's go, Lu Bujing urged. Lord Wu continuously gulped. For the first time, his gaze towards the main hall was filled with fear and obedience that seemed to have been practiced millions of times. This familiarity was much more familiar than his previous holiness. It was as if it was innate and carved into his bones. As soon as he stepped out of the main hall, Lord Wu's mentality collapsed. He slowly walked forward as if he was on a pilgrimage, his eyes fixed on the ground the entire time. Look up, a clear voice called out. It was very young, but it had a feeling that Lord Wu had no choice but to obey. It was as if this person's words were something that he should do. Lord Wu slowly looked up and saw a youth who was looking at him curiously. When he saw this youth, Lord Wu hurriedly bowed. Greetings, my lord. Bei Hong found this strange, as this person had changed too quickly. Previously, Lord Wu had acted like a tyrant on the Shinwu continent and acted as if he wanted to rule over the fifth mainland. Now, he was directly kowtowing to Lu Yin. The more Bei Hong looked at him, the more this person seemed like a servant. Greetings, Daozi. Bei Hong bowed respectfully. Lu Yin nodded. No need for formalities. He sat down, but when he saw Lord Wu's gaze fall down again, he found it funny. He already knew what had happened on the Shinwu continent, and this person was rather interesting. He did not understand the situation in this spacetime, but he wanted to act like a tyrant. Sit, Lu Yin said. Lord Wu hurriedly replied, this lowly one does not dare. If I tell you to sit, then sit, Lu Yin repeated. Lord Wu looked apprehensive, and then he looked at the chair. He walked over and slowly sat down, half of his but resting on it. Lu Bujing found this strange, as this person's attitude was rather strange. Lord Wu was a powerhouse who was close to becoming a half-ancestor, so why did he act like a servant? Bei Hong, you sit as well, Lu Yin said. Bei Hong bowed deeply. Dozy, this lowly one. All right, sit. Lu Bujing sat down next to Lu Yin. Bei Hong took a deep breath. Just like Lord Wu, he carefully sat down. The Shinwu continent was too insignificant compared to the entire fifth mainland. Lord Wu had served Ming Zhao Tian, followed by Ming Zhao Shu, Ming Yan, and finally Ming De. He had served 4 emperors, and on the Shinwu continent, his reputation was no less than Ming De's. He was truly above everyone else, but even so, he had never thought that he would one day be able to sit here in the main hall of the Tianshang sect. His son, Bei Qing, had left the Shinwu continent long ago to follow Lu Yin, and he was considered one of Lu Yin's top subordinates. However, he had never set foot in this main hall before. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and his gratitude towards Lu Yin grew even deeper. At this moment, Lu Yin looked at Lord Wu. Speak. You should know what I want to hear. Lord Wu hurriedly stood up and stared at the ground in front of Lu Yin. He respectfully said, this lowly one comes from a parallel spacetime to the 3 sovereigns. In order to escape pursuit, I unintentionally came to this spacetime. Please forgive me if I have offended you. That's all. Lu Yin's tone was calm, and he did not force Lord Wu to speak, nor did he believe him. The 3 sovereigns had been carved at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. The sage had asked, so this was where he had come from. Lord Wu's eyes widened. There's more. He bent his finger. This lowly one was in the 3 sovereign space, and my mission was to keep an eye on the passage that led to this spacetime. The moment it opened, I was to immediately report to the 3 sovereigns. Guyu. You should be familiar with this name, Lu Yin said. Lord Wu glanced at Bei Hong. He had not hidden what he had said on the Shinwu continent. Bei Hong, Ming De, and the others had all heard it, so Lu Yin naturally knew about it as well. That passage was discovered by Gu Yu and a senior from the Three Sovereign Space. They used the coordinates of the Eternals to locate it, Lord Wu replied. Lu Yin looked at him. Tell me the details. Lord Wu did not hide anything. Since they were already here, there was no need to hide anything. He slowly recounted a part of the Fifth Mainland's history that no one else knew about. Even Gu Yu's master, Gu Yan, did not know about this part of history because it had started after Gu Yu had arrived on the Fifth Mainland. Gu Yan had never mentioned why Gu Yu had come to the Fifth Mainland from the Cosmic Tree realm. Lord Wu only knew about what had happened after Gu Yu had accidentally entered the Three Sovereign Space. This was not a secret within the Three Sovereign Space. Gu Yu came to the Three Sovereign Space and traveled for 100 years, making many friends. At that time, he did not reveal that he had come from another spacetime. It was only when his friends found out that he revealed that he had accidentally obtained the coordinates of the Eternals and that he could locate his own spacetime. No one knows what happened between them, but not long after he had opened up the passage, Gu Yu used his sourcebox array to seal the passage. The passage was still there, but even the Three Sovereigns were unable to open it, so they sent me to keep an eye on it. It wasn't until yesterday that I accidentally discovered that the passage could be opened, so I came here. As I said, I was being hunted down. Lu Yin's expression changed. Coordinates. Was it that seal? Where are the coordinates? Lord Wu replied, I don't know, but it's definitely not in our spacetime. Otherwise, the Three Sovereigns would have arrived long ago. They should be at the previous location. Lu Yin looked at Bei Hong. Look for the Tower of Resonating Light and see if there's anything similar to the seal. Bei Hong hurriedly stood up and acknowledged the order before leaving. There were some things that he was not supposed to hear, so it was a good time for him to leave. Lu Yin looked at Lord Wu. So Gu Yu didn't use the 5 sealing planets array to seal Shenwu continent for no reason. What he really wanted to seal was the Three Sovereign spacetime. Lord Wu respectfully replied, that should be the case. Then, tell me about your spacetime. Lu Yin was curious. Lord Wu nodded. From start to finish, he had not looked at Lu Yin at all. Instead, he had been staring at the ground the entire time. Our Three Sovereign spacetime were not called this a long time ago, but no one remembers our original names. The reason why we call ourselves this way is because of the 3 powerful sovereigns who controlled spacetime, Lord Luo, Lord Mu, and Lord Xing. They were all sovereigns and were even husband and wife. They had controlled spacetime for many years, and everyone submitted to them. Even their cultivation levels and power attributes originated from the 3 sovereigns. Husband and wife. Lu Bujing was puzzled. Lord Wu explained, Lord Luo is a man, and Lord Mu and Lord Xing are his wives. Lu Bujing was shocked. There's such a thing. Lu Yin was puzzled. Is it that surprising? Lu Bujing replied, a sovereign is equivalent to a progenitor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2438. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, as this was something to be surprised about. It wasn't surprising for ordinary people to have multiple couples, and it was normal for some emperors to have thousands or even tens of thousands of women. However, these were progenitors. 2 progenitors marrying one man at the same time was out of the ordinary. What kind of spirit was required to accomplish such a feat? Lu Yin looked at Wu Junshi solemnly. Is Lord Luo very strong? Wu Junshi replied, I don't know. You mentioned the coordinates of the Eternals. Is your spacetime also facing the threat of the Eternals? Lu Yin continued to ask. Wu Junshi replied, yes, the Eternals wreak havoc in the universe. If not for the 3 sovereigns, all of us would have been transformed into corpse kings. However, even with the three sovereigns fighting against the Eternals, the situation is still not optimistic. This might be the reason why Gyu sealed the passage back then. Who did you learn to act all high and mighty in the Shinwu continent? Lu Yin asked again. Wu Junshi was shocked and hurriedly prostrated himself. My lord, I dare not do it again. I'm willing to accept any punishment. I only ask that you give me a chance. Lu Yin and Lu Bujing looked at each other. This person was equivalent to a peak emissary, but he was acting so lowly. Even if the second Night King had submitted to Lu Yin, he wouldn't have acted so lowly. I'm asking you a question. Just answer. Wu Junshi's forehead dripped with sweat, and he thought for a moment. Yes, I learned it from Lord Luo. Then, is your humility also due to Lord Luo's pressure? Lu Yin asked. Wu Junshi nodded. Lord Luo told us not to look up at him, much less at Lord Mu and Lord Tai Bai. That's why, Lu Yin laughed. No wonder this guy had learned everything from Lord Luo. Junshi, what's this name? Lu Bujing asked. Sovereign, demigod, and Jun were all related to the word Jun, which made one think of something. Wu Junshi replied, the three sovereign space-time cultivation systems are ranked from weakest to strongest, humble, subordinate, Junshi, demigod, and lord. I'm a Junshi, which is equivalent to this space-time's emissary. Subordinate is equivalent to an enlighter, and humble is equivalent to an explorer. How simple, Lu Bujing commented. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Simple meant that it was easy to manage. From the very beginning of his cultivation level, he had been instilled with the idea that the ruler was supreme. This Lord Luo really liked to act high and mighty. Let me ask you, where did you hear the words above heaven sect? Lu Bujing asked again. Lu Yin was astonished. He knows about the above heaven sect. Lu Bujing nodded. Lu Yin looked at Wu Junshi, as this was not simple at all. This meant that the two spacetimes had interacted before, and that they had been in contact for a very long time. Before Lu Bujing and the others were released from the ice seal, he had never heard of the three words, above heaven sect. It had already disappeared into history, but a person from the outer space and time actually knew about it. Lord Wu organized his words and respectfully replied, the above heaven sect is a name that has long since disappeared in the river of time and space. I also accidentally heard it from Lord Luo. Lord Luo once said that the above heaven sect was the strongest and most ancient union since the birth of humanity. It's the origin of the word sect. Lord Luo said that the above heaven sect was filled with legends and mysteries. Lord Luo said that the above heaven sect was filled with legends and mysteries. And the real reason why the above heaven sect became a legendary place for us three monarchs is because of an ancient expert that has not been confirmed, but should have existed before, the death god. Lu Yin and Lu Bujing were shocked. The death god. Wu Junshi replied, yes, an ancient powerhouse once appeared in our spacetime. He was extremely powerful and brought about a cultivation civilization. He enlightened the human race with wisdom. He was the creator of human civilization, but he was also the executioner who harvested lives and sent them into the cycle of reincarnation. He was the god of death. The death god is a legend in our three monarch spacetime, or rather, a god. Even Lord Luo's words are filled with reverence when he mentions the death god. Legend has it that the death god came from the above heaven sect. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Yin. When he mentioned the death god, they were clearly shocked, which meant that they had also heard of the death god before. The death god and the above heaven sect matched, so it seemed that the legend was true. However, this above heaven sect definitely could not be the above heaven sect of their legends. Otherwise, they would not be looking at them, but rather the gods who sat above the clouds and looked down on humanity. Lu Yin and Lu Bujing looked at each other. They had not expected to hear about the death god from Wu Junshi. However, the death god did not necessarily represent the same person. Many myths and legends had death gods. Let me ask you, how much do you know about the death god? What are his characteristics? Lu Yin asked. Wu Junsha replied, legend has it that the death god wields a gold yen and is covered in chains. Legend has it that the death god comes from the darkness and leaves behind the darkness. The two of them listened, but Wu Junsha did not say much. After all, it was just a legend. Unfortunately, what he said was really just a legend that had no practical use. Many legends were based on certain people's subjective impressions. There are Eternals in your three monarch spacetime. Do you know what the strongest Eternals in your spacetime is called? Lu Bujing asked. Wu Junsha blurted out, the god of forgetfulness. Lu Bujing was shocked. The god of forgetfulness. Lu Yin's expression became much more solemn. The god of forgetfulness had actually personally taken action in the three monarch spacetime, which meant that it was not simple at all. He had heard of the 7 sky gods before, but that was all he knew about them. The only thing he knew about them was that they were half progenitors and their possible true identities. However, after fighting with the undying god 3 years ago and experiencing the corpse god's might, he finally understood what the 7 sky gods were. They were 7 monsters that ordinary progenitors could not fight against. The caged WIRM's defenses were extremely powerful, but it did not dare to charge forward against the corpse god. The undying god had relied on his innate ability to wander about and easily killed his way into the astral tree domain, forcing the ancestral Mang to take action. The strength of the 7 sky gods was still fresh in Lu Yin's mind. Can the 3 monarch spacetime block the god of forgetfulness? Lu Yin asked. Wu Junsha replied, a single monarch can't block it, but the 3 monarchs can work together and call it the Great 3 Monarchs Formation. With the Great 3 Monarchs Formation, they can fight against the god of forgetfulness and protect the 3 monarchs spacetime from falling for billions of years. Lu Yin sighed in amazement. It's quite powerful to be able to block the god of forgetfulness. If the 3 of them could work together to block the god of forgetfulness, then the individual strength of the 3 monarchs should be very close to that of 9 mountains and 8 seas. There might even be an expert at 9 mountains and 8 seas level. Otherwise, if they were just 3 ordinary progenitors, they would not be able to fight against the 7 sky gods. After that, Lu Yin and Lu Bujing asked a lot of questions and gained a better understanding of the 3 monarch spacetime. After half a day, Lu Yin took a sip of tea and slowly said, "You're not bad. You answered all my questions, but I hope that you're not lying." Wu Junsha hurriedly prostrated himself. This lowly one wouldn't dare. This lowly one can no longer return. I've already gone to the 3 monarch spacetime, and from now on, I can only follow your excellency's orders and serve your excellency. How could I dare lie to you? Since the passageway exists and the spacetime coordinates are on our side, there must be a chance to go back. Come, accompany me to look for those coordinates. When I have time, I'll also go to the 3 monarch spacetime, Lu Yin said. He was still very interested in the 3 monarch spacetime. If he could join forces with this spacetime, then the war against the Eternals would change. At the very least, he would be able to affect the god of forgetfulness. Of course, the premise was that they could join forces. Back then, Gu had sealed the 2 spacetime passageways, and Lu Yin believed that there had to be a reason for that. As for the reason, Lu Yin would have to find it himself. He was not Guyu, and the 2 of them were faced with the same choice. Their thoughts and statuses were different, and the choices they made were also different. More importantly, if the legendary Grim Reaper of the 3 monarch spacetime was really the Grim Reaper of the above heaven era, then perhaps the Grim Reaper had left something behind, which was very attractive to Lu Yin. Wu Junsha hurriedly stood up and wanted to accompany Lu Yin to Shenwu continent. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the tricolored energy circulating around his body suddenly swept out uncontrollably. Lu Bujing pressed down with a hand. You absorbed the astral source. Wu Junshi clutched his chest and looked at the energy that had gone out of control in confusion. What's this? He had indeed absorbed the astral source, as he had been injured by Lu Bujing before. He had subconsciously absorbed the astral source, but it was not for cultivation or recovery. Instead, he had absorbed the astral source to sense the difference between the astral source and his own monarch's aura and compare their strengths. But how could this be? Lu Bujing shook his head. Don't absorb external energy. Just disperse it. Fortunately, the energy you used was different from the astral source, so you were not seriously injured. Otherwise, your cultivation would have been gone. Do you really think that our spacetime is weak? If not for the astral source, then a half-progenitor could pop up anywhere. Wu Junshi suppressed the energy in his body, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Lu Yin looked at the energy on the surface of Wu Junshi's body with interest. This is the energy that you cultivate. Not bad. Wu Junshi was shocked, and he looked up at Lu Yin for the first time. His voice trembled as he said, "This is time poison." Lu Yin and Lu Bujing's expressions changed. What did you say? Wu Junshi was aghast. This is time poison. The Eternals placed a time poison in this space-time. It's no wonder why I couldn't see any cultivation energy in anyone's body. What do you know? Lu Yin asked anxiously. It had been 3 years, but he had not been able to discover anything about the changes in the astral source. He did not know how long it would take for him to discover the cause, and this had been a headache for the past 3 years. He had also considered the possibility that the Eternals had poisoned the astral source, such as the poison of life, but the poison of life's reaction had not been like this. Now that he had heard the words, time poison, it was obvious that this term came from the same source as the poison of life. Wu Junshi replied in a low voice, "My lord, if I'm not mistaken, the Eternals have placed a time poison in the source of this space-time energy. This poison acts on the absorbed energy, causing it to flow backwards or even accelerate the rate at which a cultivator absorbs energy. This is not a problem with the cultivator, but rather with the time that they absorb energy. This is the Eternal's time poison. This lowly one knows because the 3 monarchs' spacetime was once destroyed by this time poison. Before the 3 monarchs' spacetime, our spacetime used a different cultivation system, but it was destroyed by the time poison that brought disaster to our spacetime. If the 3 monarchs hadn't appeared and changed the cultivation system, we would have remained enslaved by the Eternals. That's why the time poison has been engraved into our memories. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2439. Lu Bujing asked in a low voice, "Can the time poison only be removed by changing the cultivation system?" Wu Junshi replied, "It's not removed. The time poison still exists in our spacetime, but we don't absorb it anymore." Lu Bujing looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had never heard of a poison that could affect time. How could the Eternals develop such a poison? Wu Junshi would not lie to him, as there was no need for him to do so. "Let's go to Shenwu continent first," Lu Yin said before leaving with Wu Junshi. Wu Junshi was shocked. After learning that the time poison existed in this spacetime and had destroyed the cultivation civilization, the way he looked at Lu Yin changed once again. What kind of person could survive the time poison? Preserve his own strength. Even the 3 sovereigns might not be able to do so. An entire civilization had been destroyed by the time poison, but someone had survived. How terrifying was this person's control over his cultivation power? Wu Junshi could not imagine it. It was just like how a normal person would never imagine that someone could shatter a planet with a single punch and step on the starry sky. Lu Yin had preserved his strength under the time poison, which was as exaggerated as a normal person shattering a planet with a single punch. Wu Junshi was equally puzzled and shocked. When they returned to the Tower of Resonating Light, Wu Junshi's attitude was completely different. He regretted his arrogance and provoking someone he should not have provoked. From now on, his status in this spacetime would be similar to that of the three sovereigns, or perhaps even worse. After all, he was not from this spacetime. With a goal in mind, Lu Yin easily found a large seal at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. It was exactly the same as the one he had found at the foundation of the Eternals. At the same time, he also found an unstable void beneath the seal that was tightly suppressed. Even with his strength, it was difficult to open this void. Of course, it was not impossible, but it was simply impossible for Wu Junshi to open it with his strength. No wonder he said that he could not return. It's difficult to open it from this spacetime, and it's even more difficult to open it from the three sovereigns, Wu Junshi said. Can Lord Luo open it? I don't know. Without the suppression of Gu Yu's array, it might be possible, or it might not. Lord Luo tried 1,000 years ago, but he could not open it. He said that it was because of Gu Yu's array, but he also said that it would be opened in the future. He can affect Gu Yu's array. You can influence them. The 5 sealing planets. 1,000 years ago. Wait, wasn't 1,000 years ago recorded in Shenwu Continent's history when Ming Taizong moved the 5 sealing planets to protect Shenwu Continent due to a war with an extraterrestrial civilization? Could the timing be so coincidental? Ming Taizong moved the 5 sealing planets at the same time as Lord Luo attacked the passageway. Gu Yu's 5 sealing planets had essentially been used to seal the passage, not Shenwu Continent. The reason why Shenwu Continent had been sealed was because Ming Taizong had moved the 5 sealing planets. But with Ming Taizong's enlightened cultivation, how could he have moved Gu Yu's sourcebox array? The gap between them was too big. If Ming Taizong hadn't moved, but Lord Luo had attacked from the other end of the passage and affected the 5 sealing planets, then that made sense. Now that he thought about it, the Shenwu Continent had never done anything to the 5 sealing planets. That was the correct answer. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a massive sourcebox array to protect the tiny Shenwu Continent. It should be known that in the entire 5th mainland, only the Lockbreaker world had such a massive sourcebox array. Even Gu Yan had said that it would be difficult to find one, so why had Gu spent so much effort searching for such a massive sourcebox just to guard it? Had Gu lived on the Shenwu Continent? That didn't make any sense. It would have made sense if Gu had done it to seal the passage. Lu Yin finally understood the situation, as this was the truth behind the Shenwu Continent. Then, how had Gu died, and why had Gu sealed the passage? Some truths would disappear with time, and Lu Yin didn't think that he had to find out. However, Gu Yan wouldn't give up, so perhaps he should tell him about this matter. When Gu Yan had first come to the Tower of Resonating Light, Lu Yin had asked him who the 3 sovereigns were. At the time, Lu Yin had been focused on opening the Starfall Sea's entrance, so he hadn't paid much attention. Now that he thought about it, Lu Yin used his domain to scan the entire Tower of Resonating Light. Finally, he found a few words carved into a stone brick that read, "Beware of the 3 sovereigns." If not for Gu Yan's reminder, Lu Yin might not have been able to see those words even with his domain. They had been sealed for too long, and they were crooked and crooked. The marks were very faint, and they were almost indistinguishable. It was no wonder why Gu Yan had asked him who the 3 sovereigns were. He must have believed that the 3 sovereigns had killed Gu Yu. Lu Yin could see how sad Gu Yan had been when he had first come to the Tower of Resonating Light. He had looked through every inch of the tower, which was why he had seen those words. Lu Yin took out the wireless Gu and contacted Gu Yan. They quickly connected. Lu Yin told him about the three sovereign spacetime. Gu Yan fell silent for a long time. I'll reseal the 5 sealing planets. If Guyu wants to seal them, then so be it. Although Senior Guyu is wary of the 3 sovereigns, that doesn't mean that he was killed by them. After all, the 3 sovereigns are progenitors. If they wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to return, and he wouldn't be able to reseal the 5 sealing planets, Lu Yin said. Gu Yan grunted. I know. You don't want to seal the 3 sovereign spacetime. Lu Yin replied, this concerns the entire strategy against the Eternals. I want to see it more clearly. Alright, I can arrange the 5 sealing planets slightly. I won't seal them completely, Gu Yan said. Lu Yin ended the call and left Wu Junshi in heavens above heaven. He then headed to the Neoverse and found Xiao Shi. Help me take a look at the poison of time. Xiao Shi nodded and immediately flipped through a thick book. He adjusted his glasses and scratched his mushroom head. Found it. It's the poison of time. It's a poison that's specifically used to affect time. This poison can cause time to flow irregularly and even reverse. Xiao Shi looked at Lu Yin in anticipation of what else he wanted to find out. Who developed it? Lu Yin asked. Xiao Shi shook his head. It's not written here. Your book describes what happened in this spacetime. That means that the poison of time appeared in this spacetime, right? Lu Yin asked. Xiao Shi blinked but didn't answer. He continued flipping through the book. Lu Yin quickly asked, did it mention how to get rid of the poison? Xiao Shi flipped through the book and finally looked up. No. Lu Yin was disappointed. But there's a picture, Xiao Shi said, drawing on the ground. The star energy in his body was also in reverse, so he couldn't cultivate or use it. He could only draw on the ground. He drew a sword and compared it to the book, drawing continuously. Lu Yin looked at the sword and frowned. Wasn't this the progenitor's sword? What do you mean? Lu Yin was puzzled. Xiao Shi looked at him blankly. I don't know. How do I get rid of the poison of time? All I see is this sword-shaped picture. Lu Yin looked at the picture of the progenitor's sword and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He looked up as if he'd thought of something. The cultivation civilization in the 3 sovereign space had been destroyed by the poison of time. The poison of time should have appeared in the 5th mainland as well, or else the Book of Destiny wouldn't have recorded it. The poison of time and the progenitor's sword. One could cause time to become chaotic, while the other could travel through spacetime and open the river of time. In ancient times, the progenitor had established the Above Heaven sect, which was in charge of 6 continents. Each continent had its own Above Heaven sect, and each Above Heaven sect contained a total of 6 progenitor's swords. Lu Yin had once thought that the purpose of the 6 progenitor's swords was to suppress the 6 continents and display the progenitor's might, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. If the progenitor's swords were related to the poison of time, then could it be that the progenitor's swords existed to suppress the poison of time? Lu Yin quietly stood in place and rubbed his cosmic ring. Xiao Shi looked at Lu Yin curiously, waiting for him to ask more questions. Lu Yin didn't ask anything and instead took out the progenitor's sword from his cosmic ring. Ever since the progenitor's sword had been shattered by the only true God when he dealt with the undying God, Lu Yin hadn't taken it out for more than 3 years. When the progenitor's sword appeared, a visible ripple spread out and spread across the entire 5th mainland. This ripple had appeared so suddenly that Lu Yin wasn't prepared for it at all. He couldn't understand what it was, but it seemed to cause the 5th mainland to distort. Lu Yin raised the progenitor's sword, but it hadn't changed in the past. What was going on? Suddenly, the ripple shattered and dissipated in all directions. At the same time, countless people on the 5th mainland experienced strange phenomena. Some returned to what they had just been doing, some took a step forward, but then retreated into the distance. Some people appeared on the other side of where they had been standing, and there were even some who had been injured but suddenly recovered. Under the cover of the ripple, time was thrown into chaos. Lu Yin hadn't noticed it at first, but as more and more people contacted him, he found out about these phenomena. Many people were experiencing the phenomenon of time reversal. The progenitor's sword could travel through time and open up the river of time. Lu Yin was well aware of this, but ever since he'd obtained it, it had never changed on its own. So why had it changed just now? The only thing that had changed since he'd obtained the sword was the poison of time. Lu Yin could only think of the poison of time. The poison of time was related to the progenitor's sword, so the abnormality with the progenitor's sword was very likely related to the poison of time. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold when he thought about what had just happened. Perhaps this was the key to unlocking the poison of time. But now that the progenitor's sword had cracked, no one but the progenitor would be able to repair it. Lu Yin sighed. There was one other way, and that was to use his Dai's Enhance to upgrade it. He could use his Dai's Enhance and expend a terrifying amount of resources to see if he could restore the progenitor's swordsman. If he really wanted to do that, then the amount of star essence he would need would be unimaginable. Perhaps even the entire fifth mainland's resources might not be enough. This was because this was the progenitor's sword, and it far surpassed the slippers. It would be the most expensive upgrade to date, and that included the future. If the upgrade didn't work, then the fifth mainland would suffer a great loss. To upgrade or not to upgrade? Lu Yin muttered to himself for a long time before putting the progenitor's sword away. He squatted down and looked at Xiaoshi. Do you have money? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2440. Xiaoshi blinked and touched his cosmic ring, taking out a star essence and a few dozen cubes of star crystals. Brother Lu, here you go. Lu Yin looked at the items and laughed. It's not enough. Xiaoshi pursed his lips. I'll borrow some from little Qi, he has some too. It's still not enough. Xiaoshi was put in a difficult position. Then, should I borrow some from a friend? Lu Yin smiled. How much can you borrow? Xiaoshi thought about it and did some serious calculations. Then, he raised 5 fingers. 5 cubes of crystal marrow. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. 5 cubes of star essence was quite a decent amount for a normal cultivator. He still remembered the joy he had felt when he had obtained his first star essence. It had been a huge sum, but what about now? Any random upgrade would cost tens or even hundreds of billions of star essence, which could easily consume all of the technocracy's star essence resources. Most of the universe's wealth was in the hands of a small number of people, and some people's wealth might even surpass that of an entire astral domain. Lu Yin stood up and patted Xiaoshi's shoulder. You don't need to borrow. I'll borrow it myself. He then vanished. Xiaoshi stared blankly. Was he that short of money? Over the past 3 years, the astral beast domain had already gathered the star essence that they had promised Lu Yin. Just as the beast emperor had guessed, there were close to 5 trillion star essence. It was an exaggerated number, and Lu Yin's breathing quickened when he saw it. He was thinking about how to use this money. Actually, he had not considered repairing the progenitor's sword during these past 3 years because it would consume too much. He had planned to wait until he reached the peak of the envoys before doing so. But now, he was forced to repair it. Even if it was just a test, it would be fine. The fifth mainland's cultivation civilization could not be allowed to disappear. Now that he thought about it, the sole true God had shattered the progenitor's sword partly because of the undying God, and partly because of the poison of time. Although he did not know the connection between the poison of time and the progenitor's sword, the moment he took it out, the same reaction would occur. He did not need to know or use it, the progenitor's sword would naturally act. This was the reason why the sole true God had shattered the progenitor's sword. Lu Yin returned to the sect above the heavens and transported all of the star essence, which attracted Lu Bujing and the others' attention. Although the star essence from the astral beast domain had been given to Lu Yin, this amount of resources was simply too great. Coupled with the fact that Astral Source was in trouble, the astral beast domain had no choice but to pay attention to it. However, Lu Yin did not explain anything to them and immediately announced that he was going into seclusion. Raising his hand, the die appeared before him and began spinning slowly. Over the past 3 years, Lu Yin had frequently rolled the die. His serious art had already reached the level of 350,000 stars, and he was constantly learning how things could move in the opposite direction. He wanted to reach the level where he could manipulate time like the desolate ancestor. There were improvements in other aspects as well. After all, the time spent cultivating the dice wasn't just on the surface. The dice slowly rolled to a stop at 4 pips. Within the time-stop space, Lu Yin placed a hand on the mountainous pile of star essence and then disappeared along with it. Once he entered the time-stop space, he would definitely be able to roll 3 pips. After a few tries, he looked at the 2 layers of light in front of him and placed the progenitor's sword on top of them. He took a deep breath, and it was time to begin. Ever since he had become a progenitor, all of the resources he had used to upgrade his cultivation base had never been able to reach this amount. The most frightening thing now was not that he had used up too many resources, but that he did not know how much he had. What was even more frightening was that he could not upgrade his cultivation base. If he could not upgrade the progenitor's sword, then he would have to find other progenitor swords. Lu Yin began to frantically toss in star essence, and when he saw them disappear, he relaxed. This was great. He could upgrade the progenitor's sword, and as long as it could be upgraded, nothing else would be a problem. The 5th mainland did not have that many star essences, so he could borrow or steal from the cosmic tree. 10 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion, 500 billion, a trillion. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yin had tossed in more than 1 trillion star essences, but not even 1/10 of the progenitor's sword had been moved. Fortunately, some of the cracks had disappeared, which meant that it could be repaired. After some calculations, Lu Yin realized that he would need at least 1 trillion star essences to completely repair the progenitor's sword, which would be very difficult for the 5th mainland to gather. The humans might not be able to, but the Eternals were still around. Lu Yin's gaze turned fierce. The only true God had caused him to lose so much, and he would definitely seek revenge. That's right, the Eternals. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. The Eternals could also use star essence. Back in the Starfall Sea, he had stolen quite a few Eternal star essence, but that was only in the Starfall Sea. What about the New World? How could he have forgotten about that? The New World would definitely have a lot of star essence, and every city would have some, but there had never been any news about it. Something was wrong, and the 4-way scales must have concealed this information. Lu Yin hated himself for forgetting such an important matter. No, he had to find the 4-way scales and get it back. He had been the first to conquer the New World, so how could his spoils of war only be his reputation? The more Lu Yin thought about it, the more unhappy he became. It had been 3 years since he had left the cosmic tree, and it was about time for him to return. Actually, 3 years was not a long time for anyone else, but it was different for Lu Yin. He had the time-stop space, so 3 years in the outside world felt like 100 years or even more for him. It felt like the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Lu Yin tossed in the remaining star essences, leaving only 500 billion star essences behind. When he saw that nearly half of the progenitor's sword had been moved, he realized that he still needed at least 5 to 6 trillion star essences. A year later, Luin left the time-stop space and headed to the ancestral turtle's back, where the Mavis family resided. The Mavis family did not welcome Luin for any other reason than the fact that every time he visited, it was related to money. The Mavis family had spent a lot of money on Luin. Luin and Cloud Shadow sat across from each other at a tea table. Cloud Shadow watched helplessly as Luin drank his tea, as he had already been drinking for almost an hour. Tao disciple, if you have something to say, just say it. Luin put down his teacup. What will happen if the fifth mainland's economy collapses? Cloud Shadow's expression was solemn. That would be a disaster for humanity. The economy is the foundation of all systems, and if it collapses, all of humanity's systems will collapse. Tao disciple would not want that to happen. Luin looked at her. Then, what about now? Would that be considered a disaster for humanity? What are you talking about? Cloud Shadow did not understand. Luin smiled. Cultivation. She sighed. Naturally, it would be a disaster. If there's a problem with the astral source, then it would be a disaster for the entire human race. This situation is even worse than when the astral source was devoured by the universe. Even if the astral source and star energy were absorbed, the situation would reverse for no reason. Forget about cultivation, it would be good enough if they didn't die. If I say that I have a way to restore the astral source universe, then the price would be the collapse of the economy. What do you think, Elder? Luin asked as he poured himself some tea, as if he was speaking casually. Cloud Shadow's eyes widened. Tao disciple, you have a way to restore the astral source universe? Is there anyone else besides me who can restore the astral source universe? Luin put down his teacup. Cloud Shadow stared at Luin deeply. He was right. In the current fifth mainland, no matter whether it was in terms of power or status, this person was the highest. He represented the fifth mainland's highest will, and if there was anyone who could save the fifth mainland, it would be him. What do you mean by the collapse of the economy? Luin thought about it. I won't say too much, but there are two conditions. First, I can attempt to restore the astral source universe by paying 10 trillion star essences. Second, success is not guaranteed, but there is a 90% chance. He then stared at Cloud Shadow. Elder, do you think it's worth a bet? Cloud Shadow's eyes flickered. A bet? This was a huge bet. 10 trillion star essences. What kind of concept was that? This meant that even if the entire Mavis Bank was emptied, they would not be able to fork out that much money. This also meant that if the Mavis Bank collapsed, the human economy would collapse, and even then, it might not be able to be restored. Tao disciple, what are you trying to say by coming to the Mavis family? He Luo Mavis' voice came from behind him. Luin did not turn around, as he knew that she had arrived. Cloud Shadow Mavis was no longer the one with the highest status in the Mavis family. Instead, it was River Mavis, the Tao child from the era of above heaven. She had grasped the true core inherited battle skills of the Mavis family, and was the only one who could truly inherit the Mavis family's legacy after the collapse of the second continent. Her status was far higher than any other Mavis family member. Let's not talk about whether or not the astral source universe can be restored. Even if it is, the collapse of the Mavis Bank and the collapse of the economy will be a disaster for us. We will become the sinners of the human race. Tao disciple, you don't wish to sacrifice the Mavis family to save the fifth mainland, do you? He Luo Mavis sat down beside Cloud Shadow. Her tone was calm as she faced Luin. Luin's lips curled up. What if I say yes? Cloud Shadow's brows twitched, but she did not speak. He Luo Mavis met Luin's gaze. With Tao disciples' abilities, we do not have the ability to refuse. We will do as you say. Luin smiled. You don't have to force me. I'm not stupid enough to sacrifice the Mavis family. Besides, even your Mavis family can't possibly produce 10 trillion star essences. Even the entire astral beast domain can't produce that much. Cloud Shadow relaxed. The human astral source's star essence far surpasses that of the astral beast domain, but it's too scattered. My Mavis family doesn't even have 1/100th of the human astral source's star essence. Many powerful families and sects have stockpiles, and with the huge human population, it's not impossible to gather 10 trillion star essence. It all depends on how we do it. Luo Mavis was curious. Is there really a way to restore the astral source? Lu Yin stood up. Perhaps. In any case, prepare yourselves. I will withdraw the star essence at any time. After all, this is for the sake of the fifth mainland, and everyone has to pay a price, including myself. Before he left, he added, I won't let your efforts go in vain. I will give you a corresponding price. He then left. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2441. She stared at the empty space in front of her. Cloud Shadow felt a headache coming on. It's not a small sum this time. When has he ever been short of money? Last time, he gave us 5 billion. This time, not even 500 billion is enough. Mavis rolled her eyes. Cloud Shadow sighed. Actually, the Mavis family isn't greedy. Even when we were in charge of the second mainland, we didn't control the economy. No, Mavis replied. Cloud Shadow shook her head. We controlled the economy to repay the Lu family. The Lu family cultivates and consumes too many resources, but after the Lu family left, we got used to controlling the economy. I didn't expect that we would help them in the end. Sigh, this is good too. Luo Mavis looked at the divine tree and the giant fruits. She didn't care about finances, but the price that Lu Yin had mentioned was something that she cared about. She longed to be able to compete with this person once more, and even though the possibility of that happening was low, she was still unwilling to give up. She was a Daozi, so how could she be weaker than this person? In the above heaven era, it was hard to say who was stronger between her and Lu Tianyi. How could she be so much weaker than this person? It wasn't just her, Chu Yuan and Zhelan also wanted to compete with this person again. This day would definitely come, and even if he reached progenitor before them, they would still be able to catch up. After leaving the Mavis family, Lu Yin rode the caged WIRM to the technocracy. He wanted to go to the astral tree domain and search for the everlasting race's star essence. In the astral tree domain, in the central realm, the Yin Mountain district was very different from 3 years ago. Lu Yin had undergone 6 origin tribulations, and the entire area had changed. The ground had become tougher, and dense cracks had spread from the roots of the mother tree. The center had caved in and formed a lake. At first, it was just the bottom, but as time passed, the lake would grow larger and larger. One day, it would flood the entire Yin Mountain district and disappear, replaced by the central realm's largest inland lake. At this moment, many people had gathered around the lake to watch. There were disciples from various large families, countless wandering cultivators, and even people from the 4 cardinal scales. They were all looking at the 2 figures above the lake, the corpse goddess and Sir Feather. This was the 3rd day of their duel. 3 days ago, the 2 had fought here, and no one was allowed to interfere. Above the lake, red blood dripped down along Prince Yu's arm. However, he was laughing. Behind him was the 2-faced giant. The pure and holy side was crying, while the resentful side was roaring with hatred. Sir, of. Mr. Yu laughed miserably. On the first day of the duel, he had threatened the lives of the students who were taken away from Xian Academy in an attempt to disrupt the culinary god's battle rhythm. However, he had failed. The culinary god had been prepared for this, and those students had been saved. However, on the second day, he poisoned the two-faced giant early in the morning. As long as the culinary god touched it, he would be poisoned. Unfortunately, the culinary god knew him too well. He did not touch the two-faced giant at all. He even saw through his poison. On the third day, a few hours ago, he told the food god the details of how he killed his junior sister. He wanted to drive the food god crazy, but he didn't succeed. The food god was determined to kill him. After so many years, he had endured so much. Although he couldn't break through to the progenitor realm because of this, he wasn't affected by it. Sir Feather had prepared a lot for this duel, but the food god didn't. He had prepared a lot as well. This was a fair duel to the death. No one would interfere, not even the dragon ancestor. Master, it feels good to take revenge, right? Junior sister's spirit in heaven must be very happy. Sir Feather laughed, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. On the back of the two-faced giant was a huge burning scar. He also had an identical scar on his back that ran through his entire upper body. The food god's gaze was neither sad nor happy. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. In terms of strength, you're much weaker than me, but you dare to duel. The only thing you can rely on is the White Dragon tribe. You use too many methods to win, but you don't know that strength is the foundation of everything. Sir Feather shook his head. Master, you didn't expect me to kill junior sister, did you? The food god's gaze was filled with extreme hatred and killing intent, but his expression was terrifyingly calm. There are many things you didn't expect. If junior sister was killed, you couldn't save her. If you were killed, you couldn't save her either. Sir Feather then took out an eyeball from his cosmic ring. The huge eyeball stared at the food god as if it had a mind of its own. The food god's pupils shrank. Dragon ancestors' exotic treasure. Around them, outside the lake, Su Donglai, Dean Wen, and the others were furious. Despicable, you actually used an ancestral exotic treasure. Xia Ziheng was also watching from the sidelines. He shook his head disdainfully. Sir Feather has the White Dragon tribe as his backing, so how could he just throw his life away? The food god is too naive. Does he really think that he can take revenge? Qing Chen frowned. As expected, since the White Dragon tribe had spent so much effort to rope Sir Feather in, they couldn't just watch him throw his life away. An ancestral exotic treasure was enough to turn the tables. Senior, Wen Di said worriedly. Mr. Tang, Mr. Zheng, and the others were furious. They glared at Sir Feather and cursed him for being despicable. Above Sir Feather's head, a giant eyeball stared at the food god. Master, what other tricks do you have? Xian Academy is backed by Lu Shaoxian, but even he has to rely on external items to fight against a progenitor. Would he give them to you? I'd like to see for myself. Lu Yin arrived in the distance and frowned. He subconsciously touched his cosmic ring. He really wanted to throw the slippers at the food god and slap Sir Feather to death. You want to help the food god? Bai Xiener's sudden appearance surprised Lu Yin. I thought that it would be by Wang Yuan and the others, Lu Yin said. He hadn't hidden himself in the astral tree domain, and he'd only had the hellworm conceal his aura so that Bai Wang Yuan and the others would be able to detect him the moment he arrived. Bai Xiener replied, although I didn't let you come to this region, I can't stop you. Are you saying that I'm going back on my word? Lu Yin asked. Bai Xiener looked ahead. You want to help the food god. Long Air helped Sir Feather, so what's wrong with me helping the food god? Bai Xiener replied, no problem, but the food god doesn't need your help. What do you mean? Luin didn't understand. That eyeball wasn't something that the food god could deal with because it had the power of a progenitor. The dragon ancestor helping Sir Feather was too obvious and unsightly. Bai Xianer asked, Brother Xiao Xian, do you think that everyone needs your help? Luin frowned. Everyone has their own path. Did the food god contact you before the duel? Yes, Bai Xianer replied. Luin looked into the distance and saw that Sir Feather had already made his move. That eyeball had the ability to destroy the void, and the food god could only dodge pathetically. Brother Xiao Xian, let's make a bet. Let's bet on the outcome of this duel. Bai Xianer suddenly smiled at Luin. Her smile was so beautiful that Luin could see himself reflected in her eyes. Luin met her gaze. I might not agree with the outcome of your bet. Bai Xianer smiled. It's up to you. You can interfere or not, but... She paused. The outcome won't change. This duel will end in mutual destruction. Luin raised his brows. The food god won't die if I take action. Long Air and the others won't fall out with me because of Sir Feather. I was able to stop them 3 years ago, and I can do the same 3 years later. So... Brother Xiao Xian, do you want to bet? This should be a sure win for you, Bai Xianer challenged. Luin stared at her. Is this the outcome you saw through the Book of Destiny? Bai Xianer smiled but didn't answer. Luin narrowed his eyes. Destiny. Ever since he had learned about it, he had been wary of it. Whether it was Xianzhou's attitude or the legends about it, no one wanted their life to be predetermined. Destiny seemed to have written down everyone's life. Although Destiny had helped him by giving him the ability to control the four-way scale through stargazing deck, Luin still couldn't accept that his future had been seen through by Destiny. Alright, I'll bet with you. The food god won't die. Even if the dragon ancestor and Bai Wangyuan interfere, I won't let him die. As for Sir Feather's death, it has nothing to do with me, Luin said. He wanted to end this duel. No matter what grudge the food god and Sir Feather had, he would interfere and overturn the outcome that Destiny had foreseen. Of course, he would definitely give the food god an explanation. Since he had interfered in the duel, he would avenge the food god. Bai Xianer's eyes lit up. Brother Xiao Xian, our bet will officially begin. What do you want to bet? Luin didn't hesitate. I want to know the truth behind the Lu family's banishment. Everything. Bai Xianer smiled. All right. What about your bet? Luin asked. Although he was confident that he could protect the food god, Bai Xianer's attitude was too strange. Did she really trust Destiny that much? He was sure that he could interfere with the outcome, so he asked for what he wanted the most. He really wanted to know what Bai Xianer wanted the most. Bai Xianer turned to look at the sky above the lake, where the food god was trying to dodge the eyeball. If I win, I want the 2 books of destiny to converge. You want my book of destiny? Luin was surprised. Bai Xianer shook her head. Just take a look. Converge the books of destiny and see the future. It's not a loss for you. You can see what I see. Luin thought about it. All right, it's decided. Above the lake, the food god's inner world had already collapsed. The eyeball had vanished into the void, causing him to cough up blood and his left arm to disappear. Across from him, Sir Feather's two-faced giant pressed down. Master, what are you doing? Ha ha ha, you're in such a sorry state. Junior sister's spirit in heaven will laugh at you if she sees this. Didn't you want to avenge her? Come on, master, come on. The food god gritted his teeth and coughed up blood. He wanted to find a chance to attack, but he didn't. Beside the lake, Su Donglai shouted, "This isn't a fair duel. Let's end it." We'll talk about it later. Let's end it. Senior, let's end it. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to avenge her, but you'll also die. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2442. No one liked Suryu, not even the people from the four cardinal scales. The food god stayed at the ancestral gazing tower all year round and was a benevolent person. Even the four cardinal scales respected him. Many people had received his kindness and didn't want to see him die in such a sullen manner. However, how could the food god give up? He only had one chance to fight, and that eyeball was Suryu's final trump card. As long as he could avoid the progenitor's power and hit this traitorous disciple, it would be fine even if it was just once. Master, do you know how happy junior sister was before she died? She was so happy that she helped me and granted me my wish. Although she died miserably, this was her fate and she couldn't escape it. Suryu laughed. The food god's body swayed as he clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Suryu. The butcher knife in his hand had already broken. In front of him, the void disappeared again and brushed past the food god's shoulder, causing half of his body to crack. In the distance, Lu Yin took a step forward. It's time to end this. He then waved his hand, and the hellworm's body suddenly appeared. Its roar shook the heavens and the earth as its progenitor power swept through the entire Yin Mountain district. Everyone turned pale when they saw this. Suryu and the food god both looked over and saw the prison drake. Su Donglai and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yin was here. Even if the four cardinal scales ancestor intervened, the food god would still be safe. Suryu's face was gloomy. This person had left for 3 years, and he hadn't expected him to return now. The culinary god looked at the huge prison dragon that covered the sky and closed his eyes with a bitter expression. Lu Yin stood on the prison drake's head and looked at Baixianer. She was still calm and even had a faint smile on her face. Did she really believe in fate that much? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and looked at the food god. Senior, it's time to end this. Your revenge will be repaid in the future. In the sovereign realm, Bai Wang Yuan and the rest were still there to prevent the Eternals from suddenly appearing. Lu Shaoxian is here again. We clearly agreed not to enter the astral tree region before the fifth mainland's astral source universe recovers, but he ignored the agreement, the dragon ancestor said. Bai Wang Yuan looked down but didn't say anything. Let's wait a little longer. We didn't seize the opportunity 3 years ago. Xiaoxinji sighed as well. Dragon ancestor frowned. Young master, you can't die at his hands. With that, he left the sovereign realm and descended upon the Yin Mountain region. The power of the dragon ancestor's progenitor realm clashed with the prison dragon, causing the situation in the middle-level realm to change. Lu Shaoxian, you don't have the right to interfere in this battle. The dragon ancestor's voice resounded throughout the Yin Mountain region. Lu Yin looked at the dragon ancestor. I don't plan on interfering. It's just that Suryu spoke rudely to me in the past, and it's time to settle that score. I'll settle it right now. You're being unreasonable. The dragon ancestor shouted. Up until now, it had only been by Wang Yuan, Xiaoxinji, and the others who had negotiated with Lu Yin. The dragon ancestor rarely spoke, but this time, he finally understood how difficult it was to negotiate with Lu Yin. This brat was a complete scoundrel, and he had clearly interfered with the duel, but he still had to find excuses. Long Air, you're really shameless. You gave a progenitor item to a half-ancestor battle, and you still have the face to criticize others. The dragon ancestor said that progenitor realm item was given to him when he joined the White Dragon clan. It also appeared when you visited Dragon Mountain, and it wasn't just given to him. Then I can lend the caged worm to the culinary god. I lent it to him 3 years ago, Luin said casually. The dragon ancestor raised his brows. This brat was lying through his teeth. The crowd below listened to their conversation, and many of them had strange expressions on their faces. Was this a conversation between progenitors? They were no different from ordinary people, and they were just as shameless. This duel will continue, the culinary god said. He sounded exhausted and weak, but his voice was abnormally resolute. Luin looked over. Senior, you can't kill him. I know. The culinary god looked at Luin with a complicated expression. Thank you, Luin. You know that you can't take revenge, so why continue? Luin asked. The culinary god's voice was hoarse. I can't wait any longer. When I thought that this traitorous disciple was dead, I had to stay at the ancestral gazing tower to ease my mental state. A few years ago, I discovered that this traitorous disciple was still alive, and my mental state has never calmed down. Luin, I really have to thank you. Sien Academy will have to trouble you in the future. Luin frowned. Senior, I won't let this duel continue. This. Just as he was about to say something, he felt his heart palpitate as an indescribable terror appeared out of nowhere. He looked around and suddenly looked up, his eyes narrowing. Was this an origin tribulation? The dragon ancestor saw this and was shocked. A progenitor's origin tribulation. He left without hesitation. Beside the lake, everyone was shocked, and they quickly fled one by one. Su Donglai was stunned. A progenitor's origin tribulation. Was he trying to die? Luin stared at the culinary god. Senior, you. The culinary god took a deep breath and looked at the shocked Suryu. Traitorous disciple, I was the one who brought you down this path, so allow me to personally send you off. His inner world appeared, and a giant dining table turned both him and Suryu into food. Suryu hurriedly tried to escape. This old thing had gone crazy. However, he could not escape. The culinary god was going all out, and his inner world was constantly being destroyed by the void of his eyeball. He forcefully suppressed Suryu within, as he wanted to face the tribulation with Suryu at the same time. Luin gritted his teeth. It was over. The origin tribulation had already begun, and the black hole was constantly expanding. There was no way to stop it. The caged worm was so frightened that it turned around and fled, as it did not want to be struck to death by the origin tribulation. This was a progenitor's origin tribulation, the most terrifying tribulation in all of the cultivation realms. Even a progenitor would not be willing to be implicated. Any origin tribulation that implicated others would undergo a huge change, and the changes would depend on the person's strength. Once a progenitor's origin tribulation changed, who knew what would happen? So that was how it was. This was mutual destruction. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as he could not stop this. He had not even considered the possibility of an origin tribulation. He had been accurately calculated, and this was a mutual destruction. He looked at Bai Xianer's previous position, but she had already disappeared. He had lost this bet. Was fate really that irreversible? Bai Xianer had seen the future, and this future could not be reversed. This was fate. This was his first confrontation with fate, and he had completely lost. Under the origin tribulation, no one could interfere, and the food god definitely could not pass it. But even if he did not, he was doomed. He could not survive under a progenitor's power vessel. Lu Yin arrived outside the range of the origin tribulation and looked back. He saw the sky of suppression, which was exactly the same as when he had faced his sixth origin tribulation. At that time, he had used the overturning sky palm to overcome it. As the sky of suppression covered the Yin mountain region, Suryu's unwilling roars and the food god's maniacal laughter could be heard. This was a true progenitor's origin tribulation. Apart from a progenitor, no one could clearly see what was happening inside. Lu Yin could not see anything either. He could only rely on the power of others to reach the progenitor realm, but that power would be implicated once it got close to the origin tribulation. Just like everyone else, he could not see anything. Not long after, the origin tribulation dispersed. The food god and Suryu had completely disappeared from the lake, as if they had never existed. Lu Yin looked at the lake. This was the first time he had seen someone undergo a progenitor's origin tribulation. Failure should have been expected. Regardless of whether the food god had dragged Suryu in or not, and regardless of whether he had resolved the knot in his heart, the difficulty of a progenitor's origin tribulation was unimaginable. Breaking through 3 stages did not guarantee that one would reach the progenitor realm. Even a half-step progenitor would not necessarily reach the progenitor realm. This was the limit of human cultivation. The 5th mainland's great elder Ling Ji Meibai had died during her progenitor's origin tribulation, and now the food god had died as well. Who would be next? Beside the lake, Su Donglai, Din Wen, and the others were sorrowful. The food god had protected Yi Xian Academy for too long, and now, he had finally left. Many people lamented. The food god had a good reputation in the starry sky of trees, and his death caused many to have complicated expressions. Was it worth it? Many people were thinking about this question. If the food god had given up, he could still live and find another opportunity in the future. Was it really worth it for him to die together? People left one by one in silence. Too many people had died during their tribulations, but the progenitor's origin tribulation was not something that everyone had seen before. I thought that he would be able to withstand at least 1 or 2 tribulations, but he didn't even make it through the first one. Qing Chen's voice sounded from below Lu Yin. Lu Yin landed. How are the mummies? Qing Chen shook his head. Most of them have definitely been captured, but we don't know what to do with them. We can't kill them, but we can't let them live either. Some of them have been hidden by others. More and more people are cultivating the corpse king transformation, and many people will reveal it at critical moments. This technique can be considered to have been passed down through the universe. If a technique that can rival or surpass the corpse king transformation appears, it can replace the corpse king transformation, Lu Yin said. Qing Chen was stunned. Replace the corpse king transformation. What technique? Lu Yin calmly replied, I'm just saying. Maybe one day, I'll destroy the 4 Libras and use their techniques to replace the corpse king transformation. He then left, leaving behind a stunned Qing Chen. Destroy the 4 Libras. Lu Yin's words were calm, but his meaning was enough to turn the entire human race upside down. He really did want to destroy the 4 Libras. If one day, Lu Yin really did go to war with the 4 Libras, what would happen to the humble school? This was not something that humans should experience. Lu Yin left to find Bai Xianer. She had given him an address, and it wasn't too far from here. Lu Yin had to fulfill his promise and allow the 2 books of destiny to converge. Soon, he saw Bai Xianer. I'm waiting for someone. Tell the Wang family to let him in, Lu Yin said before contacting the imperial tutor. The book of destiny in his hands belonged to the imperial tutor, and he didn't know what Bai Xianer wanted to do with the 2 books. He didn't understand either, so he had to let someone who did. He originally wanted to find Fate Daughter, but after some thought, he decided against it. Compared to Fate Daughter, he could control Skymender better. After all, someone like Fate Daughter could break through to the progenitor realm at any time. Once she did, it was hard to say how they would interact. Bai Xianer didn't refuse and stood there quietly with her eyes closed. She was like a goddess, causing the void to gradually become blurry. Lu Yin wasn't interested in talking to her. He had already asked her everything he needed to know. Bai Xian'er hadn't said anything before, and she wouldn't say anything now. In fact, if possible, Lu Yin really wanted to snatch her book of destiny. He glanced at Bai Xian'er. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2443. The Imperial Tutor was on the fifth mainland, so it wasn't easy for him to come to the astral tree realm. However, if Bai Xian'er was here, the Wang family had to give her some face. A few days later, the Imperial Tutor arrived. Lu Yin took out the Book of Destiny and tossed it to him. This woman has a Book of Destiny as well. She wants the two books to converge and see the future. The Imperial Tutor was shocked and looked at Bai Xian'er. The convergence of destinies. There's such a thing. The blurry void around Bai Xian'er cleared up, and she opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes replaced the starry sky, stunning both Lu Yin and Butian. There was no emotion in them at all. The convergence of the two books will allow us to see the future. Let's begin. She raised her hand, and a book appeared out of nowhere. It was exactly the same as Butian's and Xiaoshi's. Lu Yin stared at it closely. The convergence of the two books could allow one to see the future, and he had two of them. If it really worked, did that mean that he could see the future at any time? That shouldn't be the case. He tried to compare the two books before, but he hadn't been able to see the future. Butian raised his book, and the two books moved towards the center of the trio under some sort of force. Gradually, the two books overlapped. Xiantian mirror, Bai Xian'er said. The Imperial Tutor instinctively used the Xiantian mirror, and a mysterious feeling emanated from his body. Blurry scenes appeared around him, like silhouettes of time. Space constantly twisted and turned into lines that extended out and connected to his Book of Destiny. Bai Xian'er also used the Xiantian mirror, but it was completely different from the Imperial Tutor's. Her Xiantian mirror gave Lu Yin a strange feeling that he could see but not see. The moment she used it, he seemed to see a pair of eyes staring at him. He didn't know where it came from, nor did he know what time it came from. It was as if he could see the river of time flowing by, and it was grand and majestic. It was as if time itself had been manifested. The Imperial Tutor's eyes widened, and he stared in shock as he blurted out, "The Xiantian mirror." At that moment, the two books of destiny suddenly flipped open, and the three of them looked over at the same time. They saw the pages flipping rapidly, and it was impossible to see them clearly. Every page was filled with scenes that changed. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. Did these books represent the future? Every page represented the future. Before, he didn't believe it. But now, he was starting to believe it. Bai Xian'er had shown him the grandeur of the river of time. Fate was connected to time. Suddenly, the rapidly flipping pages stopped at a certain page in the middle. A pair of eyes appeared on this page. They were scarlet red with savagery and ruthlessness, as well as an indescribable madness. These were the Corpse King's eyes. The three of them stared at him intently. The scene suddenly expanded. Originally, they could only see a pair of eyes, but now, they could see everything. They could see the face. What is this? Butian's mouth fell open, and he looked at Lu Yin as if he had seen a ghost. Bai Xian'er's expression turned solemn as she looked at Lu Yin. The owner of those eyes was none other than Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Was this really him? On the flipped page, Lu Yin opened his scarlet eyes and stabbed his sword into Kuei Luo's body. Kuei Luo roared and reached out to grab Lu Yin's face as if he wanted to tear him apart. However, his body slowly dissipated. Lu Yin's sword was the progenitor's sword, and with a single slash, Kuei Luo was annihilated. After wiping out Kuei Luo, Lu Yin turned around and slashed at Lu Bujing's shoulder. Lu Yin's rage slowly dissipated, followed by Ku Wei, the ghost monkey, Wendy Yushan, Elder Chan, even senior brother Qing Ping, Big Sis, and Heizage Lian. Everyone he was familiar with, loved ones, and friends disappeared one by one. There were no exceptions. The pages continued to sway, and when they finally flipped open, the scene left the three of them stunned. Bu Tian looked at Lu Yin with fear and panic. This was the first time he had ever seen Lu Yin like this. Bai Xian'er looked at Lu Yin with sorrow in her eyes. As for Lu Yin, he seemed to have lost all of his strength, and his hands hung limply by his side. He had just seen himself kill everyone important to him with scarlet eyes, wiping them out with each slash. That had been his doing, and he had wielded the progenitor's sword. He suddenly recalled what the one true God had said 3 years ago. "You're still too stubborn, but you'll figure it out one day. That day, you'll kill everyone you know and care about. You'll let go of everything and become a new species that rules the universe. That day, you'll no longer be stubborn about the word human, and you can call yourself human, but that word will no longer be what you want." At the time, Lu Yin had thought that the one true God was just trying to persuade him to submit, but now, the scenes in the Book of Destiny were exactly the same as what the one true God had said. He would kill everyone he knew and cared about, let go of everything, and become a new species. Those scarlet eyes were dazzling. Thawed. 2 books fell to the ground, startling Lu Yin. He watched as the 2 books fell to the ground, dirty. Bu Tian's heart trembled, and he hurriedly put away the Book of Destiny while the other flew into Bai Xian'er's hands. "Brother Xiaoxian, do you want to silence them?" Bai Xian'er looked at Lu Yin and smiled as usual. Lu Yin looked back at her. "Do you think I'll believe what I just saw?" Bai Xian'er's lips curled up. "Fate can't be changed. You saw what happened to the food god, and what you just saw will definitely happen in the future. This is a glimpse of the future, and you can't change it. Actually, I'm curious as well. Brother Xiaoxian, you're a direct descendant of the Lu family. How did you become a monster?" Lu Yin sneered. "Your little tricks won't affect me. I don't know how you did it, but you know much more about fate than we do. Even if fate really did see the future, so what? If I can travel through the past, then I can naturally change the future. I can't become an everlasting monster." Bai Xian'er smiled. "I hope so too. Then, do you still want to see the future?" "I do." "Leave your book behind." Lu Yin suddenly reached out, wanting to take the Book of Destiny from Bai Xian'er's hands. Bai Xian'er laughed, but Bai Xing suddenly tore through the void and blocked Bai Xian'er's path with a rod. "Long time no see, Lu Xiaoxian." Lu Yin's hand stopped not too far from the rod, and he met Bai Xing's gaze. "Long time no see." "I'm leaving, Brother Xiaoxian." "Don't worry, I'll keep what I saw a secret," Bai Xian'er said before leaving with Bai Xing. Bai Xing looked at Lu Yin one more time before leaving. After they left, Lu Yin stood in place, thinking back to what he had just seen. He rubbed his cosmic ring. Would he really kill everyone he cared about? Would he really become a monster? Not necessarily, because there was divine force in his heart. The mother tree had been drawn out to suppress him during the last tribulation of the 6th tribulation, and he'd only been able to break through it because of his divine force. At that moment, Lu Yin knew that his eyes had changed, turning red. Although it was different from the scarlet red he had seen before, it was still red. The one true God's words, the divine force in his body, and the future he had seen told Lu Yin that he would no longer be human. In the future, he would kill everyone he cared about, family, and friends. Xian Jiu had also said that being close to him would bring misfortune, and that he would bring misfortune to everyone close to him. Was this proof of his words? Bu Tian stood respectfully behind Lu Yin, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. He had never felt so nervous before, as he had just witnessed something incredible. If this matter were to be exposed, Luin would definitely become the greatest enemy of the entire human race. He could not allow this matter to be exposed, as it was impossible. The safest way to deal with this was to kill himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He had lived for so many years that he was no longer afraid of anything. Even when Luin had conquered the astral beast domain, he hadn't been this scared. Now, he was facing death. "Do you believe what you saw, Imperial Tutor?" Luin asked with his back facing Butian. "No," the Imperial Tutor hurriedly replied. "That was a glimpse of the future from the Book of Destiny." Daoist, by Siena used the orthodox heavenly mirror technique, which has been lost for a long time and shouldn't exist. We all cultivate the anti-mystic heavenly mirror, so everything is under by Siena's control. With her ability, it's not impossible for her to create a fake future. Luin nodded. "Yes, what I saw might have been a fake future created by Siena." Butian replied, "It's not a might, it's definitely fake. I've never even heard of two books of destiny intersecting to see the future. You can go back and ask the Lady of Destiny if such a thing exists. It must have been made up by Siena." Luin was amused. The Imperial Tutor kept refuting what he had seen because he was afraid that Luin would silence him. "What if it's true?" Luin suddenly asked. The Imperial Tutor's eyes flashed, and he said firmly, "If it's true, then Daoist is a traitor to the entire human race. However, this has nothing to do with the astral beast domain. Whether it's the everlasting race or the humans, it doesn't affect us. We can still survive because we are astral beasts, not humans." Luin clasped his hands behind his back. Astral beasts were astral beasts, and humans were humans. The everlasting race was humanity's mortal enemy, but in many people's hearts, astral beasts were the same. "You can go back. Leave the book behind," Luin said. The Imperial Tutor respectfully handed over the book and then silently left. He only relaxed when he was far away. Fortunately, he was an astral beast and not a human, or else he might not have been able to return alive. Anyone who had seen this would have died unless they followed Luin and joined the everlasting race. However, Luin had no intention of joining the everlasting race, which meant that the person who had seen this had no chance of survival. Joining the everlasting race would mean being destroyed by Luin, but if he didn't, Luin was worried that he would leak this information. Luin lifted the book and flipped it open. It was completely blank, he couldn't see anything. Inside and outside the Shantian mirror, inside and outside the Shantian mirror. Luin's gaze deepened as he thought about something. After a long time, he put the book away and contacted Xianzhou through the wireless goo. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2444. Central Plains, in a bustling city in Green Moon District, Xianzhou looked at the wireless goo in a dilemma: should he accept it or not? That was a problem. He had been hiding in the cosmic tree realm for 3 years, doing everything he could to avoid Luin. These 3 years had been very comfortable, just as comfortable as Luin had been during his 20 years of disappearance. Furthermore, he had left before the fifth mainland's astral source universe had recovered, and now that he had arrived here, he had not been affected by the time poison. He was just as free as he had been in the fifth mainland. However, it was impossible for him to join the four-way scales. He could only wait for death in the middle-level realm. She only hoped that she would never have anything to do with Luin. But that guy actually contacted him. The wireless goose stopped vibrating. Xianzhou heaved a sigh of relief. There was no need to pick it up. Next, the wireless goo vibrated again. He stared at it. Stop, vibrate again, stop, and vibrate again. Xianzhou answered, "You're not going to give up. Back then, you said that I was an unlucky person and that anyone who got close to me would be unlucky, right?" "Yes," Xianzhou replied without hesitation. Then, he immediately replied, "No, I don't even need to get close to you. It's bad luck to stay away from you." "Do you know the true mysterious heavenly mirror?" Lu Yin asked. Xianzhou was surprised. "You actually know about the righteous profound heavenly mirror?" "I won't, and no one else will." "Someone does," Lu Yin replied. Xianzhou was shocked. "Who?" "Let me tell you. Do you have any way of getting the cultivation method for the righteous heavenly mirror from her?" Xianzhou clenched his teeth. "Of course there's no other way. The mysterious heavenly mirror is divided into positive and negative, and fate has always passed down negative mysterious heavenly mirrors. If someone knows how to use the positive mysterious heavenly mirror, then things will get out of hand. Doesn't the Starsabil sect not believe in fate maidens? You seem to be very certain of the existence of fate." "Nonsense, the people of the celestial sect era have already confirmed it. What's there to not believe? But I feel like you've known about the existence of fate for a very long time. That's enough. Don't worry about the wording. So what if you knew? Let me tell you, the Starsabil sect has relied on the abacus of fate to get to where it is today, but so what? No one would have believed it back then, but there's no need to say it now. Even a genuine successor of fate is here. What does that have to do with us?" Lu Yin did not harp on this point. "The person who has the righteous heavenly mirror technique is my enemy. Is there any way to deal with him?" "No, Grandpa Jiu is just a cripple. Don't count on me for anything. Grandpa Jiu only has one dream in his life." After a pause, he replied, "Towards the heavens for another 500 years. 500 years. That's too little. Live for 500 years first. I'm afraid you won't be able to live that long." Xianzhou rolled his eyes. "Yes," Lu Yin replied. Xianzhou ended the call and crushed the wireless goo. "Meet? See your grandpa." Lu Yin put away the wireless goo. Xianzhou was determined not to meet him. What was going on with fate? The scene he had just witnessed had left a shadow in his heart. He observed the red godly power in his heart. Would this thing change him in the future? He raised his head and looked at the topmost realm in the sky. Right now, the biggest unstable factor was Madman Lu. He was looking for every opportunity to attack him. He had to do his best to destroy Madman Lu. Otherwise, who knew what would happen in the future? There were also the resources from the New World. The four-way scales had definitely taken them, but the Nong family would also have a lot of them. He raised the wireless goo and contacted Nong Yi. "You're here." Nong Yi wasn't surprised by Lu Yin's arrival. 3 years. It had been a short time, but those who knew Lu Yin knew that he hadn't been in closed-door cultivation for more than a year. "Any progress on the stellar source?" "No, I'm here to ask you something." "What is it?" Nong Yi was puzzled. "Where are you?" "Ruler's World. Seed Garden." "Then I'll head over." Lu Yin ended the call and headed towards the garden. Not long after, the garden came into view. The enormous shadow of the hellworm descended, attracting the attention of countless gazes in the garden. They were filled with shock, fear, and shock. Within the garden, Nong Yi wiped his forehead. "Can't you keep a low profile?" "Ye Zi, bring him over." Behind him, Nong Yi was gloomy. Ye Zi was a terrible name, but the ancestor liked to call him that, so he couldn't do anything about it. Beside him, Bai Zi was bouncing around happily, making noises. Further away, Nong Sanyang, Nong Lai, Nong Xinyang, and the rest were all there, including Bai Shui. Nong Yi had spent most of his time in the outside world and rarely returned to the garden. When the Lu family had still been around, he had been one of the progenitors guarding the outside world. After the Lu family had been exiled, he had been even more so, and there weren't many people in the Nong family who could interact with him. Now that the Eternals had been forced to retreat and the threat was gone, the ancestor could return at any time, and no one would miss this chance to get close to him. Even if Nong Yi's status as the Nong family's ancestor was ignored, cultivators would still rush to get close to him. Soon, Lu Yin followed Nong Yi to the side of the field. The ancestor is in front. Lu Daozi, please. Lu Yin saw Nong Sanyang and the rest, as well as Bai Shui. He exchanged a glance with her and nodded before walking into the field, taking off his shoes just like the rest of the Nong family. Bai Zi happily bounced over when it saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at it in surprise, as it wasn't his first time seeing it. Back when it had been with Nong Lai, it had wanted to jump onto him every time it saw him, and this time was no exception. Bai Zi leapt up, and Lu Yin subconsciously caught it and placed it on his shoulder, listening to its happy purr. This little thing likes you a lot, Nong Yi smiled. He was dressed simply and had a towel tied around his forehead. It was impossible to tell that he was a progenitor. Lu Yin smiled. Old friend. Senior, you must be happy living in the countryside. Nong Yi nodded. To us farmers, a cup of tea is the best enjoyment in the world. It would be even better if there were a few juniors who could educate us. Nong Yi and the rest had helpless expressions and subconsciously retreated. On the other side, Bai Shui looked on with a complicated expression. She had heard many things about Lu Yin during her time in the garden, but she still found it hard to believe. Lu Yin was about the same age as them, and he had walked out of Earth with them. How could he fight against a progenitor and even become a deity? It was unbelievable. Was it because he was a descendant of the Lu family? Senior, you don't plan on returning to the outside world? Lu Yin asked. Nong Yi replied, if the threat comes again, of course I'll go back. He then waved his hoe and dug into the ground. The others followed suit and began digging as well. Lu Yin pursed his lips and then retrieved a hoe from his cosmic ring. He then followed their rhythm and began digging, causing everyone to look over in surprise. Even Nong Yi was astonished. What's this hoe? Someone gave it to me, Lu Yin answered casually. Nong Yi sized it up. A power vessel that can make a power vessel. Is there anyone else besides the Nong family? Lu Yin smiled. My surname is Nong, and I'm from the 6th mainland. There are Nong family members in the 6th mainland. Nong Yi was astonished. Nong Yi was not surprised. So that's how it is. No wonder the Nong family has spread, and it's not just in the 5th mainland. It's said that the first ancestor once made a grand promise to reclaim the 6th mainland, so many Nong family members went to the various mainlands to curry favor with the first ancestor. They competed with each other in reclaiming land. And then? Lu Yin asked. Nong Yi dug into the ground with his hoe. And then the mainlands were gone, and so were the reclaimed lands. That's why it's not strange that there are Nong family descendants in the 6th mainland. The hui jumped from one shoulder to the other, minding its own business and happily playing. Senior, how much do you know about the Lu family? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Nong Yi did not understand. What do you mean? Madman Lu, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Nong Yi paused and looked at the ground in deep thought. Nong Yi and the rest left the field one by one until only Nong Yi and Lu Yin were left. There was also a hui that was happily playing around. If you want to talk about understanding Madman Lu, then you found the wrong person, Nong Yi said. Aside from Senior Lu Tianyi, no one else understands this madman. Even your Lu family's ancestor might not know much about him. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Senior, are you telling me that this madman Lu is very ancient? If madman Lu was from his father's generation or the 9 Mountains and 8 Seas generation, then how could Lu Tianyi be the only one who understood the Lu family? Nong Yi raised his brows. I need to think more before I speak to you, but you're right. Madman Lu's seniority is extremely ancient. How should I put it? I'm one of the first people born after the astral tree was separated from the 5th mainland. Although my seniority is lower than ancestor Bai's, it's not that far off. Back then, my grandfather was still alive, and he told me that his father had heard of Madman Lu. There are even older records, and Madman Lu is like a negative label for the Lu family. He's just like Senior Lu Tianyi. When outsiders talk about the Lu family, the first person they think of is Senior Lu Tianyi. Those who know about Madman Lu will also think of him. Lu Yin was confused. How long has Madman Lu been alive? Nong Yi shook his head. No one knows. Only Senior Lu Tianyi knows. Lu Yin looked up. Could this Madman Lu also be from the above heaven sect? If so, why did he hate the Lu family? Why hadn't the Lu family dealt with him? This person was a thorn in Lu Yin's heart, one that was even deeper than the 4 cardinal scales. The 4 cardinal scales were mortal enemies, but because of their agreement, Lu Yin did not have to worry about them for the time being. However, Madman Lu was different, and he could act at any time. So far, Madman Lu had acted twice, and he had almost succeeded on both occasions. The first time had been after his lock-breaking duel with Mu Shang. If not for that inexplicable palm strike, Lu Yin would have been in real danger. The second time had been a 6th origin tribulation, and Madman Lu had wanted to participate. Just like how the culinary god had lured Sir Feather into his origin tribulation, Madman Lu was clearly trying to drag Sir Feather down with him. This person was a true madman, and Lu Yin would not be able to sleep peacefully until he dealt with him. But how could he deal with him? If there wasn't the 4-side scale blocking him, he could rely on what he saw in the space-time travel to suspect Madman Lu and ask for Senior Brother Mu Xia's help. Although Senior Brother Mu Xia might not do anything to him because there was no evidence, at least it would allow him to confront Madman Lu directly. However, with the 4 cardinal scales in the way, he might not even have the chance to confront Madman Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2445. Mu Xia was only one person, so the mist ancestor would not interfere. Nong Yi was not willing to do so either. They only wanted stability, as they could not face Madman Lu on their own. Even if Madman Lu was standing right in front of him, he might not be able to kill him. Nong Yi dug the ground. Some things can't be rushed. Let's take it slow. Lu Yin gripped his hoe. Lu Yu is dead. Nong Yi paused. 3 years ago, we suppressed the 4-way scales, but that doesn't mean that we can still do so 3 years later. Senior, have you ever wondered why the 4-way scales exiled the Lu family? You know how important the Lu family was in resisting the Eternals. With the Lu family gone, the Eternals are powerful enough to invade the astral tree realm. The 4-way scales can't stop them. I've investigated the battles after the Lu family was exiled, and I found that the 7-god sky, which had been in a stalemate with the Lu family, disappeared. The pressure on the 5-array bases increased, and the 4-way scales ancestor was forced to oversee the master realm. However, the battles were less intense than when the Lu family was still around. Something's not right. And with Lu Yu's death, where did the four-way scales get the confidence to kill an ancestor without any evidence? They were prepared to fight the known family, ghost abyss, and even the humble school. Where did their confidence come from? Many of the four-way scales' actions are very strange. They seem reasonable, but they can't stand up to scrutiny. Nomi looked up. I feel like they're hiding something. Luin met his gaze. That's right. Nomi laughed. Lu Chi came to me and wanted me to become a god. Guess what I said? Luin was curious. What did you say? Nomi smiled. I told him to get lost. Luin raised his brows, but he did not say anything. Lu Chi is your father. He's so shameless that he actually made me willingly become a god. I'm not surnamed one. I don't have a pitiful look on my face, and I'm willing to sacrifice everything for humanity. Don't talk nonsense to me. Besides, your father isn't good at being emotional, so I threw him out of the outer realm. At that time, I was always guarding the outer realm, Nomi said. But you were able to make me willingly become a god. It's not because you're more attractive than your father. Honestly speaking, between you and your father, I'd rather have him become a god. Even though he's a bastard, thick-skinned, and shameless, he's pure. You have so many tricks up your sleeve that it's terrifying. Luin took these words as compliments. But the situation is different now. The Lu clan is gone, and the four cardinal scales exiled the Lu clan and killed Lu Yu. They're definitely hiding something. Everyone can see that I'm willing to be sealed as a god not only because I'm afraid of the four cardinal scales, but also because they're hiding something. I really don't know what they're hiding. They killed Lu Yu without hesitation. Nong Yi took a deep breath. Only those who have been guarding the outer realm for a long time know how important that place is to the cosmic trees. Now that Lu Yu is dead, who will guard the outer realm? That giant scarlet eye can only stop the corpse kings from coming, but it can't stop the progenitor corpse kings. Even though the 5 array bases have relaxed, the sovereign realm has never relaxed. Under these circumstances, the 4 cardinal scales killed Lu Yu, which is tantamount to giving up on the outer realm. That's not right, and it's impossible that they didn't know about it. But they still did this, which means that they have something that we don't know about. Senior, you don't know anything about the 4 cardinal scales' power. Nomi shook his head. No. The more he didn't know, the more uneasy he felt. Nomi had cultivated to the progenitor realm, which meant that he wasn't stupid. Furthermore, with his progenitor realm abilities, the Nong family, and the Lu family, he still couldn't find out anything about the 4 cardinal scales' power. The 4 cardinal scales had hidden themselves too well. You're far worse than your father, Nong Yi suddenly said. Luin was taken aback. What's the difference? Luin was confident that his cultivation speed was unparalleled when it came to battling against those in the same realm. Throughout human history, perhaps only the 3 realms and 6 Daos could compare to him, but no one else, including 9 mountains and 8 seas, could compare to him. How could he be worse than his father? Noni sighed. Your father isn't very strong, but he's good at dealing with women. Back in the day, he was considered a romantic figure in this universe, and as long as it had something to do with women, there was nothing that he couldn't resolve. He then noticed Lu Yin's strange expression and continued, if you had your father's abilities, then Bai Xian Air wouldn't be a problem either. Luin felt awkward. I'm really not that good at this. Noni sat down and pointed at the ground. Luin casually sat down as well. The two sat in the mud and hugged their hoes. No matter how one looked at them, they looked like 2 simple farmers. Cultivation, fighting for longevity, fighting for power, fighting for benefits, fighting for all sorts of things. Who are you fighting with? Nong-yi asked. Luin was stunned. Who are you fighting with? Of course, you're fighting with your opponents and enemies. Nong-yi smiled. Yes, you're fighting with your enemies. In essence, you're fighting with people, whether it's cultivation, business, or politics. Your opponents are all people. As long as you can win, do you need to rely on your methods? Of course not. Even if a normal person can win against a progenitor, the result will be the same. In essence, your opponents are all people. You just need to understand them and defeat them. You've always walked the path of cultivation, but your father is different. He's seen through women, which is why he's always at a disadvantage against them, even if they're progenitors. Tell me, aren't you worse than him? Lu Yin smiled. That's true. Cheong Shi-er said that business isn't about business, but about people. Understanding your opponents and winning them over is business. It's the same for cultivation. This Cheong Shi you're talking about is the woman who represented the above heavens sect to trade strategic resources with us. Nong-yi asked. Lu Yin nodded. I gave her full authority over the Fifth Mainland's business. You're quite good at reading people. I've heard of that woman before. She's very difficult to deal with, and she has the 4 cardinal scales firmly under her control. She mainly relies on strategic resources. If she doesn't have good strategic resources, then the 4 cardinal scales won't care about her. Nong-yi continued, many changes have occurred in this region of space over the past 3 years. Even though the threat of the Eternals has temporarily disappeared, the cultivators have never stopped changing their equipment. The 5 major array bases are still on alert, and every cultivator hopes to have a foldable spacecraft, microarray weapons, universal armor, wireless goo, and most importantly, void wanderers. You must have made a lot of money in this area. Lu Yin replied, not much. I'm only selling and providing support. Over the past 3 years, the Fifth Mainland had made a lot of money through these strategic resources, but Lu Yin did not touch a single cent. Cheong Shi had her own plans. Right, speaking of star essence, I was reminded of the New World. There are so many cities in the New World, and each city should have a considerable amount of star essence. So, where did all those star essence go? Lu Yin asked, as this was one of his main goals in coming here. Nong-yi replied, there are 272 cities in the New World, and just as you said, each one has star essence. Now that they've been divided, you naturally have some as well. Aside from eliminating the corpse kings, nothing else has been touched. These are the original words of the 4 cardinal scales. How much? Lu Yin asked. Nong-yi replied, the 4 cardinal scales each have 50 cities, and my Nong-yi has 20. The 5 major array base cultivators will split the remaining 20 as a reward. The Lockbreaker Society has 10 cities, and you have 10. Finally, there are 12 cities that will be split between the independent cultivators and the various families in the cosmic tree realm. After all, these people participated in the war on the backside and contributed greatly. I only have 10 cities. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. Nong-yi replied, you did contribute greatly to the recovery of the New World, and you were the first to attack it. But after that, because of the Fifth Mainland, you left, and the 4th cardinal scales only stayed behind and did not attack the New World. That's why they gave you 10 cities. How many star essence does each city have? Lu Yin asked. Nong-yi replied, over 10 billion. That's about it. Lu Yin nodded. Nong-yi did not have much to say about how these cities would be divided. If Lu Yin was dissatisfied, he could only look for the 4 cardinal scales. Of course, he would definitely look for them. Right, there's one more thing. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Is there someone locked up in that wheat field of yours? Nong-yi was puzzled. Who? No, there isn't. Lu Yin replied, a girl called Chiu Shi. She's been locked up for a long time. Nongyi slapped his head. Chiosher. She really was locked up for a long time. She mysteriously came to my Nong family, and no one knew where she came from. I guessed that she came from the abandoned lands. Lu Yin replied, that's right. She's the #1 disciple of the 5th mainland Sirius sect. How is she? Nongyi replied, she's fine. She's been locked up for a long time, and I've been paying attention to her for a long time. I have to say that she's quite likable, and her innate gift is excellent. She's not any worse than Sanyang. I took her in as a disciple on a whim, but she's still in seclusion. It's been more than 10 years. Lu Yin understood. No wonder Chiosher had not returned. If she had not gone into seclusion after being released, she would have returned to the 5th mainland long ago. It turned out that she had been in seclusion. This meant that she did not know much about the outside world. Should we call her out? Nongyi asked. Lu Yin waved a hand. No need. Let her go into seclusion. The seed garden had a simple beauty to it. Every time Lu Yin came here, he felt as if he had returned to nature. This time, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, like Nongyi, he waved his hoe in the field again and again. Nong Xinyang came over. She was still thinking about Yu Hao, and she looked at Lu Yin strangely. Lu Yin was speechless. You're making me uncomfortable by staring at me like that. Nong Xinyang blinked. I miss Mr. Hao Yu. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Nong Sanyang came over, grabbed Nong Xinyang, and dragged her out. She's not that big, so what's the point of looking at her looks? She then looked at Lu Yin. Actually, you're more attractive. Lu Yin smiled. You too. Nong Sanyang was stunned, as she felt that Lu Yin was lying. Bai Shui came over, and everyone was given a cup of tea. Her expression was normal when she handed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin knew that she had not been exposed. She had spent too much time in the farmer's manor, and perhaps she had developed feelings for this place. He did not want to be estranged. Sanyang, time's up. It's your turn. An exhausted voice came from the side of the field. It was a middle-aged man who looked exhausted, as if he had just gone through a great battle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2446. Nong Sanyang's body stiffened when she heard the sound. She sighed and walked out of the field with her hoe, heading in a certain direction. Nong Lai sat down in the mud. Here we go again. Lu Yin was curious, what's up? Nong Lai was helpless, it's the big-faced tree. It's our turn to talk to it. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he remembered. The big-faced tree was a strange tree that had seen Lu Yin's past self and chatted with him. It had also seen Bai Xian. When he had disguised himself as Long Qi, it had been the first to recognize him as Lu Shaoxian. Does the big-faced tree know a lot of things? Lu Yin asked. Nong Lai nodded, a lot, but who can hear it? Not even Dad can. Lu Yin looked at Nongya, who had an ugly expression, and shook his head before continuing to dig. Lu Yin then looked at Nong Yi, who was leaning on his hoe. The big-faced tree is old, and old people like to reminisce. It often talks about ancient things, and we already know a lot about them. It just doesn't get tired of talking about them. He then looked at Lu Yin. You can go talk to it as well. Maybe you'll hear something useful. Lu Yin thought about it and put away his hoe. I'll go talk to it. Snow, take Lu Yin, Nongya said. Nong Lai perked up. Dad, let Lu Yin take my spot. Dream on, farming. Yes. On the other side, Luyin was led by Bai Shui towards the big face tree. "Long time no see," Luyin said. Bai Shui ran her fingers through her hair. "Yes, you've changed a lot. Are you planning to stay here from now on?" Luyin asked. Bai Shui nodded. "It's good here, and the people are honest." Luyin didn't say anything else. Many times, as one's perspective changed, friends who could talk to each other would become strangers. It wasn't that they didn't want to be friends, but that the gap between them was too great. Bai Shui couldn't participate in Lu Yin's conversation, and he wasn't interested in bringing up the past to improve their relationship. "What happened to that person who came to the seed garden with you?" Bai Shui suddenly asked. Lu Yin was surprised. "That person? Shang Qing. Why are you asking about him?" Bai Shui said, "His gaze is very special." "How could it not be special? He likes you, but a woman's intuition is really scary." Shang Qing and Bai Shui only met once in the seed garden, but Bai Shui actually remembered him. "He disappeared with Burial Garden," Lu Yin said. Bai Shui nodded and didn't say anything else. In front of them, they saw a big face tree. Nong Sanyang, on the other hand, managed to escape at the right time. Bai Shui looked at Lu Yin. "Are you sure? I'm the one in charge of taking care of the big face tree. Even the ancestor would get a headache just from listening to it, and he wouldn't be able to listen to it for long." Lu Yin took a deep breath and stepped forward, arriving in front of the tree. Last time, he had only heard the words Third Mainland. After that, he couldn't hear anything else. This time, he wanted to listen carefully. "Hey, kid, you're here again. Uncle Tree is very happy. You're one of the few people who can listen to Uncle Tree's chatter. Come, listen to Uncle Tree. Last time, we talked about the war in the Third Mainland, right? Then let's continue. There's a river in the Third Mainland that runs from east to west called the Jiu River." Lu Yin felt a sense of familiarity, and every word that the tree said made his brain feel like it was being hammered. Even though Lu Yin's cultivation had changed drastically, there wasn't much of a difference. This wasn't just a change in his spiritual force, it was also a strange power that attacked his soul that accompanied every word. Lu Yin frowned as he endured the pain. Hearing the tree's words, he felt much better than the last time he had been here. That was the Battle of Zhou. Half of the ancestor realm experts of the Third Continent were killed in that battle. It also completely shattered the Third Continent, splitting it into two. That was the foundation for the destruction of the Third Continent. Speaking of the Battle of Zhou, one person has to be mentioned, the Netherworld ancestor. Lu Yin's head felt like it was splitting, and he felt dizzy. He had no choice but to recite the progenitor's scriptures to alleviate the pain. When he heard the words, Netherworld Patriarch, his eyes widened and he looked at the tree. The tree blinked and puffed up its cheeks. "Hey, kid, you're suddenly interested. Then Uncle Tree will tell you about the Battle of the Jiu River. There's a river in the Third Mainland that runs from east to west called the Jiu River." Lu Yin's mouth fell open. "Can you start with the Netherworld Patriarch?" The tree continued talking and didn't hear Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin's head was constantly being bombarded by the sound, and he could only endure by reciting the progenitor's scriptures. Speaking of the Battle of Zhou, I have to mention one person, the Netherworld ancestor. Zhou wasn't actually torn apart by the monsters of the eternal race, but by her. At the cost of splitting the Third Continent into two, she managed to bury an old monster. That was a rare victory in the war between the humans and the eternal race. Although that victory almost split the Third Continent into two, it also forced the eternal race to retreat. Gu Yizhi was so happy that he even personally drank and chatted with the Netherworld ancestor. He even taught the Netherworld ancestor the cultivation method of the spiritual force, which made the Netherworld ancestor's cultivation method more and more similar to the spiritual force. Lu Yin was shocked. The evil scripture is related to Gu Yizhi. The tree was interrupted. what did you say? The evil scripture. Oh, speaking of the evil scripture, we'll have to go back to the Battle of the Jiu River. There's a river in the third mainland that runs from east to west called the Jiu River. Lu Yin ran off without hesitation, as he had to listen to the tree again. He was already at his limit, and this tree must have dementia. In the distance, Nong Sanyang and the rest looked on in admiration, as it was rare to see a tree speak so much. Even Nongi sighed, even I find it hard to listen to it talk that much. Lu Yin was puzzled, why is it like that? It's not a battle technique, nor is it spiritual force. Or rather, it's not just spiritual force. Nongi shook his head, I don't know. Senior Lu Tianyi also came to investigate, but he couldn't find anything either. However, this tree knows a lot of things that have been cut off in history. What did it say to you? The Third Mainland's War, Lu Yin replied. Nongi sympathized, then you're out of luck. Whenever it sees you, it will tell you everything about the Third Mainland's War. It will even mention some small, meaningless battles. Lu Yin's face twitched, how long will it take? A very, very long time. You can't ask freely. No. Lu Yin sighed, as he could only blame himself for interrupting. The moment he did, the tree had to start from the beginning. Its stories were too shocking, so it was normal for Lu Yin to subconsciously interrupt. He had to be more careful in the future, and even if he heard something unbelievable, he could not speak. Do you still want to hear more? Nong Yi asked. Lu Yin nodded and resolutely replied, I've heard some things. Let's continue. There's definitely something I want to know. Nong Yi did not stop him, up to you. The farmers left one by one until only Bai Shui was left. Lu Yin looked at the tree and rested for a while before continuing to listen. He felt that he could learn a lot of secrets from the tree. The wireless goo vibrated from the 9 luminaries. I've checked. The 10 cities have a total of 6 billion star essence, the 9 luminaries transmitted. Nong Yi had told Lu Yin that he still had 10 cities in the New World, and Lu Yin had sent the 9 luminaries to investigate. No one had told him about this before, and if he did not ask, then the resources of the 10 cities would all be taken away by someone else. Only 6 billion star essence. Lu Yin's face sank. Nong Yi had said that each city had an average of 10 billion star essence, but the 10 cities that had been given to Lu Yin only had 6 billion, which was a little excessive. Yes, a total of 6 billion. When I went to investigate, I found traces of intrusions under the cities. I asked around and found that the other cities have far more than that. Someone must have stolen it, the 9 luminaries replied. Lu Yin put down the wireless goo. There was no need to guess. Even if the 4-way scales had not done it, they had to have tacitly approved of it. Otherwise, who would dare to touch the cities that had already been allocated and were under his name? The resources of the 10 cities were not enough for the 4-way scales to steal, so they must have tacitly approved of it. Many people had done it, so Lu Yin would not be able to find trouble with everyone. If Lu Yin ended up causing trouble for those people, then he would have offended too many people. Not only would the 4-way scales gain a favor, but they would also sow discord. This should not have been done by Bai Wang Yuan and the others, but by Xia Ziheng and the other half-ancestors. Bai Wang Yuan and the other progenitors were not so insignificant. But no matter who had done it, they had relied on the power of the 4-way scales. Did they want Lu Yin to not pursue the matter and suffer in silence? How could that be? Lu Yin's main goal this time was to repair the progenitor's sword. These people dared to touch his crystal essence? They were courting death. He contacted Wang Wen, I want to find trouble with the 4-way scales, but I can't use force. Is there a way? Wang Wen replied, look for Cheong Shi. She should have made her arrangements. Lu Yin immediately contacted Cheong Shi-er. On the other end of the wireless goo, Cheong Shi-er's eyes shone brightly. Are we going to make a move? Then let's play and let them know what it means to gain something without risking anything. Lu Yin put down the wireless goo. For the time being, he did not plan to leave and would stay in the seed garden to chat with the big-faced tree. He would let Cheong Shi-er and the others deal with the outside matters. On this day, the starry sky tree suddenly became chaotic. It was not a war, vengeance, or a fight over anything, but a problem with the wireless goo. Over the past 3 years, the fifth mainland had continuously traded with the starry sky tree. The starry sky tree had purchased large amounts of void travel, wireless goo, and universal armor from the fifth mainland. These things were very convenient to use on the battlefield. Void travel could allow cultivators to easily travel through the void. Although the wireless goo could not produce images like the cloudy connection stone, its ability to ignore distance surpassed the cloudy connection stone. Large clans and sects liked to use it because the cloudy connection stone could easily be intercepted. The wireless goo did not have such a problem. Because the value of the wireless goo continued to rise, more and more people in the starry sky tree gave up on using the cloudy connection stone and switched to the wireless goo. Although 3 years was not long, many people had gotten used to the wireless goo. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2447. On this day, the wireless goo in the hands of the cultivators in the starry sky tree suddenly stopped moving. It was half dead, and no matter how they tried to send out commands, they could not contact anyone else. This incident shook the entire starry sky tree, as they had started to rely on the wireless goo. If the wireless goo could not be used, then not only would they lose the resources they had spent on it, but they would also have a hard time explaining this to the other cultivators. This was because the transactions of wireless goo were done directly through the four-way scales. 3 years ago, Lu Yin had discussed with Wang Wen and the others about using the war resources to split the Lu family's resources with the four-way scales. But with Lu Yu's death, this matter had been left unsettled. Cheong Shi had suggested that the four-way scales be the proxy for the fifth mainland. For many cultivators in the starry sky tree, they did not buy wireless goo through the fifth continent, but directly from four-way scales. Now that there was a problem with wireless goo, they could not find the fifth continent. After all, the fifth continent's new space corridor was sealed, and there was a problem with Star Source Universe. Who would look for it? They would only look for four-way scales. What did you say? There's a problem. What problem? A middle-aged fatty ordered the wireless goo in front of him. This was the fatty that Cheong Shi had brought to the fifth mainland to discuss business with her. He had argued with Cheong Shi for a long time, and now, he was in charge of the trade between the starry sky tree and the fifth mainland. His wireless goo was fine, and it could send messages normally. The other end of the wireless goo was naturally Cheong Shi. I don't know what the problem is, but I'm checking it. Then why is mine fine? The middle-aged man thought of something and gritted his teeth. Cheong Shi was helpless. That's why I said I'm checking it. Why, do you want it to be fine? How long will it take? The middle-aged man asked. Cheong Shi replied, I'm not sure either. Let's wait. She then ended the call. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and his palms and forehead were covered in sweat. Not long after, Bai Qi appeared with an ugly expression. What happened? The middle-aged man respectfully replied, Cheong Shi said that there's a problem with the wireless goo, and she's checking it now. How long? Bai Qi frowned. The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but he did not dare to. Bai Qi looked at him and said, "Speak." The half-ancestor's aura, the middle-aged man, subconsciously, kneeling. "There's a problem." "What problem?" Bai Qi was puzzled. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. "My wireless goo can communicate normally, but there's a problem with the others. This is not a simple malfunction, it's intentional. The fifth mainland purposely caused a problem with the wireless goo they sold to us, and they're attacking us now." "What did you say?" "Attack us." "Why?" Bai Qi was confused. The middle-aged man didn't know either. "I don't know why either, but this transaction involved the starry sky of the trees and the abandoned lands. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a transaction at all, but rather an exchange of resources. That's why I never thought that the other party would use trade as an excuse. I hope that I'm just overthinking things and that it really is a malfunction, otherwise what?" Bai Qi shouted. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva. "If I am not wrong, the other party dared to make a move now because they are certain we have to use wireless goo. They want to use it to restrict our starry sky tree goo." Bai Qi laughed. "What a joke, even if we don't use the cordless goo, we can use the cloud connection rock." Saying so, her expression changed as she looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man shuddered. "Quickly investigate, nothing can happen to the cloud connection rock." A day later, news came from all over that the starry sky of the trees' cloud connection rock was being controlled in large quantities. These cloud connection rocks had not been refined, they were only mineral resources and were called cloud rocks. They could not communicate with each other and see each other's cloud connection rocks. These cloud rocks needed to be refined before they could be used as normal cloud connection rocks. But now, the people who controlled the cloud rock mines refused to produce them, so it was useless no matter who found them. The middle-aged man let out a breath. As expected, they made a move. First, they used wireless goo to replace the cloud connection rock. With wireless goo being widely used, the price of cloud connection rock naturally kept falling, and the price of cloud rock mines was even lower. They secretly bought all the cloud rock mines, waiting for this moment. Saying so, he felt strange. Cloud rock mines are definitely controlled, how could they be bought? Even an idiot would know that anything that could be used as a strategic resource would be controlled. The four-way scales definitely controlled a large number of cloud rock mines since they also had businesses under them. Cloud connection rock was definitely one of the four-way scale's biggest businesses, so how could it have been bought by the fifth mainland? Bai Qi's expression turned ugly. Those self-proclaimed smart people in the sect saw that the wireless goo had replaced the cloud connection rock, so they immediately sold the cloud rock mines. They profited greatly and were even rewarded by Bai Tang. They sold it to the fifth mainland. The middle-aged man was incredulous. Bai Qi replied, "Of course not. Even if the cloud rock mines were destroyed, they couldn't sell it to the fifth mainland. They sold it to a family in the memory district." The middle-aged man understood. The fifth mainland is using us locals in the starry sky of the trees to control the cloud rock mines, but where did they get their influence from? How did they find out about the cloud rock mines? Bai Qi did not mention any of this. This person was extremely skilled in business and could see through Qiong Shi's intentions, but that was all he could think about. He would never be able to see things on a higher level. Although the cloud rock mines were hidden, with Lu Yin's methods and his influence in the starry sky of the trees, it would not be difficult for him to control them. If Lu Yin controlled the cloud rock mines, they would no longer be able to produce cloud connection rocks. If they wanted to communicate, they would need to use the wireless goo, but the goo was controlled by the fifth mainland. If it was damaged, they could demand compensation from the fifth mainland. However, the fifth mainland's reason was very simple. They were currently investigating the cause of the problem. Even if they wanted compensation, they would have to wait until the cause was determined. "My lord," the middle-aged man spoke up. Bai Qi looked at him. The fifth mainland used the wireless goo, void wanderers, and other war resources to obtain a large number of star essence from the starry sky of the trees. They then used these star essence to buy the cloud rock mines. From start to finish, they didn't pay anything. Even if they bought the cloud rock mines, the remaining star essence would be enough to cover their costs. Now that there's a problem with the wireless goo, they can use the cloud rock mines to buy at a low price and sell at a high price. Not only can they make a profit, but they can also use this as a condition to negotiate. There's no need to deal with Cheong Shi anymore. I believe that we can directly contact the person in charge of the fifth mainland. Without his approval, Cheong Shi would never dare to do such a thing. Obviously, Bai Qi's gaze turned cold. How could a mere Cheong Shi dare to scheme against the starry sky of the trees? She could slap her to death. This was also why the middle-aged man had not taken any precautions beforehand. His vision was limited to business, and he only looked at the profits of transactions. All he could do was lower the purchase price as much as possible. How could he have expected that the fifth mainland would use such a method to deal with the entire starry sky of the trees? This was not something he should have taken responsibility for. Bai Qi did not blame him. Lu Yin wanted to make a move. But how could this person be on guard against him? She was no longer thinking about such things. Instead, she was thinking about what Lu Yin wanted to do. Why had he suddenly made a move? Was he prepared to fall out with the four-way scales? 3 years ago, the four-way scales had killed Lu Yu, and they had been prepared to fall out. However, Lu Yin had restrained them. Now, the four-way scales had taken the initiative to make a move. Bai Qi immediately contacted Bai Wangyuan, as this matter was not something she could handle. When Bai Wangyuan found out about this, he was furious. The four-way scales would definitely clash with Lu Yin, but he had not expected that the first clash after 3 years would be this kind of thing. He immediately contacted Lu Yin. Lu Yin's head was throbbing at this moment. On the other side, the big-faced tree was happily recounting one battle after another, not even letting go of the details. Lu Yin did not dare ask, as he would have to start all over again if he did. He listened to the entire battle story before leaving. He had to finish listening to it, or he would have to listen to it again the next time he came. He listened to it one by one, and he would eventually hear what he wanted to know. The wireless goo kept vibrating, and Bai Wangyuan tried to contact him several times. Lu Yin picked up. "What is it? What's up with the wireless goo?" Bai Wangyuan asked in a suppressed voice. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he rubbed his forehead. "What wireless goo?" "Lu Xiaoxian, stop pretending. You and I both know what's going on. What I want to know is what you're trying to achieve with all this," Bai Shui said. Lu Yin took the water that Bai Shui passed to him and took a sip. "I was the first to conquer the new world, and I was also the one who destroyed the eternal Stargate. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even have the courage to set foot on the new world. In the end, I only got the 10 cities." Bai Wangyuan had not expected Lu Yin to bring this up, and he had thought that it was something else. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. This clash had not involved any actual fighting, and there had been no casualties. It was just a business competition, and of course, business was about profit. "How much do you want?" "It's not just about the 10 cities. Those 10 cities added up to only 6 billion star essence." "Bai Wangyuan, are you joking with me?" Lu Yin retorted. Bai Wangyuan coldly replied, "The 10 cities were already given to you, and you didn't let anyone collect them. They were stolen by others, and that has nothing to do with us. Don't blame this on us. I don't have the time to argue with you. 2 trillion. Give me 2 trillion, and I'll pretend that this never happened, Lu Yin said. Bai Wangyan's eyes widened. 2 trillion. You're the one who's joking with me. Although Bai Wangyan was a progenitor and did not care much about external resources like star essence, 2 trillion was still a bit of an exaggeration. Lu Yin replied, the 4 Libras have 500 billion each, which isn't much. If 10 cities isn't enough, I can give you a few more. It's a small matter, but don't blame the 4 Libras for everything. Bai Wangyuan barked. Lu Yin agreed, all right, since you're not willing, then forget it. He then ended the call. Now that the 4 Libras had control of the Cloudstone mine, they would have to purchase it. Otherwise, relying on force would be equivalent to robbery. They could not bring themselves to do such a thing, as destroying a power and obtaining all of its resources were 2 different concepts. Furthermore, it was just for a measly amount of money. This was how humans were. No matter how crazy a person was, they would always retain what they considered to be their rationality and bottom line. This was even more so for progenitors like Bai Wangyuan. The word robbery would not be allowed to appear alongside them, and it would be recorded in the river of time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2448. Several days passed, and no one contacted Lu Yin. 10 days later, Cheong Shir contacted him. The 4-way scales agreed. Help them recover the wireless goo. Their focus isn't on the wireless goo right now, but on the ore. Then sell it to them. This is a one-off opportunity, and they won't be able to do anything to the cosmic tree in the future. They'll only lose money. Cheong Shir was speechless. No matter how much money they lose, it won't hurt the 4-way scales at all, but the Taoist values it greatly. Lu Yin had no choice. Even if he didn't want to repair the progenitor's sword, he was still extremely short on money. Just as he had said, this was a one-off opportunity. Cheong Shir had mentioned it to him 3 years ago, and he had agreed to it with the mindset that he could scam as much money as he could. Fortunately, 3 years later, he had made considerable profits. Now, he wasn't too far away from recovering the progenitor's swordsman's sword. He was still 4 trillion away. Lu Yin sighed. 4 trillion. Where would he get it from? On the other side, the 4-way scales didn't seem to be angered by this matter. Lu Shaoxian coming up with such a method for mere star essence is laughable, Xiaoshenji commented. Wang Fan said, the rumors are true. Lu Shaoxian values star essence very much. The Lu family does consume a lot of resources for their cultivation, but it's rare to see someone as unscrupulous as him, the dragon ancestor commented. Bai Zhe said, since he likes it, then give it to him. I want to see how much he can take. He had obtained 2 trillion star essence from the 4-way scales, but he was still short of 4 trillion. If Lu Yin wanted, he could obtain it from the 5th mainland, but this was not a small sum. Even if he obtained it, the 5th mainland's economy would collapse, and the consequences would be dire. The 5th mainland couldn't be touched, so Lu Yin looked around. Only the cosmic tree was left. At this moment, Nong Yi came over. What are you doing with the 4-way scales? The wireless goo is useless now. Lu Yin sized up Nong Yi but didn't answer. Nong Yi felt a chill run down his spine. What does the seed garden lack? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Nong Yi didn't understand. What do you mean? What do you lack? If my 5th mainland has it, we can make a deal, Lu Yin said. Nong Yi sighed. You're really short on money. At that moment, the wireless goo vibrated, and he accepted the call. Not long after, he ended the call and looked at Lu Yin strangely. What do you need so much money for? You know. The wireless goo was broken and recovered. The four-way balance bought a large amount of the cloud stone ores. The news has already spread. Was it done by you? Are you short of money? Luin sighed. We're in dire need. How much can we borrow from the seed garden? Noni shook his head. My seed garden doesn't have any money. At most, I can lend you a few 100 million crystal essences. So poor? Luin asked subconsciously. Noni was dissatisfied. My seed garden is used to being self-sufficient. Where can I get the money? Luin asked. Noni pondered for a moment before replying. Actually, the Lu family has the most money in the starry sky tree. The Lu family consumes a lot of resources to cultivate, so the entire starry sky tree has to pay tribute to the Lu family. The Lu family has a heavenly treasury. If you can find it, you won't have to worry about money. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Heavenly treasury. The Lu family's heavenly treasury is known as the heavenly treasury. It's specifically used for the Lu family's cultivation, and it's based on each person's cultivation aptitude and completed missions. No one knows exactly how many star essence there are, and I'm guessing that only the few ancestors of your Lu family know about it. Noni sighed. Luin anxiously asked, what about the heavenly treasury? Noni shook his head. I don't know. The Lu family was exiled, and the four-way balance, including my Nong family, the Lu family, and Ghost Abyss, searched for it, but nobody found it. However, they didn't care too much about it, as there were only star essences and nothing else that the four-way balance needed. They gave up after searching for more than 10 years, and nobody mentioned it again. Luin was disappointed. How long are you going to stay in my seed garden? Noni asked. Luin looked at the big-faced tree. I'll chat with it for a while longer. Maybe I'll learn something valuable. Noni replied, that's fine too. The reason why my Nong family allows our descendants to continuously chat with the big-faced tree is because we want to learn more about the above heaven sex era. Perhaps it'll be helpful. Unfortunately, there are too few people who can hear clearly. Then I'll stay for the time being. It'll be fine as long as you don't chase me away, Luin said casually. Noni replied, don't provoke the four-way balance too much. It's best if you don't have absolute confidence in dealing with them. The four-way balance wouldn't let Luin off, and Luin wouldn't let them off either. They had an agreement that they wouldn't go to war for the time being, but that day would come sooner or later. This was something that everyone was worried about. Although the four-way balance hadn't appeared yet, the two sides were constantly fighting in secret. Noni didn't want to drag the seed garden into this, and he wanted to avoid this confrontation as much as possible. Noni left, and Luin watched his retreating figure. Some things might seem beautiful, but they would never be realized. The seed garden wanted to avoid conflict, but unless Noni died and the Nong family scattered, they would never be able to avoid it. Luin stayed in the seed garden for 2 months. During this time, he often listened to the big-faced tree's chatter, and he learned quite a bit about what had happened in the Third Mainland. However, the Third Mainland's war didn't even cover 1% of what he wanted to hear, such as why the Tao Lord of Guiji had betrayed the humans and become an ancient god, or how the Netherworld ancestor had been tricked by Suwangtian. Suwangtian also belonged to the Third Mainland. However, during these 2 months, he had heard about the parallel space-time continuum. The big-faced tree had mentioned that cultivators who didn't belong to the Third Mainland had appeared during the Battle of Jiu River. These cultivators had used trees to fill up the Jiu River, and the Netherworld ancestor had split the Jiu River to kill the 7 sky gods. At that time, the Third Mainland hadn't been completely split apart, and it had relied on trees to connect the entire Third Mainland. The cultivators who had used this tree technique had come from outside, and Luin subconsciously asked where they were from. The big-faced tree then began to explain everything from the beginning, which gave Luin a headache. Are you still going to listen? The gnome family is grateful that you saved them from being tortured. Bai Shui smiled as she poured tea for Luin. Luin replied, tell them that I'll come here often in the future. You're leaving? Bai Shui was astonished. Luin looked into the distance. I'm leaving for a while. Not long after, Luin headed towards Huayuan. At this moment, atop a cloud ladder, Butian's expression was calm. An old woman stood next to him, her face withered and haggard. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion and grief. You'll see them soon. Even if Shinwu Plain discovers you, it'll be useless. You belong to the Lu family, and the 4 cardinal scales won't fall out with the Daozi. The old woman's name was Lu Sun, and she was an elder of one of the Lu family's side branches. She had once been a half-ancestor, but her inner world had been destroyed, and her cultivation had been crippled. She had been locked up in Shinwu Plain for many years. She had only been able to escape because of Xiaoxing. More than 4 years ago, Luin had made an agreement with the 4 cardinal scales to release all of the Lu family survivors. From that moment onward, many of the Lu family survivors had been released, including many who had remained hidden. As long as they revealed their identities, the 4 cardinal scales wouldn't make things difficult for them, unless they took the initiative to attack. The Lu family survivors could walk openly in the astral tree realm. However, Luin didn't believe that the 4 cardinal scales would release everyone from the Lu family. If it were him, he wouldn't have done so either. Lu Sun was the half-ancestor who had been hidden in Shinwu Plain. It was Xiaoxing who had been able to release her. Luin had information that could be used against Xiaoxing, and Xiaoxing himself was also under Lu Yin's control. It had taken him nearly 4 years to release Lu Sun from Shinwu Plain, but Luin wasn't interested in finding out what method he had used. Lu Sun was excited. Young master, you're really back. Bu Tian nodded. You've reached an agreement with the 4 cardinal scales. From now on, you can enjoy your old age in peace. Lu Sun hadn't expected this day to come. Enjoy my old age in peace. No, we must take revenge. Our Lu family shouldn't have died in vain. The Lu family is the true ruler of the 5th mainland. With that, the ladder descended, and the people from the smoke cloud sect came to inspect it. Bu Tian quickly led Lu Sun away from the ladder and towards Huayuan. They finally met there. Lu Sun's eyes reddened when she saw Luin, and she ran forward excitedly. Luin hurriedly supported her. Young master, it really is young master. Lu Sun trembled. Luin apologized, I'm sorry for being late. It's not your fault, young master. The spirits of the Lu family in heaven will be gratified that you're able to do this. Luin asked, I lost my memories and don't remember you. Lu Sun nodded. I know. I'm Lu Sun, an elder of the Qinshan branch. Back then, Luin listened quietly. Skymender Imperial Tutor stood in the distance and did not approach. Gradually, Luin learned of Lu Sun's identity. The Lu family had both direct and side branches, and Lu Sun was an elder of the side branch, a half-ancestor. Only such people had the right to be imprisoned. Lu Sun spoke for a long time before calming down. Luin took out the wireless goo and contacted Xiaoxing. Did you get her? Xiaoxing asked. Luin replied, only her. Only her. You can ask her if you don't believe me. There are no other Lu family members in Shinwu Plain. She's the last one, and the most important one. Important? Luin didn't understand. Xiaoxing fell silent for a moment before replying, do you know how I got her out? Lu Sun died underground, and the person you're looking for isn't Lu Sun. She's just an ordinary old woman. Because of this, I used Xian Mo's favor. I saved him back then, and now he's returned it to me. We don't owe each other anything. Thank you for your hard work. You used up a favor from a half-ancestor, Lu Yin replied. He knew that Xian Su was the half-ancestor who had been guarding the bottom of the divine martial realm. He had even suppressed the sword steel 3 years ago. Why is Lu Sun important? Xia Xing replied, because she might know the location of the heavenly treasury. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Heavenly treasury. That's right. The Qin Shan branch has a very high status in the Lu family. Every time there's a distribution of resources, the Lu family's disciples have to gather at Qin Shan and be distributed by the Qin Shan branch. That's why the Qin Shan branch is the only branch that has access to the heavenly treasury. Lu Shaoxian, I've already given her to you. I hope you'll keep your promise. Lu Yin replied, don't worry, I won't look for you again from now on. I hope so. Xia Xing sighed and ended the call. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2449. Shenwu Heaven had a remnant of the Lu family. Logically speaking, Lu Yin could use this to cause trouble for Shenwu Heaven, but it would be pointless. He couldn't start a war, and if he didn't, Shenwu Heaven could simply say that they had forgotten about him. Lu Yin could only keep this matter to himself for now. He would deal with it in the future. He put away the wireless goo and turned to Lu Sun. Where is the heavenly realm treasury? Lu Sun was shocked. The heavenly realm treasury. Lu Yin nodded. Lu Sun stared at Lu Yin seriously, sizing him up for a while. Some of the information about you came from Xia Xing, while some came from that person. Can I verify it? Lu Yin replied, sure, you can verify it with whoever you want. I can also take you to the 5th mainland, which is what you call an abandoned land. No need, just give me a cloud connection stone. It can be used to contact the realmless cloud connection stone, Lu Sun said. She didn't dare to confirm whether what she had just seen or heard was true, especially since Lu Yin had immediately gone to the heavenly realm treasury after hearing her story. Lu Yin was also shocked by her request, contact the realmless cloud connection stone. You're in contact with the realmless. Lu Sun replied, there are people from the Lu family hiding within the realmless. They want to find its headquarters and eliminate this tumor in one fell swoop. Lu Yin laughed, then I'll have to disappoint you. The realmless has already been destroyed. Lu Sun was confused, the realmless is gone. Lu Yin gave her a simple explanation of the realmless, which left her stunned. You're saying that Xia Xing's son, Xia Shenfei, found the realmless headquarters on the surface and destroyed it, while you found their real headquarters. Lu Yin gave her a cloud connection stone. I don't know who you're trying to contact in the realmless, but I hope you can. He then walked away from her. Lu Sun looked at Lu Yin's back and then at Butian. She gripped the stone and started contacting the realmless. She felt apprehensive. The realmless had been destroyed. Was that person still alive? A few breaths of time passed, but it felt longer than a few years. As the cloud connection stone vibrated, Lu Sun's eyes widened. How are you? There was no image on the other side of the stone, only a voice. Who are you? Heavenly Qin Shan, red maple moon dew, Lu Sun said. A face suddenly appeared in front of the cloud vision stone. It looked like an old man, and his eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at Lu Sun. Elder, is that you, Elder? Lu Sun stared at the old man. Old Hui. It's me, Elder. You're not dead. The old man was both excited and excited. Lu Sun was also excited. You're not dead either. That's great, that's great. Elder, weren't you exiled along with the main family? The old man didn't understand. Lu Sun said, "We'll talk about this later. Let me ask you, how's Boundless?" The old man gulped and told Lu Yin about Realmless, which was almost the same as what Lu Yin had told him. However, he didn't know that Lu Yin had found Realmless' true headquarters. He only thought that it had been destroyed by Xiaoshan Fei. This incident had caused a huge commotion in the cosmic tree realm, and Xiaoshan Fei had surpassed his peers because of it. Even if Bai Xiaohong was still alive, his fame was far inferior to Xiaoshan Fei's. Lu Sun listened to the old man's story and subconsciously glanced at Lu Yin. He interrupted the old man, "Is the young master really back?" The old man replied, "Yes, the young master has returned openly." The four cardinal scales didn't dare to act against him, and the young master even took the initiative to invade the new world and expel the Eternals. He did even better than the main family back then. "Since the young master has returned, why didn't you look for him?" Lu Sun was puzzled. The old man was helpless. "Who can prove that I'm from the Lu family? I saw the young master once in the mortal realm, but the young master took the initiative to travel through the void. He rode the hellworm and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only a half-ancestor can come into contact with the young master, and if my identity is discovered by my enemies, I'll be finished." Lu Sun nodded. So that was the case. How could a normal cultivator catch up to a half-ancestor or even a progenitor? The young master had forced the four cardinal scales to sign an agreement, which meant that he had the power of a progenitor. Even if Lu Sun's cultivation recovered, he wouldn't be able to catch up to the young master. "I'll tell the young master about your situation. For now, you should hide," Lu Sun said. The old man nodded. "I understand, elder. It's good that you're alive. Our Lu family will definitely return to its peak. The young master will definitely be able to do it." Lu Sun ended the call and went to find Lu Yin. Lu Yin's back was facing her. Was that person from the family as well? Lu Sun sighed. The Realmless didn't have a stance, so the main family decided to destroy it. However, it wasn't easy to find its headquarters, so they sent people to infiltrate the Realmless and search for it. However, not long after this matter was carried out, the main family was exiled, and Old Hui stayed in the Realmless for so many years. "Are there many people like that?" Lu Yin asked. Lu Sun nodded. "The family controls the astral tree realm. Many people see the family's glory, but they don't know how much the family has done in secret. If the main family hadn't been exiled, the Realmless wouldn't have been able to survive. The humble school was established with the approval of Patriarch Mu Xia and received the family support. There are many other things that the family has done, but outsiders will always see the family as the pinnacle of power in the astral tree realm. They won't see these things." Lu Yin naturally understood this logic. He had controlled the fifth mainland and commanded the above heaven sect, and he had done many things. If it hadn't been for the fifth mainland, he would have long since transferred star essence. He was also the one who had opened the Starfall Sea's entrance and opened up a battlefield for the Eternals. He was also the one who had been the first to rush to the new world and shoulder the responsibility for humanity's future. He had done all of these things, but not many people had seen them. Sometimes, one had to pay the price for what they had gained. Outsiders would always see what they had gained, not what they had sacrificed. Lu Yin looked at Lu Sun. "Do you believe my identity now?" Lu Sun replied, "I'm sorry, young master. I was too paranoid." Lu Yin replied, "I should be the one apologizing. As the head of the family, I wasn't able to protect you, which caused you to have doubts about this region of the universe. I promise you that such things will never happen again." Lu Sun's body trembled, and he bowed deeply to Lu Yin. "Young master, you can definitely do it. As for the Heavenly Realm Treasury, it's located in Mount Qinshan, which is north of the current stone forest. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lu Sun. North of the stone forest. Lu Sun replied, yes, but because it's in a parallel space, it requires a key to enter. Without a key, not even Forefather Tianyi can enter, let alone the four-way scales. Key. Spatial coordinates. Lu Yin seemed to have thought of something. Lu Sun nodded. Where's the key? Lu Yin asked. Lu Sun clenched his fists and looked up in a certain direction. The head of the family was exiled, and my memories aren't complete. However, I do remember that Mount Qinshan broke through the sky and headed in that direction. The key is in Mount Qinshan. Lu Yin followed Lu Sun's gaze. Was that the bad star? Are you sure it went in that direction? Lu Yin frowned. Lu Sun nodded. I'm absolutely sure. My duty is to watch over Mount Qinshan, so I definitely remember correctly. Lu Yin's head hurt. Even if the key was in the four-way scales, he could still do something about it. However, the key had actually followed Mount Qinshan to the bad star, which was Madman Lu's territory. Compared to the four-way scales, Lu Yin was more afraid of Madman Lu because he understood the Lu family better. Nongyi had also mentioned that Madman Lu was extremely ancient, and Lu Yin had also thought about myriad knowers. Forefather Tianyi had once said that if Lu Yin died, he would definitely take that madman away. Lu Yin was sure that Madman Lu was terrifying. Not only was he a madman, but he was also a powerful madman who was willing to die together with his enemy. It was almost impossible to get the key back from someone like that. What's in the heavenly realm treasury? Lu Yin asked. If there weren't many good things, then he didn't want to take the risk. Lu Sun recalled, the last time I checked, the remaining resources were rather simple. Lu Yin was disappointed, but he also relaxed. About 10 trillion star essence. Lu Sun finished, and Lu Yin was stunned. What did you say? How much? Lu Sun replied, 10 trillion star essence. That's about the same number. It can only be more, not less. Lu Yin's breathing quickened, and his eyes turned red. 10 trillion. 10 trillion. It was actually 10 trillion. He had never obtained so many star essence in one go before. If he could obtain 10 trillion star essence in one go, then not only would he be able to recover the progenitor swordsman, but he would also be able to save some for future emergencies. This was a rather impressive number, and it was equivalent to double the astral beast domain's contribution. Even if he disregarded the consequences and plundered the entire fifth mainland, he wouldn't be able to obtain so many star essence in a short period of time. Why are there so many? Lu Yin found it strange. He was a little excited and expectant, but he also felt reluctant and vaguely unhappy. If there were so many star essence, then wasn't this forcing him to find the key? Lu Sun didn't know why Lu Yin had such a complicated expression on his face, and the look in his eyes was strange as well. The main family controls the cosmic tree domain, and every once in a while, the various factions have to pay tribute and hand over a large amount of resources. After all, the Lu family's cultivation requires a lot of resources. Lu Yin sighed, as this was a little too much. There were actually 10 trillion star essence hidden away, which was too much. However, he liked it, as obtaining 10 trillion in one go would make him rich. However, such thoughts were just thoughts, he still had to face reality. He looked up at the nightmare star. If he couldn't obtain the key, then forget 10 trillion, he wouldn't even have 10 cubic meters of star essence. He had to obtain the key, as the heavenly realm's treasury had always belonged to him. To distance himself from Lu Sun and Butian, Lu Yin contacted someone, Wei Rong. 4 years ago, the two domains had interacted, and Wei Rong had come to this domain. He had relied on his outstanding methods to slowly step into the eyes of the four sides Libra. He had said that if he was given 10 years, he would be able to cause chaos in the four sides Libra. Now, more than 3 years had passed, and it was time to use him. Daozi, with my current position, I can't come into contact with any deeper secrets. However, this subordinate believes that some chess pieces can be given up, Wei Rong replied. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You mean? Yu Chen, Wei Rong replied quickly. Lu Yin muttered to himself. This subordinate knows that Daozi doesn't want to give up on anyone so easily. Even if they were once enemies, there are some things that must be done. Sacrificing one chess piece to awaken the entire chessboard is worth it, Wei Rong continued. Lu Yin ended his conversation with Wei Rong and didn't hesitate to contact Yu Chen. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2450. Back in the frigid immortal sect, Yu Chen's life had not been easy. That was why she had contacted Lu Yin and told him about the astral source liquid flowing out from the mother tree. This woman had finally decided to join Lu Yin after decades of mental turmoil. She had not expected Lu Yin to contact her. Fortunately, her status had plummeted, so no one cared. Dozy. Lu Yin sent back, 3 years ago, I asked you to find out if the frigid immortal sect had imprisoned any remaining members of the Lu family. What happened? Yu Chen replied, I found them, but it's very difficult to save them. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Shenwu Plain had Lu Sun, so the frigid immortal sect, the Wang family, and the White Dragon clan naturally had some as well. It was even less surprising that Yu Chen could not save them. It would be strange if she could. I don't need you to save them. Send a message to that person. I want him to step in. Lu Yin sent a message to Yu Chen. Yu Chen's face paled. Daozi, what about me? If this happens, I come to the fifth mainland, and I'll protect you. Yu Chen hesitated, not knowing if she should believe him. If she did as he said, it would be tantamount to betraying the frigid immortal sect, and she would definitely be hunted down. Could she trust him? You don't have a choice, Lu Yin sent again. Yu Chen gritted her teeth, I don't want to die. Lu Yin replied, don't worry, I won't let you die. You're still useful. Yu Chen looked at the wireless goo, and it felt like she could see Lu Yin through the distance. It felt like there was a large hand above her head that was looking down on her. Could she refuse? No, that would be tantamount to betraying Lu Yin. Lu Yin could consign her to eternal damnation, and if she did as he said, she still had a chance of survival. Leave the frigid immortal sect immediately after this and hide in the place I gave you. Not only will I send someone to pick you up, but I'll also give you other missions. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Yu Chen thought about it, and her gaze became resolute, I understand. Don't worry. Lu Yin ended his call with Yu Chen and continued contacting Mu Xia. This time, he wanted to contact him. Half a month later, there was a place in the cold immortal sect where birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. The scenery was absolutely beautiful. A waterfall flowed in the distance, and the ground was covered in green grass. It emitted a pleasant smell, as if it was a paradise. Not only were there little beasts from the forest running about, but there were also huge birds soaring in the sky. Some of the birds carried 7-colored radiance, making this place seem even more sacred. However, every time those flying birds emitting 7-colored light appeared, the little beasts on the ground, including the cultivators who occasionally came here, would avoid them. It was as if they were afraid of being seen. They stared at the cages suspended in mid-air by vines. At first glance, they thought those cages were nests of young birds with 7-colored feathers on them. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that they were actually steel cages covered by the 7-colored feathers. There were people trapped in those steel cages. Every time the 7 colored birds appeared, the people inside would hide in fear, afraid that they would be eaten. A man was locked up in one of the steel cages, leaning against the edge of the cage. He was very close to the rainbow flying bird, so close that it could grab him with its claws. However, for many years, the rainbow flying bird had not made a move on this man. The man was bored. He played with the colorful feathers in his hands and muttered something to himself. Before long, the rainbow flying bird left, and the little beasts below walked out and continued to play around. Yuchin came and looked for something in the valley below. From time to time, cultivators would pass by and leave after glancing at her. Their eyes were full of mockery. Yuchin did not mind. This kind of gaze was all too common after Bai Xiaohong's death. She knew very well how these people looked at her, but it was almost over. She walked to the bottom of the man's cage and moved her lips. Inside the cage, the man's eyes widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The young master had returned. Yuchin quickly left. The next day, news came from this paradise that someone wanted to see ancestor Bai. Bai Qi came, followed by Bai Tang, old ghost Bai, and the others. Wait here. She then appeared outside the man's cage. At that moment, the 7 colored birds flew out. Bai Qi looked up and glanced at them. The birds seemed to sense a great disaster and shrank back, allowing the people in the other cages to breathe a sigh of relief. Why are you looking for my father? Bai Qi asked. This person was from the Lu clan. Otherwise, she would not have come just because anyone wanted to see ancestor Bai. The Lu clan was an exception. The man looked at Bai Qi. You've locked me up for so long. When are you going to stop? Either execute me or let me go. Bai Qi frowned. Dealing with the Lu clan had nothing to do with her. At that time, she had still been guarding the 4th matrix base. If possible, she had wanted to stop her father. With the Lu clan gone, the pressure on the backlands would be too great. However, by the time she found out about this, it had already happened. All she could do was stand on the same side as the frigid immortal sect. Fortunately, the Eternals had been beaten back, and everything was going well. She just had to deal with Lu Shaoxian. Is that all you want to say? The man moved, as if he had not moved in a long time. His bones cracked. How's the outside world? How many people from the Lu clan have you killed? Bai Qi remained calm. I found them. I killed them all. The man's fingers moved, and his eyes were cold as he looked at Bai Qi. Did anyone betray you? Bai Qi looked at him. Yes. Who? No comment. What happened to him? Above everyone. The man laughed bitterly. Betrayal means you're above everyone. The Lu clan is gone, and this universe belongs to you. Who would have thought that this would happen? Is that all you want to say? Then I won't keep you company, Bai Qi said coldly. The man suddenly grabbed the cage, causing a loud bang. Below, old white ghost was shocked. He was afraid that something would happen to Bai Qi. If I betray the Lu clan, what benefits will you give me? The man asked softly, his eyes bloodshot. His voice was filled with eagerness and excitement, as if he had finally figured out a problem after being stuck for a long time. Bai Qi's eyes were filled with sorrow. In the end, he had betrayed them, but this was good. Join the frigid immortal sect and become an elder. You'll have the same status as the Bai clan's half-ancestor. No one will target you, and you'll receive more resources than the other half-ancestors. But my inner world has been destroyed, the man said hoarsely. He was unwilling to accept this. Bai Qi said, it's fine. The man said bitterly, if I'd known this would happen, I would have joined you. Why would I wait until now? How could my inner world have been destroyed? How laughable. Bai Qi looked at him quietly and muttered to herself, venting her emotions. After a while, the man said to Bai Qi, I want to see Ancestor Bai. I have something important to tell him. It involves the progenitor realm. If there's any delay, the consequences will be unimaginable. Bai Qi stared at him. If what you say isn't that important, you'll end up in a terrible state. I know. Let's find Ancestor Bai, the man said decisively. Bai Wangyuan returned to the frigid immortal sect. The man had washed up and looked much better. When he saw Bai Wangyuan, he suppressed his anger and bowed. Lu Gong greets Ancestor Bai. Bai Wangyuan looked at him. You have something to say to me. Speak. If what I say can make Ancestor Bai feel that it's important, what will I get? Lu Gong asked. Bai Wangyuan laughed. Are you trying to negotiate with me? Someone who has died once doesn't care about dying again, Lu Gong replied without hesitation. Beside him, Bai Qi frowned. Bai Kun nodded and clasped his hands behind his back. You're a member of the Lu family, so you have the right to do so. All right, I promise you that I'll do my best to help you recover your inner world. If I can't, I'll guarantee that your descendants will have a half-progenitor. Lu Gong was delighted and bowed again. Thank you, Ancestor Bai. Bai Wangyuan's eyes were cold. But if what you want to say isn't that important, I'll make you beg for death. Lu Gong said solemnly, it's related to the safety of the starry sky tree. He then looked at Bai Qi. Bai Qi raised her brows and stared at him. Lu Gong looked at Bai Wangyuan awkwardly. Bai Wangyuan was calm. Speak. Lu Gong nodded and took a deep breath. Madman Lu is redback. Bai Wangyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Bai Qi was shocked too. She couldn't believe her ears. Madman Lu is redback. Lu Gong said, Madman Lu, that madman from the Lu family is redback. Bai Wangyuan's eyes narrowed. Give me more details. Lu Gong thought for a moment and then slowly said, there are no more than 2 people in the Lu family who know about this. Patriarch Lu Tianyi definitely knows about it, but there shouldn't be anyone else besides him. Even Patriarch Lu Feng, who is a progenitor, shouldn't know. The reason I know about this is because of the ancestral records of the Sisui branch. No one knows exactly how long Madman Lu has been alive, but he's definitely far older than Ancestor Bai's time in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Perhaps it can be traced back to the era of above heaven. The ancestors of the Sisui branch also learned about this from an untraceable era and recorded it down. Only the leaders of the Sisui branch know about it. When the main family was exiled, Lu Tianyi completely disappeared. Only Madman Lu stayed behind and cooperated with you. He's redback, and the one who contacted him was one of the 7 sky gods, the ancient god. Bai Qi shouted, impossible. If Madman Lu is redback, how could the Lu family allow him to exist? Lu Gong said, the Lu family is also human. Our ancestors mentioned that someone in Madman Lu's generation owed him something, so they passed down an ancestral rule. Unless Madman Lu dies of natural causes, no one is allowed to kill him unless he commits a great crime against humanity. That's why Madman Lu has always been imprisoned, and why Patriarch Lu Tianyi won't let him out. Although he's redback, he's only contacted the ancient god once. He hasn't harmed humanity. Bai Wangyuan frowned. Madman Lu was redback. How was that possible? But it wasn't impossible. Why else would the Lu family imprison him? His existence was taboo even in the Lu family. Lu Tianyi had said that if he died, he would take Madman Lu with him. This proved that Madman Lu was very dangerous. If what Lu Gong said was true, then Madman Lu wasn't just a threat to the Lu family, but to the entire human race. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2451. Father, I don't believe him, Bai Qi said. We know what the Lu family is like. They would never allow a redback to live. Even if Lu Shaoxian was a redback, the Lu family would eliminate him without hesitation. Why would they leave a madman Lu alive? Bai Wangyuan didn't believe it either. They exiled the Lu family because they wanted to replace them, but that didn't mean they didn't approve of the Lu family's way of doing things. The Lu family didn't just control the fifth mainland because they were invincible. Lu Gong bowed deeply to Bai Wangyuan. Ancestor Bai, if you don't believe me, you can lock me up again. We'll fulfill our conditions after we confirm that Madman Lu is a redback. Why are you telling me this now? Bai Wangyuan was confused. Lu Gong was helpless. The Lu family has already disappeared, and they can't return. I want to pass down the Lu surname, not the Lu that controlled the fifth mainland, but the Lu of the Sea River branch, a Lu loyal to the frigid immortal sect. Bai Wangyuan's heart skipped a beat. A Lu loyal to the frigid immortal sect. These words were very tempting. If Lu Shaoxian wasn't here, he would definitely accept them, but he couldn't let Lu Gong come into contact with the outside world. I have to verify your words. You'll still be locked up for the time being, but I'll fulfill my conditions after that, Bai Wangyuan said. He then asked Bai Qi to lock Lu Gong up. Bai Qi returned soon after. Father, do you really believe what that person said? Bai Wangyuan frowned. Madman Lu is indeed very strange. We couldn't find anything about him in the Lu family. Lu Tianyi is very wary of him, and his hatred for the Lu family is the reason why he cooperated with us. That's what we thought all along. If that's the case, he cooperated with us because he's a redback. That's troublesome. But Madman Lu has been guarding the unlucky star all these years. He hasn't cooperated with the Eternals. Bai Wangyuan was also confused. Either it's fake and he just wants to destroy the Lu family, or... His expression turned serious. He's planning too much. He then left the frigid immortal sect to discuss this with Wang Fan and the others. This was a serious matter. If Madman Lu was planning too much, they had to be on their guard. When Wang Fan and company heard that Madman Lu was a redback, their first reaction was disbelief. They could cite many examples to prove that Madman Lu was not a redback, but if Madman Lu was really a redback, could they bear the consequences? I didn't expect Madman Lu to really be redback, Wang Fan said. Bai Wangyuan looked at him in astonishment. You already knew. Wang Fan replied, more than 10 days ago, the humble school was interrogating someone from Unbounded. The emissary that Lu Yin had brought out from Unbounded's headquarters in the mortal realm said 3 words, Madman Lu. He said that he had heard those 3 words when he was cleaning up the mess, but it was only those 3 words. Qing Chen was the one who interrogated the emissary. Qing Chen immediately told Mu Xia. Now, some people in the humble school are guessing that Madman Lu might be Hong Bei. Dragon Ancestor was curious. Did someone from your Wang clan find out about this? Someone from the Wang clan found out through Qingchen's disciple, Kai Shu, said Wang Fan. Xia Xinji was puzzled. How can you deduce that it's redback based on the name of Madman Lu? Wang Fan replied, I don't know either. Maybe there's something we haven't noticed. Bai Wangyuan was troubled. He could choose not to believe what Lu Gong had said, but if even the humble school was guessing, then the probability of Madman Lu being Hong Bei would increase. After thinking for a while, Bai Qi said, "Find Mu Xia. This matter must be investigated thoroughly." If Madman Lu really is Hong Bei, then he must be plotting something big. 5 of the 7 sky gods appeared before, but he didn't make a move. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to be Hong Bei. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. The 4-way scales had exiled the Lu family to control the 5th mainland, not to be destroyed by the Eternals. They wanted to eliminate Hong Bei more than anyone else, which was why the humble school had so much power. If Madman Lu really was Hong Bei, then he could be considered the number 1 Hong Bei in the starry sky tree. This was as serious as Wang Xiaoyu, who had caused progenitor Qin to go to war with the 6th mainland. Mu Xia was quickly found. He didn't look too good when he found out that Wang Fan had found out about the humble school, but now wasn't the time to pursue this matter. I suspect Madman Lu because of my junior. Lu Shaoxian. Bai Wang Yuan frowned. Mu Xia explained, "My junior used the progenitor's sword to travel through spacetime and saw Madman Lu meeting with the ancient gods. He told me about this long ago, so when the undying god was trapped and the 7 sky gods attacked, I kept an eye on Madman Lu." Senior Fog Ancestor did the same. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Even the Fog Ancestor had been implicated, and it had happened 3 years ago. This dispelled by Wang Yuan's suspicions, which meant that Lu Yin had long since confirmed that Madman Lu was a Hong Bei. It seems that Madman Lu's chances of being a Hong Bei have increased, but we can't be sure that he's a Hong Bei. Mu Xia, do you have any evidence? Xia Xinji asked. Mu Xia shook his head. If we did, we would have already acted against Madman Lu. Right, how did you guys know that he's a Hong Bei? Bai Wang Yuan didn't say anything. This matter involved Lu Gong, and according to their agreement with Lu Yin, the remaining members of the Lu family should have been released. Lu Gong hadn't been released, so they were in the wrong. Mu Xia asked again, but no one answered. I don't care how you guys found out. I need to find Madman Lu to confront that envoy and my junior. Bai Wang Yuan and the others exchanged glances, as this was something they should do. No matter what, they had to investigate whether or not Madman Lu was a Hong Bei. This matter was too serious, as this was Madman Lu, a progenitor of the Lu family. He was definitely not an ordinary person, and his threat was no less than one of the 7 sky gods. Wang Fan was put in a difficult spot. Madman Lu is difficult to communicate with. It'll be difficult to confront him. The dragon ancestor said, I believe that he'll be willing to confront Lu Shaoxian. Bai Wang Yuan looked at Wang Fan. That's right. Tell him that he'll be confronting Lu Shaoxian. Mu Xia agreed. I'll talk to my junior. On the Nightmare Star, the apocalypse cycled, and those who entered could not leave. This place was considered a land of death by the astral tree domain. There was no astral source here, only nightmares that constantly strengthened one's body. The entire planet was red, and it looked like hell. Wang Fan descended on the Nightmare Star and arrived at the Nightmare Shrine. In front of the shrine, Jiu Hao was gulping down wine from her gourd. Wang Fan's arrival gave her a fright, as this was the first time she had seen an outsider after so many years. Are you from the outside? Wang Fan glanced at her before vanishing. Jiu Hao's eyes went wide. She did not know what realm this person was in, but he was definitely an expert. It seemed like he was here to find her master. There was a dilapidated courtyard behind the Nightmare Shrine, as well as a dust-covered platform. At the center of the courtyard were 2 deep marks of someone kneeling. If Lu Yin was here, he would definitely recognize this place as the same one that he had seen when he had ascended Stargazing Deck and activated Fate. At that time, the person kneeling here had been Lu Jing. Wang Fan had arrived. Lu Yin entered the courtyard. The dust-covered platform suddenly crashed towards him. Wang Fan took a step back and left the courtyard. The platform crashed to the ground, blocking the entrance to the courtyard. "Madman, you dare to attack me!" Wang Fan barked. A low voice came from within the courtyard. "So?" Wang Fan's gaze was cold. "We're partners." "Hee, our partnership was limited to the Liu family. Now that the Liu family is gone, what partnership is there?" Wang Fan replied, "Liu Shaoxian is still here. I'll kill that brat. I don't need you to remind me again and again." "Why? Is he too much of a threat? Are you here to beg me?" Wang Fan did not want to talk to this person, but he had to come. "I'm not the one looking for you. Liu Shaoxian is. He said that you're redback and that you've interacted with an ancient god. He wants to confront you." There was a moment of silence, and then laughter rang out from within the courtyard. "The Liu family prides themselves on being upright, but that brat is trying to frame me. Interesting, interesting. Ha ha ha, as expected of Liu Qi's brat. Fine, since he wants to confront me, I'll confront him. I'm just afraid that he won't dare to come." Wang Fan turned around and left. He did not want to stay in this madman's place for even a moment longer. Now that the Eternals had temporarily retreated, the threat had disappeared. They had planned to take complete control of the cosmic tree domain. Whether it was the Liu family, the Nong family, Gui Yuan, or this madman Liu, they had all been part of their plan. Unfortunately, Liu Shaoxian had foiled their plans 3 years ago. This madman had almost succeeded twice in the past. Confrontation. "Ha ha ha, brat, we're finally going to meet." The courtyard shook and dust filled the air. 10 days later, under Mu Xie's lead, Lu Yin, by Wang Yuan, and the others stepped onto the nightmare star. Before this, every time Lu Yin saw a nightmare star, he had been met with killing intent. This was the first time he had stepped onto one. In fact, he was not unfamiliar with nightmare stars. In fact, he was very familiar with them. 6 enhance had been rolled more than once, and he had fused with a nightmare star cultivator's body. The first was Ma Sen, the enforcer of Nightmare Shrine. In the past 3 years, he had frequently rolled the die and fused with another nightmare star cultivator. This person had a very high status, and it was through this person that Lu Yin had obtained the wireless goo to contact the nightmare star and had successfully contacted Drunkard. When you see Madman Lu later, you must follow closely behind me. Don't care what he says. You're from the Liu family, so you should know better than me how terrifying the Liu family's cultivators are when they become ancestors, Mu Xie reminded him. Lu Yin grunted, and the group landed on the nightmare star. The huge nightmare shrine was right in front of them. What kind of bad taste is this, building a shrine in a place like this? The mist ancestor had also come. She was one of the witnesses, but she was not accusing Madman Lu of being redback. Instead, she was testifying that Lu Yin had indeed told them about Madman Lu colluding with the ancient gods 3 years ago. The dragon ancestor interjected, "A madman has a madman's way of thinking." "Madman Lu is inside," Wang Fan said. Lu Yin's expression froze, as they were finally about to meet. Madman Lu. No one knew what this person's real name was. Lu Yin had asked Wan Ziyi, Nong Yi, Master Shan, and the others, but no one knew what Madman Lu's real name was. Madman Lu had existed for as long as they could remember. He had also asked Lu Bujing, but Lu Bujing did not know either. Lu Sun had said that there was no record of Madman Lu in the Lu family's genealogy. Either his name had never been exposed, or he had been removed from the Lu family's genealogy long ago. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2452. A group of people walked out from the Nightmare Shrine, led by Jiu Hao. Beside her were Yuan Sen and Cho Mang. Aside from them, there were other cultivators with rough surnames. Their skin was dark and coarse, and their eyes were turbid. It was obvious that they cultivated the power of nightmares. The strongest among them had reached level 9 of the power of nightmares, which was equivalent to a half-ancestor. Her name was Feng Lan, and she was the second nightmare star cultivator that Lu Yin had merged with. Currently, he wasn't rolling the die smoothly. Most of the balls of light he encountered were dim and lightless. However, whenever he encountered a bright ball of light, it was either a pinnacle emissary or a half-ancestor. Feng Lan was a half-ancestor level expert that he had fused with during the past 3 years. Through this person, Lu Yin had a good understanding of the Nightmare Star. What he was about to do next was based on the fact that he had merged with this person's body. "The Nightmare Ancestor is waiting for you inside," Jiu Hao said. As the saintess of the Nightmare Shrine, her status was not any lower than Feng Lan's. Wang Fan and the rest were about to head in, but Lu Yin suddenly asked, "What if that lunatic attacks me?" He turned to Bai Wang Yuan and the rest. "Will you guys help?" Xia Shenji bluntly replied, "Your Lu family's grudges have nothing to do with us." "If that's the case, then I won't go in," Lu Yin said. Bai Wang Yuan frowned. "Lu Shaoxian, are you going back on your word? Or are you afraid to confront him?" Lu Yin laughed. "I wasn't the one who wanted to confront him from the start. Senior brother called for me, so I came. But then I suddenly remembered that if that madman attacked, and this is his territory, senior brother might not be able to protect me. You guys have to ensure my safety as well." "You're as timid as a mouse," Xia Shenji said with disdain. Lu Yin laughed. "I'm timid. Do you have the guts to fight me one-on-one?" Xia Shenji was furious. If Lu Yin had still been on the Xinwu Plain, then Xia Shenji would have been fearless even if he had gone to the Fifth Mainland for a one-on-one duel. In fact, he had already done so, and he had only been injured because of the Death God's power. However, the Death God's power could not be used indefinitely. Now, it was impossible for him to fight Lu Yin one-on-one, not only because Lu Yin had sealed the Shenong Yi and gained a progenitor's power, but also because of that clone that had escaped. 3 years ago, their plan had been foiled because that clone had severely injured him. Even if someone told him that it had nothing to do with Lu Yin, he would not believe it. If he were to challenge Lu Yin to a duel now, who knew if the clone would try again? How would he fight if he was heavily injured? "Shi Wei is here too. She and Mu Xia are enough to protect you," Bai Zhe said. The Fog Ancestor rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm his bodyguard? I say, Bai Wang Yuan, have you gone overboard? You've arranged everything for me." Mu Xia looked at Nightmare God Hall. Once someone from the Lu family becomes an ancestral patriarch, their strength will be unpredictable. I don't have the confidence to protect them. Lu Yin looked at Bai Wang Yuan. "So, either we change locations, or you promise me that as long as I'm on the Nightmare Star, you'll guarantee my safety." How could Bai Wang Yuan and the others possibly agree to this? They couldn't wait for Madman Lu to kill Lu Yin, no matter what method he had to use. "Where do you want to go?" A low and hoarse voice came from the depths of the Nightmare Shrine, accompanied by suppressed laughter, which made people uncomfortable. It was the voice of Madman Lu. Lu Yin's expression changed. "The heavens. Sure." Soon, the group stepped into outer space, and Madman Lu walked out of Nightmare Shrine. His hair was disheveled, and his ferocious eyes were filled with an unbearable madness. He glared at Lu Yin, and in the depths of his eyes was a raging killing intent. When he walked out, the red color of the entire Nightmare Star faded significantly. Lu Yin stared at Madman Lu, and Madman Lu stared back at him. This was their first official meeting. Although Madman Lu's appearance was covered by his long hair, Lu Yin could still see him clearly. This person was somewhat similar to Lu Yin, but he looked more resolute and sturdier. There was always a faint smile on his face, one that was filled with madness. It was as if he was immersed in the atmosphere that he had created. There was no one else in his eyes besides Lu Yin. At this moment, 7 progenitors had gathered in outer space. If the caged WIRM on Lu Yin's shoulders were included, then there were 8. Including Lu Yin, there were 9. No one could see this scene clearly, but these 9 people were enough to determine the survival of the entire astral tree domain and the 5th mainland. Little brat from the Lu Qi family, we meet, ha ha ha. Madman Lu approached Lu Yin, and Mu Xie subconsciously stepped forward to block him. Lu Yin stared at Madman Lu. What's your name? You should call me Ancestor. Madman Lu suddenly barked, his smile growing more and more arrogant. A dark red current surged around his body. It was the power of nightmare. Madman Lu had the strongest 10th stage of the power of nightmare, and he could rival a progenitor just by relying on it. The mist ancestor raised his brows. Lower your voice, you scared me. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. You were expelled from the Lu family a long time ago. What ancestor? He, expelled from the Lu family. I was the one who expelled the Lu family. I was the one who abandoned the Lu family. Look, is there still a Lu family in outer space? Aside from you, there's no one else in the Lu family. I'm still here, and I will have descendants who will create the Lu family. The general appointment platform and the divine seal catalog will be preserved. I am the Lu family, and you're just a brat that I abandoned. Madman Lu laughed heartily, his laughter unbearable. Mu Xie spoke up. I've come to confront you this time to confirm whether or not you're read back. We'll talk about the past later. Madman Lu continued to stare at Lu Yin. Brat, there are very few descendants in the history of the Lu family who are as shameless as you and your father. Your father raped a commoner, and you framed him for it. If old Lu was still alive, he would have died from anger. Lu Yin replied, I didn't accuse you wrongly. Several years ago, the Eternals launched a large-scale attack on the 5th mainland. Following that, Lu Yin recounted how the Eternals had attacked, how he had entered the Daosaur sect's main hall, and how he had traveled through spacetime under the guidance of the progenitor's sword. This was a long process, and it could have been brief, but Lu Yin had chosen to narrate it word by word. At the same time, on the Nightmare Star, behind the Nightmare Shrine. In a place quite far away from the shrine, Drunkard had found a mountain. This mountain was not from the Nightmare Star, but rather had been brought here by Madman Lu. This mountain was called Mount Qin. According to Lu Sun's guidance, Lu Yin had already determined the key's location, but he did not know if Madman Lu had taken it. This Mount Qin was unremarkable on the Nightmare Star, and there was nothing valuable inside. If not for Lu Sun telling him that Mount Qin had been taken away by Madman Lu and drawing a map of Mount Qin, no one would have known that this mountain was Mount Qin. Drunkard searched along Mount Qin. There were other people on the mountain, and they all looked half dead. In outer space, Lu Yin kept talking about what he had seen while traveling through spacetime. Bai Wang Yuan grew impatient. Get to the point. Lu Yin glanced at him. If I don't make it clear, you'll think that I'm making it up. There's one thing that Bai Xiener can confirm. Bai Wang Yuan was astonished. She can confirm that. Lu Yin replied, when the 3 gates on the 5th mainland were opened, they were obstructed by the 6th mainland. It was Bai Xiener who killed a 6th mainland half-progenitor and used the sky of the astral tree to change the 5th mainland sky. I can tell you all the details. You can ask Bai Xiener if I'm right. I saw it with my own eyes when I traveled through spacetime. Even if you traveled through spacetime, that doesn't mean that you can't make it up. Unless there's evidence, no one can slander a progenitor, Wang Fan said. Lu Yin sneered. Then how did Lu Yu die? Wang Fan looked at him. You can learn from us. You guys have a grudge against each other anyway. Madman Lu laughed hoarsely. Brat, I heard the words one-on-one. How about it? Do you want to fight one-on-one? Life or death? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Madman Lu. Once I become a half-progenitor, I'll fight you one-on-one. Madman Lu's smile faded. Brat, you're the most talented person in the history of the Lu family. Even old fogey Lu might not be able to compare to you in terms of cultivation talent. How terrifying. A mere emissary can kill a half-progenitor with his own strength, and if you use all your techniques, you can even threaten a progenitor. With the power of an emissary, I'll definitely kill you, or else I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. These words echoed the thoughts of Bai Wang Yuan and the others. If Lu Yin didn't die, then none of them would be able to eat or sleep in peace. Whether or not you can kill him will have to wait until you're no longer a redback, Mu Xia barked. He looked at Lu Yin. Continue. On Mount Qin, Jiu Hao followed Lu Sun's directions and finally found the key. Although it was called a key, it was actually a spatial coordinate seal that was exactly the same as the one Lu Yin had obtained from the Eternal Kingdom. The seal was wrapped in dirt and looked like a piece of scrap metal in a corner. Even if someone saw it, they wouldn't pick it up. Perhaps this was why Madman Lu didn't care. Jiu Hao relaxed and walked out of Mount Qin. In outer space, Lu Yin recounted what he had seen. You met the ancient god when forefather Tianyi decided to move the mother tree away. Madman Lu laughed maniacally. You make it sound like you saw it with your own eyes. Where's the evidence? Can you find any? Bai Wang Yuan was puzzled. According to what you said, why didn't Lu Tianyi take Madman Lu away? Lu Yin's gaze froze, as this was something that he had always been puzzled about. Madman Lu hadn't been too far away from forefather Tianyi, so he should have been able to discover Madman Lu. Given forefather Tianyi's attitude towards Madman Lu, why hadn't he taken him away? The more Lu Yin understood Madman Lu's position in the Lu family, the more puzzled he became. Also, we didn't even notice that madman back then, Wang Fan said. He looked at Lu Yin. I remember what you said. Huiwen and I were both there, but I didn't notice that madman at all. Lu Yin trembled. You didn't notice? No. Lu Yin was puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. When he had seen that scene, he had subconsciously confirmed that forefather Tianyi and Wang Fan knew that Madman Lu wasn't too far away. How could they not have noticed him? The dragon ancestor said, that's interesting. Even Wang Fan didn't notice that madman. Lu Shaoxian, how do you explain that? The fog ancestor looked at Lu Yin. At that distance, Wang Fan should have been able to detect him. Either Wang Fan was lying, or Lu Yin was lying. However, based on what Lu Yin had told them, he shouldn't have been lying. She looked at Wang Fan and felt that he wouldn't lie about something like this. This involved Redback, so what was going on? You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.